My name's Carla Bagshaw and I am the brand ambassador for Carnation Crafts. I like the passion, the dedication to the craft. I like the fact that they produce in-house artwork, which is really important for us to be able to create something that is really special, really unique, and every time perfect. Carnation Crafts have a very solid team behind them. They have the creative director, Nick. He is in charge of everything we see, everything that we have as far as the artwork is concerned. And he has a wonderful and dedicated team of artists and designers who are incredibly talented. And then we have an awesome team. Everybody involved with Carnation has the same passion for the building, which is really lovely to work with. One of the things that's really important about Carnation, and it's unique, and it's what sets them apart. When Nick and the design team start to sketch out a drawing, as they do it, there's a cut line put in very certain points that allow us as artists and crafters to sculpt the paper. So we've got this really unique process that is all about designing a die. The artwork complements the die complements the artwork, right from the beginning of creation, from the pen going to paper to the card you make. That's incredible, because it starts when the pencil goes in hand. There's no other company that does that.
Hi everybody, good afternoon. Thank you to the gang at Sewing Street and Jewellery Maker. It's HobbyMaker all the way till 8 o'clock today. Hope you're having a wonderful day. We've got great guests coming up. Just to give you a heads up, a bit later we've got a bit of Sanntangle with the lovely Sandra at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Locket Lane is back, looking forward to that. We've also got Sophie here with Sophie, some wonderful cross-stitch kits a bit later. Hayley's here from the Dreamees and the lovely Gwen is here from Creative Expression.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm really well. Are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Good to see you. And we've got a great Sam Poole collection that Gwen's going to be demonstrating. More on that in a second. We've got some pick and mixes as well, where you can pick and choose your stamps, pick and choose your colour clouds, pick and choose your fantastic botanical stains as well. So that's coming up later. Let me introduce you to the crew. Let me show you who's in the gallery today. We've got Laura producing. There she is on the left there. We've got Dan on knobs and buttons. There he is. And in the studio, Dan number 2, our favourite gnome. There he is. And where's Alex gone? He's done a runner. Alex is around as well. Oh, there he is. He's got a new car. He's a happy man. Nice one. Okay, first things first. If you were watching yesterday, the Creative Expressions show that Gwen did, you may have already ordered these, but if you haven't, can I suggest you get on the phones quickly and on the website quickly, because we have only a few of these. You don't bring us embellishments very often, do you?
No, and I really wanted something that was a little bit different, and I knew we had these lurking somewhere in the back catalogue. So I went trawling and fished these out.
They're a bit blingy, aren't they?
They're stunning, absolutely beautiful. They're from a wedding collection, so they will suit your wedding invitations or your special wedding cards, but also they're nice for doing a tie on a book. Or
is it me, Gwen? Well, that resembles a very well-known designer.
It certainly does. That was mentioned yesterday as well. Yes.
Yes, very impressive. Now, they are encrusted with beautiful crystals, as you can see, and they're designed to obviously thread lace through them or ribbon through them. You could use them in all sorts of ways on your projects, obviously, but also you could use them on your blouses, on your shoes, whatever you want to do with them. I mean, this is one with the ribbon. Look, we put the ribbon at exactly the right width to go through the buckle. And that's the sort of extra je ne sais quoi.
It is, yes.
Very posh. Very sweet. So you can thread it, or you can, as we've done here, actually just kind of fold the ribbon back on itself and create that fantastic buckle in the middle of a project. Now you've got your pearls as well. Look at these. Wow. How would you secure these? Have these got like...
Well, I've got one here, if we can just have a look at this. So you can see they've got a very shiny back to them. So I just take a sharp knife, something like your craft knife, or not your best blade, obviously, or a Stanley knife, something like that, and just give it a real good scratching on the back to give a key, and then you can just glue it.
Okay. Or I suppose you could use foam pads if you wanted to.
You can use gel glue, or if you really want it secure, use something like an epoxy resin.
And then you get a lot of this beautiful peach ribbon that you can see here as well from the wedding collection. Really lovely, in 3 different widths as well. Now, £34.95 should be what you'd be paying for these. So around about £11, £12 each, something along those lines.
No, sorry, can I just interrupt? Because you get 2 of each of the bling and 1 ribbon.
Oh, we get two of these, two of these?
2 of the buckles, 2 of the pearls, and 1 ribbon.
I've been shortchanged. Okay. 2 packs of the pearls, 2 packs of the buckles, and 1 pack of the ribbon. Okay. This is getting even better. Okay. So let's get that price down to where we went yesterday. We've got literally a few left at £11.95. So 2 of those, 1 of those for £11.95. Now, this is a crazy price. It really is. It's a third of what it should be. We're down now to single figure stock. So if you want to get hold of this, we weren't quite sure whether we'd have any in the show today or not because so many of them went yesterday. Sally has already checked hers out. Nice one, Sally. Hello, Angela in Staffordshire coming through as well. Start your afternoon with a little bit of bling. I mean, you know, what do you think of when you see pearls like that? Very kind of Audrey Hepburn.
Yeah, they're just so elegant and classic, aren't they? I think you're looking at the 1940s, something like that, a real style.
So you can use them however you wish. Use them on clothing, use them on card making, use them on mixed media projects as well. We've got 6 left. They are going to sell out, so please make sure you pop it in your basket and check out. And of course, the way you can do that is to use our website, hobbymaker.co.uk, or the free phone number, which is 0800 001 4433. Just tell them that you want HG2618, even if you've never ever, oh no, it's 2818, isn't it? Yeah, HG2818. Even if you've never shopped with us before, they'll give you an account free of charge at the call centre, and they're above my head as we speak. Okay, now, I mentioned Sam Poole. Sam Poole's a great, great designer, and she designs for Creative Expressions and brings out collections. I love these stamps.
I do too.
They're right up my
street. I think they're
street.
absolutely beautiful. All taken from nature, botanical, plants, elements. We've got a gorgeous set relating to bees with a lovely Edwardian beekeeper lady. And yeah, just typically Sam's vintage style and a love of all things French as well.
Absolutely.
So we've got little French words and that sort of thing.
I've got them here to show you. Let me just flick through them individually for you. You can buy the entire bundle, which is the 6 sets of stamps, the 2 stencils, and the shabby paper pad as well. So I'll show you all of that in a tick. But here you've got like a little notelet jotter. So whether it's for card making, whether it's for journaling, whether it's for scrapbook making, anything like that, memory books, anything along those lines, they're interesting, they're intriguing, they draw you in. And you've got lots of text as well, which is rather lovely. But there she is, the beautiful, glamorous lady that would suit those pearls, actually.
She would,
She would,
indeed.
definitely.
You can just imagine one on a choker, can't you?
Yeah, you could, absolutely. Then we've got the beautiful florals, the botanicals as well. And then you've got this, and I was talking to you, Gwen, about this earlier on. This is almost like a reference number that you'd find in like the old garden books.
Yeah, or if somebody, I don't know if you've ever seen, you can get books that people have hand watercoloured beautiful botanicals, and they usually put a figure number
Yes.
for the plate, so it's recognisable, it's like a reference.
Now, to give you a few ideas, have a little look at this. Fiona's done this particular card, and I can tell that the design team at Creative Expressions have had an absolute field day working with these stamps. Aren't they gorgeous?
So that one's by Sam herself, so it's lovely to have some of Sam's work as well and get inside the designer's head.
Absolutely right.
I always think that.
Fiona has done this one again. But because there are so many elements, you can build up your own scenes, tell your own story.
Absolutely, and they're great for collage and layering. They're all going to work together. You can mix and match across the sets. That one, the botanic collage background, you can add to that with other elements or with sentiments and phrases. There's some lovely little sort of poetry verses in there as well.
And totally different, this little triptych card. Isn't that gorgeous?
I love that.
Monochrome with a bright background, that works really, really well. And as I say, all these stamps really kind of draw you in. That's actually been cut into 3, which works really nicely. What about using, say, your white embossing powder? That's gorgeous.
Isn't it lovely?
Is that the colour cloud in the background?
I'm not sure, but we haven't got colour cloud, Dave. We've got chalk cloud.
Cloud, beg your pardon.
We'll explain
chalk cloud
that
in the
later
show.
on. Yeah.
There is a difference, isn't there?
There is a difference.
Okay, you're coming in for these. Now remember, if you go for the buy the show or buy the bundle, you're going to be getting 6 stamp sets, you're going to be getting 2 of the fantastic stencils, and you're getting the paper pad as well, the shabby paper pad. Let me show you the stencils quickly too, I've got them here for you. Now this is the distressed wallpaper stencil, which is stunning, look at that. And you can use all the elements together or individually if you want to too. Isn't that beautiful? And then this one is your swirly wallpaper. Again, which you can use the entire thing, or you can just use elements of it as well if you wish to. So you get both of those. And then you get your Shabby Botanicals. I love that word,
beautiful,
shabby.
that paper.
Look at this. Now you've got script in here. You've got all sorts of wonderful effects that, where would you be able to, or how would you be able to create your own backgrounds like this? This is all done for you, and the whole collection just works together so well. I mean, Sam's got a massive following, Gwen.
She has. She's absolutely huge. I mean, worldwide. She's not just known in the UK. And she does the most beautiful sort of haberdashery style things. She makes wonderful junk journals and lace journals and all sorts of gorgeous things. She's got a lot going on.
Beautiful. All double-sided as well. And you get a total of 6 unique designs, 4 of each. That's 24 double-sided papers in there, plus the stencils, plus the stamps. So if you want to go for the bundle, that we can do you at a very special price. We're going to save you quite a bit of money if you buy it as the complete collection. We're going to be saving you around about £15 off the price by buying it together. EN2879 is your item number, EN2879 for everything there. And this is a new release show. They haven't been out very long.
No, I did the first show with them yesterday, which they proved very popular then. This is only the second time they've had an airing, so yeah.
Fantastic. And we also have, you can buy any 3, but we'll go into that in a second as well. But if you want the entire collection, then that's the most affordable way of doing it. You save the most money. And we have it on split pay as well. So it's £28.49, your first split payment of 2. Or if you'd rather pay in full, of course you can do that. Free phone number from your mobile, from your landline. Doesn't cost a penny to call us, our call centre. And it's free to order on the website, which is hobbymaker.co.uk. Right, Gwen?
Okay, so I'm going to start by showing you this particular card. This is going to help us to show how you can combine elements from the different sets, and I'm also using some of the botanical stains on this one. So let's get started. Okay, so I'm going to be working on my craft sheet, and the botanical stains I'm using are coffee beans, sandalwood and carrot top green. Now these botanical stains from Sam are designed to mimic natural dyes that are taken from plants in nature, plants and flowers and vegetables. So the carrot top green is going to be green, obviously. Sandalwood is taken from like a resin out of a tree. And then we've got coffee beans, which you're probably familiar with for using as a stain. Coffee beans and tea leaves, people know about those, don't they? So these are really lovely, and they have a gorgeous pipette applicator, so they're really easy to extract from the bottle. Just squeeze to lift up the dye, and then squeeze to release.
And these are water-based,
So
yeah?
they're water-based. They're already like a watercolour, if you like. So you don't really need to water them down unless you want to make them much paler.
Yeah.
But I'm going to just use them as they are. So I'm mainly putting down here sandalwood and coffee beans. And I only want a hint of the carrot top green because I don't want it to go too green and I don't want it all to go brown.
And the colours are really concentrated, aren't they?
They are lovely. They're softer than some of our other Cosmic Shimmer products, so our watercolour inks are probably the most intense that we have. But they've certainly got, a lovely depth of colour to them. So you just pop some colour down on your mat, allow that to soak into the card a little bit, and then just give it a little twist. And then I'm going to pick that onto...
What sort of cards have you used on that?
It's our heavyweight coconut white, so it's 315 GSM, just a smooth card.
Okay, great.
And I just want to dry this off now.
What a great effect.
It's quick as well.
Yeah,
it's really quick to get a background.
So satisfying. If you did that again and again and again, they'd all be different.
They will all be different.
So if you struggle with your backgrounds, botanical inks are the way to go. We've got them on the website and on the call centre number as well. We've got a pick and mix of them, any 3. So we'll tell you how pick and mix works in a second.
So they are obviously, as I say, a watercolour. So any techniques you would want a watercolour for, you can use these for. So you can paint with them, you can pop them through stencils, all sorts of really lovely things. And I'm just now dipping. The trick with this technique is to dry and dip. If you remember to dry between and then dip, then you can start to layer the different bits and pieces and textures.
So now you've got 2 layers.
Yeah.
One on top of the
And
other.
once you've dried the first layer, the second layer isn't going to merge into it completely.
Right.
It will a little bit, just the nature of the beast. And you just build up on that until you get the effect you want. I always use a piece much bigger than I want to start with because that gives me spares for maybe some other elements for stamping and that sort of thing. But also it's very difficult to completely fill a piece of card if it's the exact size you want to work with.
Sure.
It's much easier to use slightly bigger and then cut it down. So I would try that again, but I have got one already done. So
don't worry about getting it on your fingers because it's water-based, so it will just wash off, which is good.
yeah. All right, cleans up really easily. So here's a piece I've done earlier, and I've now got it cut with a square die, but you can just, if you haven't got a square die, obviously you can just cut that with a guillotine. And this is now going to make the base of our card.
Perfect.
So onto this, I'm going to start adding different elements. And this is what I mean. I've got the bit that I've chopped off, and now I want to stamp on this to create some of the elements that I'm going to build this card with. So I've got, I've already done the orange pieces. So let me show you those. And these are from the Snippets of Nature set. Mm-hmm. And then I've got a piece that I've made just with the Carrot Top green. So you can see that's quite an olivey green. It's quite a dark colour. It's really nice. And probably when I'm doing a dipped background like that, I will give it probably about 4 dips to get that level of detail and splodges and what have you. But you take it to where you're happy with it and then stop. That's the trick, knowing when to stop. Okay, so I'm just going to pick out where I want to put my stamp. Again, that's a good reason for having a piece bigger than you want.
Yeah.
So if there is this is particularly dark, I didn't want to try and stamp on top of that. So you've got more options if your piece is bigger than you need. So just press that firmly. And I'm using an oil-based ink, so this isn't going to bleed into the watercolour background.
Right, good.
So there we've got a lovely crisp image, as you can see. And then onto my background, I'm also going to do some stamping. So I've got here the gorgeous bee on a branch from the Lady Beekeeper set.
I will go through the stamps individually for you in a second, so you know which one's which if you want to take advantage of the pick any 3.
So I want that sort of up there. Something like that. I'm also going to do a little bit of stenciling onto this background. So I'm bringing in all the elements from this collection. They do all work really beautifully together. And then down in this bottom corner, I'm going to pop one of the flower heads, which is from the, is it called Lovely Meadow? That set.
Okay. Meadow Beauty.
That's it. Close. So there, we've just got a little more detail in the background. And then we can start to put this together. So I've got some ribbon here, which I'm going to pop across the centre.
And that's the ribbon from the embellishment kit.
It is from the embellishment kit, and I'm sorry that it's sold out, but if you've got it...
Well, we've got half stock left, that's all we've got. So if you want the embellishment kit with the 2 packs of the Diamantes, the 2 packs of the pearls, and the ribbon as well, we've got half stock remaining on that at just £11. What was it, £11.99? £11.95, there you go.
I mean, those Diamante buckles and pearls are £7.99 per set normally.
Right.
So
do the maths then.
It really is tremendous value.
It is amazing. It's a gorgeous colour ribbon.
It really is beautiful, and it works perfectly with this sandalwood botanical stain. It's just the perfect shade. But we do have a plan, you know.
Well, you actually put these shows together, so you know what's going to go with what.
Sometimes it doesn't always go to plan, as is life, you know, but on the whole, we do quite well. So I've got my ribbon, and I'm going to be popping the pearl onto that, and that's just a beautiful embellishment, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I want to now add my collage elements. So this little piece I need to just chop down.
We put the details of the embellishments up on the screen if you forgot the item number and you want them. You heard what Gwen said, that just 1 pack of these or 1 pack of the pearls should be £7.99 each. You're going to get 2 of each and 1 pack of the ribbon for £11.95.
So I'm just chopping this down into a nice little tile. Okay. And then I'm going to ink the edges of it. So I've got a different sort of ink. This is a water-based ink from Wendy Vecchi, and I'm just going to use that to distress the edges a little bit. Okay.
Surprising how much that makes a difference.
It does make a huge difference. It's well worth doing. Yeah. All right, and then we can add our different elements, so you can decide where you want them to go. I'm going to pop that one there. Do I want that on top of that or underneath it? That's another option. I would lift some of these up on foam, and then this one, probably put that a bit higher. So you can decide how you want to lay those out. So something like that. But once I'd done that, I thought, I've got some gaps on my background. So I went back to the stencil, and I'm also going to use some gilding flake.
Oh, one of my favourite things.
So I'm going back to the sandalwood, and I'm just going to apply a small amount of this onto my craft mat. And I'm actually going to use a blending brush to use this. So I want a little bit of texture from it down here. So I'm going to dip my brush and pick up that ink, but that's too wet as it is now because you can see the brush has soaked it all up. So tap it off on some kitchen paper just to get the wetness off. And then just stencil as you would with any ink and pop that through.
I would never have thought of using inks with a stencil.
You can certainly use watercolours. I've done it before and it works beautifully. You just have to be careful you don't have it too wet. Now that, when it dries, it will actually do two things. It will sort of remove some of the colour off the background, but it will also lay down the pattern. It's kind of a duo effect. It's really cool. So now I want to bring in a little bit up here as well. So I'm going to need to take some more of the botanical stain.
So you're just cherry picking bits of the stencil you want to
Yeah.
use?
Yeah, I think with a stencil like this, that's how I would tend to use it. So take that wet away from the brush and then just brush as if it was ink on your brush. So swooping round in circular motions and then allow that to dry. That's a little bit wetter than I would have liked, but that's fine. It's just to add a little bit of texture here and there. And if you feel you've got a gap somewhere else, that's a great way of just popping in some texture.
Okay.
Now the next thing I want to do is use some gilding flake. We've got this fantastic copper teal colour, which was one of our newest colours of flake. I think it was released, probably about 12 months ago.
And it's not just two colours, there's about a dozen different colours in here.
It's beautiful. It's got teal and peacock, red, purple, cerise, gold, copper. It's the most beautiful mix. I absolutely adore this one. Well, I like them all, as you know. But So I'm going to do something slightly different that you might not think you can do with gilding flake, which is to actually put it on with glue. So what I'm going to do is, where I know I'm going to have a space, that's why I need to know where I'm going to lay these out.
Right.
So just to give myself an idea of where they're going to be.
Cosmic shimmer glue?
Yes, the Cosmic Shimmer glue.
Perfect.
And I'm just going to put some down on my mat. And then I'm going to use the good old finger. And I'm just going to stipple it quite randomly here and there. And then pop on some of the flake. So I'll do this on, let me do it on a piece of paper, it'll be easier to collect.
You're being very brave because you're under the aircon.
I know, I can feel it. And look, yes, it's going everywhere, but that's fine. So you just kind of rub that on to the glue. The glue is going to dry quite quickly, so you're only going to get kind of a random scattering, but that's what I wanted. I don't want a solid patch. I just want this little sprinkling of it. Oops. Well, that doesn't help, does it? So can you see how I've just got little patches here and there? It's really cute. And it's just a different way to use them. It's quite a nice, subtle effect.
If you've never used gilding flakes, they are wafer thin, incredibly light. So, you know, if you've got the windows open, it's a bit windy, be prepared. And what a lot of people tend to do is decant them into like a larger container, like a Tupperware box or something like that.
Yeah, I tend to usually work in a box when I'm at home, I do. So there we go. So I've put a little bit up in that corner where I had a bit of a gap and just added a couple of sprinklings there. I feel like I want a little bit more there, so why not? Let's go back and add a little bit more. Because you can.
Why not?
It's entirely up to you. So you just sort of press it into the glue. It's pretty much dry instantly. And if it does clump, like now, I've got more than I wanted, then obviously we've always got these little refining sponges, and you can just take some away again. So that's just another little idea for you.
Doesn't it?
It does, and the colours are just so lovely. They're going to work with all of these elements. Right, so, oops, oh, dearie me, making a right old mess here. Let's put the lid on. Right, so we've got our base, we've got our panels to arrange however, and as I say, I would lift those up onto foam, and then just that lovely pearl to dot on there, onto a background, and there's the finished
There's the
one.
finished card. Beautiful. So much character in that. Absolutely gorgeous. Now let me run through the stamps for you, because you can buy them on their own. We've also got 3 pick and mixes in the show. We've got pick and mixes for the chalk clouds, we've got pick and mixes for the botanical stains, and we've also got pick and mixes for the stamps. So that's imperative that you know what one is, which is called which basically, or what's called what. So the first one is journal notes. So if that's one that you'd like to have in your pick and mix, you can choose any 3 for $19.99. And they should be, how much are they each? Stamps on their own are $8.50. Okay, so you can buy them on their own, but if you buy any 3, you can get them for that, that price of $19.99. Okay, so there's the first one. That is your journal notes. This next one is called, that's Botanical Frames. And that's actually numerous stamps. It's not just one big stamp. You've got the letterbox or the rectangular frame, you've got the circular frame, and then you've got words like field notes, memories, lost and found, nature, and moments of treasure, and a date stamp there as well. So that one's called Botanical Frames. This one, again, these are all separate stamps, snippets of nature. And you've got some verses there as well. Find me where the wild things are is one of them. You've also got there is a garden in every childhood, an enchanted place where colours are brighter, the air softer, and the morning more fragrant than ever again. So really lovely little verses in there. So they're all separate, and that's called Snippets of Nature. This one is your beekeeper. So obviously this is where the bee that Gwen used has come from. Plus you've got the netted hat that the lady's wearing as well. The most glamorous beekeeper I've ever seen, that's for sure. Beehive Company, bees are nature's magicians. Be happy is one of the verses on there as well. So again, that's all separate stamps, just to prove a point. Not one big one, but separate. That one's called Beekeeper. Then we have your botanical collage. Now this is beautiful too. That's got the word botanique. And also, that I think is actually one big stamp. That one is one big stamp. There we go, look. Gorgeous, isn't it? So that's Botanical Cottage, easy for me to say. And then the last one is your Meadow Beauty. So this is all individual stamps. The numbers are separate. There's a little stamp saying specimen number as well. There we go. And I know on the website and online, I think on Facebook actually, we've seen some samples of people using these on bookmarks and that sort of thing, and they look fantastic. So there they are as individuals. You can buy them on their own, or the best way is either in the bundle where you get the best value, or you can choose any 3 for $19.89. Sorry, I said $19.99. $19.89 for all 3. And this is how the pick and mix actually works. If you go to hobbymaker.co.uk, select the item that you want. Basically, on the drop-down menu there, it says all the names, all the individual names, and just select one, put it in your basket, wait for it to refresh, and then you go back and then select the next one, put it in your basket. There we go. Wait for it to refresh, takes a second or two to do that. Then go back to get the third one, select it, put it in your basket, and then if you go to checkout then you'll find that the price has dropped down to £19.89. So that's how the pick and mixes work. We were talking actually, Gwen and I, before the show today. We might do a little clip and a VT of how the pick and mix works if you've come a cropper and you're not quite sure how to do it. Or if you just call the call centre and tell the operator at the call centre which ones you want, they'll do that for you. So they're always there 24/7. Okay, so that's the first pick and mix. We've also got the pick and mix on the botanical stains. Now these are also, you can pick and choose what colours you want, and again it's any 3 I believe, isn't it? Yeah, any 3 for £12, only £4 each. So here we go, you just choose which colourways you'd like to go for. This one first of all is your sandalwood, so that is one that Gwen used in the demonstration, that beautiful kind of coral colour. The next one we've got for you here, this one is your blackberry I believe. Yep, that's your blackberry. Then we have, next one here is your lupin teal. The colour swatches on the front show you the actual colours. Tea leaves, which is another one that Gwen used in the demonstration. Then you have your carrot top green, that was the third one that Gwen used. And then the last one, coffee beans as well. Use that one too. So you can choose any 3 of these for just £12. Otherwise, they're £4.50 each. Of course, you can buy one on its own if you want to. But if you go for 3, you'll save. Okay, same procedure, just basically put them in your basket, go on the little drop down and it shows you all the different colour options, colour variants, put 3 in and we'll charge you just £12. So that saves you basically £1.50 by choosing any 3. And then the last pick and mix we've got for you, so we've covered them all, we've got the chalk clouds. Now these are one of my favourite products. I love a chalky finish. And these, here we go. Are we doing packs of 3 again? 3 in the pick and mix? Buy any 3 for £18.87. Okay, £18.87 for 3, £6.99 each. So that should be £21 basically, or £21.97. So you're saving a couple of quid by buying 3. If you want all 6 of them, you'll save twice as much. So it's entirely up to you. But what this is it's got a sponge inside, and when you actually push the sponge down, it sucks the actual ink up to the surface, and then you can use your smoothie or whatever blending tool you've got, and it will leave a chalky finish. So the colours are pretty self-explanatory. We've got the gentle lavender. Again, there are swatches on the front of the container. We've got your toasted rose. We've then got your cozy clay. We've got enchanted blossom, the pinky colour. We've got subtle sage, a very light green. And then lastly, we've got your sweet violet as well. So if, like many people, Vicky in Northamptonshire went for all 6 of them, yeah, why not? If you go for all 6, that would be, how much would that be for all 6? 18.87, so about just under about £39. Yeah, if you wanted all of them. £37.74 to be exact, if you wanted all 6 of them. And remember, here at HobbyMaker, every day, we just charge you 1 P&P, no matter how many things you bought from midnight to midnight. So you could buy 1 thing or 2 things from each show today, and you'll get charged 1 P&P of £3.95. And you get a confirmation email overnight tonight that will land in your email box, and you can check it tomorrow, see everything you've bought, see the discounted prices, and the fact you've only paid 1 P&P. Fantastic. So those are our pick and mix deals that we got for you. Let's go back for another demo. Gwen?
All right, I'm going to use the chalk clouds actually. These are wonderful. I absolutely love these. And they are actually a fusion of a dye-based ink and a pigment ink. So they're much more opaque than our colour clouds, which are a dye-based ink.
Right.
And they do also have qualities very similar, if you're familiar to oxide inks, very similar to those in that when you wet them, they bring up that white chalky look.
Right.
You can stamp with these, you can paint with them. I'm going to smoosh with them in this example.
Now, I notice you've got the jars upside down.
Yes, I keep mine upside down simply because when it's a pigment ink like this, it's very viscous, very thick. So it doesn't flow quite the same, and it will tend to settle out in the bottom, and then it takes quite a bit of work to get it going.
Right.
The application's the same as with the colour clouds in that you push down on the felt at the top and it draws the ink up. But I find when I have them upside down, they're not going to leak, but it makes it more accessible just when you first go into the jar.
Good tip.
So I'm using here subtle sage and toasted rose. So just so that you know, you can do the same thing with these as I just did with the botanical stains, but this time I need to add some water to this because it's a very dry ink.
Right.
They are superb blending inks. They blend beautifully.
It's like they come to life when you spritz them.
You can see the white oxidising process happening. So you want to spritz till your ink beads up into little globules. And then again, pop that down, press it into the ink, and just give it a very slight twist.
I think I'd like those colours in my home.
Very nice, yes. Quite muted. Now, it's much paler when you do it this way than when you blend straight onto the card.
That's lovely.
So as I did before, I would dry that, and then if you want to, you can dip again. On this occasion, I didn't particularly want much texture. I wouldn't normally waste all this ink either, but I need to get that dry, so. All right. So let that dry, and then once that's dry, we can start to build onto it. So I've got a piece here where I've done that. You can see the pink and the green, and it gives a much more cloudy look than when you blend by hand. Mm-hmm. And what I've then done is gone in with the distressed wallpaper stencil.
And the stencils, by the way, if you just want those on their own, they're only £7.99 for 2. If you just want those, they're there, they're available. They're What's that? EI2862. EI2862.
Oh, sorry, I can't find mine now. But anyway, what I did, I put the stencil down and then I just took my smoothie and I just pounced through the stencil to get down some texture.
Do you want mine?
And create a background. Yes, thank you. So onto the dry background, if you want to just bring in a little bit of pattern here and there, let's put a little bit down this corner. Just, I don't need to re-ink that because it's already been in the ink. Just pounce through the stencil and there you have it.
Lovely.
So that's how I did that. And now I can stamp on top of this. So it's kind of working backwards in a way, I suppose. Create the background first, then stamp on top of it. So I've got the large ledger page stamp here, which I absolutely adore. I love things like this as well. Old documents and all that sort of thing.
It intrigues me. I always try to read what it says.
Well, I started learning calligraphy so I could learn to write copper plate, and it's so difficult.
Is it?
It's really difficult. Yeah, I did it for about 2 years, and I think in that space of time I learnt 2 different alphabets.
Oh, crikey.
Yeah, there's a lot to it. Yeah, it's a bit more than just nice writing. Okay, so let's press this down nicely all over.
This is going to look great.
I hope so. It's slightly patchy, and that wouldn't matter because that's kind of the style, but I do want it to have a little bit more oomph. So I'm just going to go back into the areas.
Good word, oomph.
Oomph, it is, isn't it? I wonder where it comes from.
I don't know.
Oomph.
It kind of says what it means.
Yeah, there we go, that's better. All right, so that's our stamping done for that little bit. And then I'm going to use the chalk clouds to do a little bit of painting. So I've got a brush here and tissue, and I'm just going to use a little bit of the toasted rose. So I'm going to pop that down on my mat, bring in some water just to loosen that, and then I'm going to pick out elements from this stamp design in the corner.
Laura's found out that the word oomph originated in Germany.
From the Oompapa, from the band.
Well, it could be.
The
From the
instruments.
1930s. Maybe it is Oompapa. Yeah. Could be.
Accompanied by a large glass of lager.
Yeah.
So you can see how by just picking out the rings on the outside of this stamp, we're giving it a little more presence. Okay. Mm-hmm. And I think also what I want to do, I've got a slightly brighter pink. So I'm going to bring that in. This is our Enchanted Blossom.
Yep.
I'm just going to put a little bit of that down on my mat, and I'm going to colour the butterfly. So you'll notice I take the water off my brush and then dip it to get just a small amount. Mm-hmm. If I just take my brush from there straight into my ink, there'll be too much wet on my brush. So, and also what you find, when you've done a background with these chalk clouds, they almost become fixed. So even though I'm watercolouring now on top of the background, the green that went through the stencil isn't moving.
Right.
So it's kind of locked into the cardstock, if you like.
Well, it's like you've walked into maybe, I don't know, a local museum and you've flicked through some old antique books or something like that. It's got that feel to it, definitely. Was it Mrs. Dale's diary? Was that a thing?
Oh, I don't know. There was the Edwardian lady's diary, wasn't there? That was this kind of, all this botanical stuff that was gorgeous, that was very popular in, I don't know, early 90s, something like that. Testing me now, Dave. All right, so that's our panel done. And then I want to bring in Cozy Clay, which is a very soft, very subtle colour. It's really rather lovely. And I'm just going to age the edge a tiny bit with that. It just gives it that look of age. You know, it's been handled, it's got a little bit grubby, that sort of thing, which sounds dreadful. But old documents do look like that, don't they?
And on the journal notes, you've got the dates of the 19th of January, 2nd of March, 16th of April, 21st of April, 24th, 13th of May, 17th of May. What they're significant for, I don't know, but that's what that stamp says.
Just a random.
Yeah, and that could be maybe someone's birthday.
Gives the
family.
illusion of somebody keeping a record of things.
Why not add a date underneath the last one, the last entry, by hand, if you've got good handwriting, of a date that's significant to you and just highlight it?
Yeah, or for somebody's birthday.
Yeah, yeah.
You could pop that, that'd be cool, wouldn't it? Right, now I've got one of the papers from the paper book, and this is going to create my background. I've got one of the snippets of nature stamps. This is a fabulous mushroom. And I just love the way we've got a sort of collage, we've got text, and we've got a little bit of a grid off a ledger page, and then we've got a mushroom. I mean, when you say it out loud, it sounds nuts, but it works, and it's just a really gorgeous detail.
Now, the paper pad is proving very popular on its own, actually, at $11.99. So if you want the Shabby Botanicals, there we go. All of the sheets are double-sided, remember, and you get, was it 24 sheets?
24, 6 designs, 4 of each.
Brilliant.
So plenty to go at, and because they're double-sided, you've got the option to use both sides there, which is cool, because that's always a problem. So that's our lovely mushroom, and then I'm also going to stamp a verse. This is a lovely bit of poetry from John Ruskin. Nature is painting for us, day after day, pictures of infinite beauty. That's so lovely, isn't it? So let's pop that up in the corner. And again, I'm building the background. I'm keeping in mind where my elements are going to sit and taking it from there. So there is, you do sort of want to plan these things. I tend to get everything ready, lay it out, and then think, oh, that you need something up there. Let's put a stamp in there. It's kind of how I work. So something else I want to bring in is this. Now, this is one of Sam's dies. It's from a slightly older collection, and this is her Shabby ovals. You can't really see it wherever I put it. I've cut it out of handmade paper, or like rice paper, mulberry paper, that sort of thing. These dies will cut through that sort of paper, and it makes it so delicate, it's lovely. But I just want to add some colour to this. So again, I'm going to go for my toasted rose, and I'm just not even re-inking my smoothie. Well,
we've got the smoothies. A pack of 2 for £4.99, £2.50 each.
They're fabulous. They hold such a lot of ink. I mean, you can wash them out, but I find they hold that much ink. I almost feel it's wasteful to keep washing them. So,
and you can use both ends. You've got a tip at one end.
Yes, for
and a nice
if you want
round
to
dome
get
at the
into
other.
some detail.
Yeah,
absolutely. So I'm just colouring around this. Not much of it's going to show, so I just need to make sure I catch the bits that will. So look how that's changed that now.
Beautiful.
So this is going to go sort of somewhere like that. I'll start to build. I've re-stamped the mushroom because I want it to give it a little bit of lift. And so I want to add a little bit of colour to that. So from a water-based ink pad that I've got here, I'm going to just paint in a little bit of colour to our mushroom. So underneath the mushroom tends to be quite dark, where the gills are. So let's get that in. And then we've got shade drawn for us almost with that crosshatch detail. So it's easy to just put some shade onto that and down the edge of the stem. And that just gives the mushroom a little bit more of a 3D
So Sam's helped
feel.
you really know where the shade should be, so that's good.
Yeah, and I've already got some foam on the back of this. Or you could have stamped the mushroom onto the paper and then cut that out, and that would have given some texture onto the stem as well. So I'll pop that there. I've also cut the butterfly and painted that. Added some foam pads to that under the wings just to lift it a little bit and keep it supported. And then I want to just pop a little bit of glue down the middle of the body.
The thing is, with a collection like this, there's no rules. You know, you can put your composition together of all the different elements that are in the stamps, and it's all going to look great.
Absolutely. So I know I painted the butterfly underneath, but if any of it's going to show, it's good to have it the same colour as what you've popped on top. So that's going to go across the panel. I do like my jaunty angles. I tend to do this a lot, like that. And then I'm going to mount that onto some lovely pale pink cardstock. And I want to show you another of Sam's dies, which I absolutely adore. So that's my basis of my card there. This is the little pocket die. It's fabulous, and it comes with a tag. So I've cut the pocket out of one of the papers, and I've actually done it in reverse because I wanted this to be on the front, and if I'd cut it the other way, it wouldn't have been. But you can see how it scores the lines in for you. So all you need to do then is fold up the edges. Make sure I do it the right way around for what I'm doing.
That looks as if it would be the right size for gift cards.
It would probably, yes. So you've got a little zigzag gusset for each side. So you just concertina those folds, and then you've got a little flap at the top, and you've got a slit cut here that flap will tuck into, so that's all done for you. And then a little flap at the bottom, and you've a choice whether you put that inside or outside. I quite like it outside. I think vintage envelopes tend to have them outside.
Okay.
So I'm going to put the glue down this tab, which is here for that purpose.
And of course you can cut this fantastic pocket out of any type of card or paper that you like.
You can.
It could be for a kid, for his or her birthday. You can make it out of funky paper or funky card.
So
great for your gift cards.
Sorry. If you press the zigzag folds at the side flat and close this over, it will perfectly line up. So it'll just make this lovely little pocket. And then you squish down the bottom and apply glue to that and just fold that up to the outside. I like it on the outside. I think it works nicely. But you've got those choices, so that's good. And then, as I say, that tucks into the little flap, the little slit there to close up your pocket. Obviously, you can embellish it however you like. And then it also comes with a little tag, so I've cut 2 of those out of some of the paper as well. And I've used one of the lace rub-ons on here, which are really gorgeous. These come in a packet of 2 sheets of the same designs.
Right.
You just cut out the bit you want, and then you also get a little stick, like a lollipop stick in here. And then you just rub it, take away the sheet, and it leaves it like a
Reminds me of like transfers I had when I was a kid.
Yeah.
But these are kind of grown-up adult
Yeah.
images that you can just basically rub and transfer. £4.50, and you get 2 of those sheets in there, and you can see you've got white and also black printed images on there. Rub them with the lollipop stick and they transfer onto the surface. Simple.
So again, I'm just going to age the edge of this little pocket with a little bit of the cosy clay. It's quite subtle, but it does make a difference. But it's not as harsh as a dark brown ink, which quite often is what we would use to distress an edge. And down the edge of the flap as well. And then I can mount that onto my card, and I'm actually going to leave the pocket open. So I'm going to tuck the pocket under there and have it, again, offset. I'm going to pop 1 tag inside and 1 tag on there, and I've just stamped "There is poetry among the wildflowers" onto that tag. So that's all the elements that went into creating this card.
Beautiful. Beautiful, absolutely stunning. Let me give you the details of the dies then that that Gwen was using. Okay, transfers first of all that we got on the screen. Let me just show you those. These are grown-up versions of techniques that you may be familiar with from when you were younger, but they are top quality. You can see the lace is in white. You've got the scissors and all the little words and the little verses there in black, but you're going to get 2 sheets of that. And they're really lovely, they really are. £4.50 is all that is. And you do get the little lollipop stick in the back as well, which is what you use to transfer them. So, is that OV? OV2837, OV2837, £4.50. Now let's go back to the dies, and this is the first die that Gwen was using. This is the oval. This is beautiful, actually. The Shabby Basics, the dappled ovals. So whether you want it to look like chicken wire, or whether you want it to look like bubble wrap, well, I mean, there's all sorts of things that spring to mind when you look at this. But as a background, you can snip into it, you know, tear it if you want to, make it look even shabbier. Only £13.50, but look at the size of it. It's huge, absolutely huge. When you want that bit of texture, this is one that you'll reach for again and again and again for £13.50. You could even use it for like bees as well, although it's not hexagons. You could probably get away with it as like a beehive. Yeah, QG2821, QG2821 if you want that one today at £13.50. Now the pocket one, I think this is just standalone brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Whether you're putting pockets in memory books, scrapbooks, you want to put a pocket on the front of a card to put a gift card inside it, or maybe a rolled up £10 note or something like that, that would do the trick. But you get everything there to do the cutting and the scoring, including the actual kind of gusset size there that Gwen was talking about. So it scores the lines for you. But it's great, and you can make them kind of botanical like we've done in the demonstration, or you can make them out of anything. You can make them out of mirror card if you want to. So you can make them as funky as you like or as traditional as you like, but everything is there to make that expandable pocket. £13.99, YQ2852. Not seen this one before. Lots of you coming in for this. I'm not at all surprised. It's a really good find and so useful. I mean, we all do it, don't we? We all go out and buy those gift cards you can get in the supermarket, maybe for music or for your favourite department store or favourite online retailer or whoever. It could even be your HobbyMaker gift card that you're ordering today for someone's birthday in a couple of weeks' time. Pop it in a pocket like this. Look fantastic. Makes it more of a gift then, doesn't it? YQ2852, there are the dies that you get to make it. And it includes that little tag die as well. So that's really, really lovely. Check out on those if you could do. Now, we haven't talked about this yet, but we have another tag set in here. And this is the whale tail tag set. So this is going to allow you to make two different sizes of tag. And of course, the whale tail is basically the embellishment, or not the embellishment, it's the kind of bracket that goes on the top there to give the tag more strength. And of course, you've also got the die that will cut the hole for you as well. So you've got a medium size and a larger size tag, $9.99. Wow. And again, they make great decorative panels on cards and scrapbooks as well, but also they're standalone just to add to gifts as well. UB2881 for the whale tail tag. Fab. So the doily as well, we're just showing you the dies that are in the show. Can't have too many doilies. And this one is a shabby doily because you've got little bits of it missing, but it looks again like it's been maybe in storage for a few years, or it's been around a while, been around the block, a bit like me. The shabby doily, GZ2876 is your item number. I would struggle to do something like that. If I had a perfect doily and then wanted to make it look distressed, I wouldn't know where to start, where to cut it, but this does it for you.
Yes, exactly, because I think if you started snipping into a doily, it'd probably fall apart.
Yeah, probably would, yeah. Not this one won't. There we go. GZ2876. Now we've got another demo in, Gwen, haven't we?
Yes, I might scoot through this a bit. So again, one of the lovely papers from the paper pad, and as I say, they are double-sided. So on the other side of this, we've got this beautiful botanical fern and a dragonfly, but I had to ignore that. I'm using the other side. So I've rubbed down one of those lace rub-ons along the bottom here, absolutely beautiful. And another thing that's interesting about these is they act like a resist. So if I wanted to ink over that now, I could do, and it would stay clean. So this is the card we're going to assemble.
Oh, I love that.
So I've used two of the chalk clouds. I've used the gentle lavender and the toasted rose together and done a smooshed background. Mm-hmm. And out of that, I've then cut my 3 tags using the whale tail tag. So we'll come back to those in a second.
I've just been told loads of you are loving the chalk clouds. Lots of you are going for all 6. If you cherry pick 3, you get 3 at a discounted price. But if you want to go for 6, you'll get them all at a discounted price as well. But you can buy them on their own if you want.
My magnet got me.
Magnet bites back.
They're very strong, they're great. So I'm going to use the large Botanique, which is the Botanical Collage stamp. Mm-hmm. Absolutely gorgeous, this one. I'm going to stamp this onto my paper, if I can get it off its index sheet. Right, so I just want it at the side. I've actually cut the Botanique word off on my original one, so what I need to do is move my paper out a little bit. Or what I could have done was stamp it on a bigger piece of paper and then chop the edge off. Mm-hmm. But I'll do it this way instead. So I've got room there to take it off the edge. So I'm going to have it a bit further. Okay, so pop the stamp down like that. That's where I want it, just on the edge. So I just want to get the plants without the wording and the lettering on there. Okay, and I'm going to ink this with that gentle lavender, which is the most beautiful lavender blue colour. It really is. So you just pick up the ink on your smoothie and tap that onto the stamp. And it's really a beautiful stamping ink. Very opaque, so it will hold its own against a background.
Again, I wouldn't have thought of using it on a stamp like that, but what a great way.
Yeah, oh, it's fabulous. It's a really, really good stamping ink. And I've tried a lot.
I bet you have.
So let's give this a good old press. Need to get up on my toes, I think. Okay, there we go. Look at the detail in that dragonfly. It's stunning, isn't it? So let me just pop that
colour is beautiful.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah.
And again, I'm using the dappled oval, and that's going to go down this side. So again, I'm just sort of building a background, and then I've got my tags. So this is going onto a piece of lavender cardstock. What else?
That could be like a floral trellis, couldn't it? You could have flowers trailing up it.
Yes, absolutely. It's a really, and you can use just bits of it. You don't have to use the whole thing. Now I'm using this particular stamp set, and I want to pick out some of these flowers. So I've already stamped a couple of my tags. So I'm going to use this one. And I'm going to use a water-based ink for this. I just wanted a slightly less crisp image to give that watercolour effect, that hand-painted effect. So let's pop this onto the tag. And then on this same set, as Dave mentioned earlier, we have these numbers that you might not initially think you were used for, but they're really cool. So we can use this little one, which says specimen number. And if you like, we're creating a little catalogue of...
That's what you'd find in botanical books.
Yes, so
Reference
specimen number. Because the Victorians were really into their plants and wanted to know what everything was. They also brought a lot into this country, didn't they? Some which have now become invasive, but it's all a learning curve. And you don't need to worry too much about it being perfect, because again, it's something it's meant to be hand drawn. So now I've got my little whale tail top.
Yeah.
That's how it cuts, and then it just folds. So we can attach this to the top of the tag. You also get, in that die set, the eyelets as well. So you can add those as well as having the whale tail, or you can use them independently. So you've got lots of options in that set. It's great.
And of course, they're decorative, but also they reinforce the whole.
And you may have other tags. I know I've got some tags that don't have a hole or don't have an eyelet. So it's great to have those to use on other things you might have. And that just adds a really interesting topper to your tag. And then all I'm going to do with that is thread through some interesting bits of all sorts of bits that I had in my stash.
Twine or string?
It's ribbon and I don't know, it's like cord.
If you've got some baker's twine, that would look good.
Twisted wool, there's all sorts of things.
Yeah.
And then what I do, I've just put the ends through, so it's just literally through. I've not done any fancy loopage or anything like that. And then I'm going to get a piece of lace and knot it around those loose ends, just to give a different look to the top of a tag.
And again, that makes all the difference. It gives that shabby effect to the tag.
Yeah, more of a vintage look, doesn't it? So there's my 3. And all I'm going to do with those, I almost wanted them to look as if I'd scattered them, as if I'd just come in from a day's painting and I'd just thrown them down on my desk.
When they fall, they land.
Yeah, and before I've had time to put them into my journal, you know, my catalogue or whatever it is I'm doing. So just scatter them here and there onto that card. And there you have it. And so that's the finished one again.
I love those colour combinations. Really beautiful.
Very soft, subtle colours, aren't they? Really nice. Yeah.
Okay, now everything that Gwen's used is on the website right now. And remember, things that we've talked about that we haven't actually seen, like the Cosmic Shimmer Glue, that'll be on the website under Creative Expressions
Coming
as well.
up at 5 o'clock in a bundle.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay, that'll be with Zena and Gwen. But the main collection today is going to give you all 6 sets of these brilliant Sam Poole stamps. They really are absolutely gorgeous. You've then got the 2 stencils, and you're going to get the brilliant 8x8 paper pad as well, the Shabby Botanicals. All of that at a special discounted price. You save £15 by buying them as the complete collection, and it's on 2 split pays as well of £28.49. Having said that though, we've got those 3 pick and mixes as well. You can pick and mix any 3 of the stamps, pick and mix any 3 of the Cosmic Shimmer chalk clouds, and any 3 of the fantastic botanical stains as well. Thank you, Gwen. Back at 5 o'clock.
Thank you, Dave. Back at 5.
Dreamees next with Hayley.
When you purchase anything on HobbyMaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with HobbyMaker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from HobbyMaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card?
My name's Carla Bagshaw and I am the brand ambassador for Carnation Crafts. I like the passion, the dedication to the craft. I like the fact that they produce in-house artwork, which is really important for us to be able to create something that is really special, really unique, and every time perfect. Carnation Crafts have a very solid team behind them. They have the creative director, Nick. He is in charge of everything we see, everything that we have as far as the artwork is concerned. And he has a wonderful and dedicated team of artists and designers who are incredibly talented. And then we have an awesome team. Everybody involved with Carnation has the same passion for the building, which is really lovely to work with. One of the things that's really important about Carnation, and it's unique, and it's what sets them apart. When Nick and the design team start to sketch out a drawing, as they do it, there's a cut line put in very certain points that allow us as artists and crafters to sculpt the paper. So we've got this really unique process that is all about designing a die. The artwork complements the die complements the artwork, right from the beginning of creation, from the pen going to paper to the card you make. That's incredible, because it starts when the pencil goes in hand. There's no other company that does that.
Here at HobbyMaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with HobbyMaker. It couldn't be easier to watch HobbyMaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go. Here at HobbyMaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with HobbyMaker.
So a bit later, we got Sandra with Sanntangle at 4. Looking forward to that. We got Sophie with some cross stitches in an hour at 3. And look who's here. Hey.
Hello.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah, good, thanks. You?
Yeah, good. You were only here a few days ago.
I know, yeah.
You're back for more.
That's it, yeah, can't get enough.
I tell you what, I just got to give you a heads up. You know that Hayley and Jimmy actually moved premises and were kind of moving their stock around and that sort of thing. The MDF has been lacking from the Dreamees for about 6 months because the laser was being transported in bits.
Yeah.
It's back today, first time in 6 months. So more on that in a minute. But we've also got the doggies, the puppies from the last show that we did together. Was that about a week ago?
It was only Saturday, yeah.
Saturday, so about 5 days. 4 or 5
yeah.
days.
Your birthday?
Yeah, my birthday. How can I forget that? Yeah, we got that back in stock, but we've also got something brand new. Now, this is a superb oval decorative die set. You get 4 dies in here, but there's so much decoration and so much detail in it. It's phenomenal. Now, $16.99 for a die of that size would be a brilliant price, but you've got all the separate elements. So you've got the outside cutting edge. You've then got all the different layers that you can use independently or you can use them all together. It's entirely up to you. And just to show you the sort of thing you can do with it, look at this. Make your own card blanks if you want to from something like this as well. Look at the frilled scalloped edge around that one. Isn't that beautiful? This one.
Yeah, there's lots you can do with it. And like you say, because you get all the separate layers, you can do your shaped cards, you can do just your layers, you could stamp in the middle, even die cut your little puppies out and put in the middle. There is so much scope and I use it all the time.
And remember, Hayley and Dreamees are a family-run business, not a big corporation, not a big industrial corporation or anything like that. It's a family-run business, and that's what we like at HobbyMaker, is to give you the best of both worlds. The smaller companies and the larger corporations as well, mixed together in harmony on HobbyMaker. This is $16.99. Now, if a big company could do that for $16.99, it's really impressive that a small family business can do this for $16.99.
Yeah, and I don't think we'll be doing it at that price, will we?
That's what it should be. That's what it should be. But you know what we do at HobbyMaker? We always give you the best possible price. Launch price for this die set, 4 dies in there, remember, $11.99. So that's basically a third off what the price should be. It's £3 a die, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
But look at the size of them.
I know, that's it, yeah. And like I say, because you've got all the separate layers, you can do so much with it. If I gave you that in one solid die, that's all you can do with it.
Yeah.
But because you can then take away the inner oval and just use the decorative oval, you can make that's decorative on decorative, or you could just do your fancy edge and your straight oval in the middle. But there is a lot of scope with it. And like I say, I use it all the time.
True versatility. That's what you want from your dies, and that's what this is bringing you. Brand new today at $11.99, MB2708. Now, already in literally a couple of minutes, 10% of the entire stock has gone. And you've got 2 shows.
I have.
This one and
6 p.m.
6 p.m.
Yeah.
Okay. So will there be any stock of this left at the 6 o'clock show this afternoon? I do not think so, the way it's going at the moment. It's just very versatile. Use it portrait, use it landscape, use one element of it or 4 elements of it. It's entirely up to you, but it's brand new today, not been seen before. Pop it in your basket and check out if you'd like to support Dreamees and Hayley, and of course get it from us at HobbyMaker. It's flying. Absolutely flying at that price. I remember it was only a few years ago that would have been 35 quid in some collections.
That's it. I mean, I can't believe how dies have come down in price, but still, like, they're such a versatile product to have, aren't they? And just being able to keep cutting and cutting and cutting, it's invaluable.
Now, when Hayley was here last time, one of the most popular collections I think that the Dreamees and Hayley have ever done is the puppy collection. I'm really pleased to tell you that we've got it back today and it's available for immediate dispatch. We were talking earlier on in the week of it being a delayed dispatch, not anymore. All of this is ready to go straight away. I think it has been singularly the most popular collection you've done, hasn't it?
It has, yeah.
Yeah, without a doubt.
By a mile. It's been the most popular that we've ever done, I would say.
So what you're going to get are 2 packs of the double-sided cardstock puppies, set 1 and set 2. You get 40 in each.
You do, yes.
So 80 of them, and they're a lovely, lovely size. They're 4x4. And as well as that, you're going to get 2 of the paper pads as well, vintage and nostalgia, okay? So you get both of those, and you're going to get 48 pages in each one.
You are, yes.
Wow, 96 pages.
Did we say 176 in total? I think we did the other day, didn't we? Yeah. But
Yeah.
we said, like, if you wanted to make 80 cards, you only need to use your toppers.
Yes.
Then all your papers, obviously, you could use a full paper per card.
Exactly.
But obviously, you're using your different patterns.
Let me show you the puppies. Set 1. These are some of the little cute creatures that are going to be coming into your home in the next few days. They are Adorable. I've got the names on the back as well, thank you for this. Alaskan Malamute, Samoyed, Corgi, Blue Tick Coonhound, Anatolian Shepherd, Spaniel, Husky, and Havanese. Now, I've not heard of some of those before.
No, that's it. Some of the breeds, they are more unique ones, but we also said when we launched it, and obviously we probably said it last time, just because they are a typical breed doesn't mean they have to be the breed that they are. You know, like if you see your puppy in that picture, it doesn't matter if it's the same breed or not, does it?
No, absolutely
It's
not.
whatever you see in there, and they are all really cute.
So that is set number 1, but you're also going to get, just behind it, set number 2. And this is the Bedlington Terrier, the Giant Schnauzer, the Finnish Lapphund, the Basset Hound, German Shepherd, Golden Doodle, Irish Setter, and Dalmatian. How adorable are these? Now, they're all double-sided, so if you don't want to use the image of the dog on one side, flip it around, it will be a different image on the back. But 40 in each of set 1 and set 2, plus 48 sheets in each of the paper pads. Can I grab one of the... Oh, no, I don't need to, actually. You've done a board. You've done a board?
Yeah, so these obviously I've trimmed down a little bit. They are 8x8 in size, but this is just so you can see the patterns there.
48 sheets. This is the vintage teal paper pad. Aren't they lovely? Gorgeous colourways.
Yeah, again, I wanted to go for more of like the browns, the greys there, because I did mention it before. I think the dogs are really handy for your mail cards. So I didn't want to put too many florals in there and you'd be overpowered and go, oh, I've got to kind of make feminine cards.
Yep.
It is really nice then in the collection. You have got a bit for everybody.
And then this one's the nostalgia paper pad. Again, 48 sheets, all double-sided, 120 GSM, 8 designs, 6 of each. If you've already got your puppy collection, maybe you bought it when Hayley first bought it a week or so ago, if you've made anything with it, please share it with us. Share your makes. And one person every month on the last Saturday of each month wins a £100 credit. So anything you've made that you're really pleased with and you'd love to share the nation or show to the nation, send them in. studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We can show them later in the show. Now, one thing that we've not done before, to my knowledge, is offer you the actual 4x4 dogs on their own. Now, you did it on the launch, but we didn't do it on the show that we had last time together.
And they went really well individually. I don't think many people managed to get duplicates.
Absolutely. So you can choose to go for set 1 or set 2. Let's do set 1 first of all. Let me remind you what's in set 1. I'll hold up the board again. So you're going to get 40 double-sided 4x4 card puppies. There we go, $8.99. $8.99 for 40 of them, OJ2750. If you just want the toppers, I mean, that's instantly 40 cards. Just one topper on a card, maybe on a 6x6 card or something like that. That's it, job done. You could sell that for £2.50 maybe. And if it's maybe raising funds for animal charities or animal rescue, animal shelters, things like that, loads of you do that, I know, then this is the perfect investment, isn't it? £8.99 for all 40 of those. I call them tiles, really, because they are, aren't they?
Yeah, I would say so. But obviously, because the image is in the middle as well, if you wanted to make it more into a rectangular topper, you can chop the sides off, chop the top and bottom off, maybe do an edge of your dies along it or something like. We also keep them uncoated because then you can do your inking, your stamping on the top. So you can really make these your own if you want to, or use them as is.
I mean, I've got one in a frame here, and as you can see, it's been cut out with a round die. Look at his face.
I'm using him later. Well, I'm demoing that later.
Okay.
That's one of the new MDF things we've got.
But yeah, they come square, but you can cut them out if you want to. Look at that face. I bet he's a right little mischief maker as well. Absolutely. Now, this is pack 2 then, set number 2. Maybe you just want to go, maybe you bought the collection the other day and you're thinking it's the tiles that I need more of. I'm going to get through those quite quickly. Then stock up on those today. Set number 2 for you is coming up any sec. And this has got the Bedlington Terrier, Giant Schnauzer, Finnish Lapphund, Basset Hound, German Shepherd, Golden Doodle, Irish Setter, and Dalmatian. All of those. So you're actually going to get 2, 4, 6. So you get 5 of each one, don't you?
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
Yes. 5
of each of the options, and they are all double-sided, remember, so you'll have a different image on the reverse of that, but they will be all these dogs. $8.99 TA2747 if you just want set number 2 of the 40 tiles. But I've just been told loads of you are going for the big collection. No surprises there. You get 48 sheets in the pads, that's 96. You then get 80 sheets of the tiles in cardstock. So yes, it's 176 sheets in total if you go for that today for $29.99. Karen in Hampshire, hi to you. Ingy in Devon, Barbara in Merseyside, Joanne in Sheffield, Belinda in Surrey. Nice to know that you've checked yours out. There's still stock if you'd like it, and it's back for immediate dispatch today. Right then,
Right, so we're going to make some MDF.
Oh, with the new frames.
Yes, with the new frames. So these work perfectly with your little puppies. So every single image will fit perfectly in the side of here. So I just wanted to show you how they go together. So you've got an interchangeable sort of element. So I've just got one of these puppies here. So once you attach these, you're going to be able to change what image is going in and out of there if you want to. So these are perfect for if you've got actual photos that you want to rotate through in your house.
Right.
But obviously, you've got 40 different puppies, well, not 40, you've got 8 different puppies that you could then switch this out for
Now,
if you want.
importantly, this is the first MDF. I mean, Kaylee and Jimmy and everyone at Dreamees are well known for their MDF, but during the transition between premises with their business, the laser machine was out of action. So we haven't had any MDF from Hayley for about 6 months. So today is the first day that we've had MDF back. I love these frames. You can wall mount them, you can mount them on cabinets and tables if you want to as well. But I love the fact you can change the picture inside it.
Yeah, absolutely. So all I'm doing is you've got 2 little L pieces and they're even marked out, hopefully you saw just before I stuck those down with, in fact I can pop it off, marked out already so that you know exactly where that's going to go.
Perfect.
So then you just lay it on, add the glue there, and then we've got the frame that then pops on the top and you've got that interchangeable gap in the middle there. So you can keep changing that as often as you want.
Okay.
So I thought as well, I never really, in fact, what you were saying about wall mounted. So you have obviously got those 2 holes so you can pop a little screw in there, or you've also got your stand. So it's just a little triangle base and it just stands up then, freestanding for you if you prefer.
And you can make how many?
3 in the
3.
kit, yes.
Okay, brilliant.
Right, so I thought as well, I've not done MDF for ages, so if you've not seen how I cover my MDF, I thought I'd do a little show on that just so you know how I get.
I've just got to tell everyone there's a queue on the phones at the moment for these. I'm not surprised at that price at £6.99 for 3. It's only £2.30 each. If you're in the queue on the phones, it's a free phone number. It's only your time that we're asking you to spend, not money. It's free phone from a mobile as well. We will get to you. Our call centre is in the UK. It's above my head in this building, so they will answer your call quickly. Otherwise, use the website, hobbymaker.co.uk. There's not a queue there.
Right, so all I did then is just put a swirl of glue all over and then I've just laid my paper on top. So now, if I was you, I would put that down onto a flat surface so that you can avoid getting any bubbles in there or something along those lines. And then I should hopefully, not got my nail file, doesn't matter. So all I'm going to do then is I'm just going to take a craft knife just around the edge, just to trim that. And then with the middle of it, I found that it can be quite easy to almost tear it out.
Okay.
So what I do is I go from my 4 corners and then just meet those all in the middle.
Right.
And then if I just peel this, I can then lean that against the edge of my frame.
Clever.
And it's going to tear pretty easily. You're still going to get obviously a torn edge here, but you can either leave that. I think it looks quite nice and quite artistic.
Yeah, quite rustic.
Yeah, but I then use a nail file. So all you're going to do is just file downwards. I will show you that a little bit later. I've not got my nail file out. Or yeah, a sanding block, sandpaper, whatever you prefer, and then just
Emery
file
board.
that down. Yeah, emery board. But like I say, this just then tears away quite easily if you're just pulling that against the wood, and you can get the majority of your middle out.
I mean, a lot of you going for the big collection of the puppies and the MDF frames as well, because they're the perfect size to put the tiles in. 20% of the MDF has gone. £6.99 for 3 frames. Love them. And of course, you can do your own pictures, print your own pictures off, maybe at the supermarket on those print your own machines that are in there. And it could be a picture of you or your other half or your dog that goes in there, and you can change it from time to time.
Especially, make sure you tune in later on because we have got all your normal picture-sized versions of these.
Oh,
so
right.
your 5x6, is it? No, it's 4x6. Yeah,
6x4,
5x7.
5x7.
6x8, I think. I think we've got all those sizes as well.
That's in your 6 o'clock show.
It is, yeah. Right, so then, as you can see, I've just attached the frame on the front and then my image is just going to slot in. And then you can stick him in place if you're not going to change him, but it's completely up to you.
Well, that's a good size as well, maybe for a desk picture at work or something like that.
Oh, you know, if you've got the little calendars,
Yeah.
and you could make your own little calendar in there, couldn't you? Maybe change the picture.
You could.
Yeah, whatever you fancy, really. Right, so then I'm going to use the new die. So I'm just going to embellish with this. So I've just got my outside edge and my frilly insert as well. So that's all we're going to cut.
Well, this die has been massively popular. Already 30% of our big stock has gone of this. Brand new today.
Right, so I'm just popping it face down.
Yep.
Just, that was me testing my flowers. Make sure I've got the right sandwich. Right, so then we can run that through. So I've not shimmed it because there isn't that much detail, I wouldn't say.
Okay. Now it's only been on there for 15 minutes and 30% of that dye's gone. £11.99, wow. Saving you a £5 off what the price should be. Better off in your pocket.
Right, so there we go then. So we've popped that through and you can see that's come away really easily. So this is the reverse of what I've used. This is from the Nostalgia pad. So obviously you can use your stripy side if you want. But then I've just captured those little roses in there in the middle.
I suppose if you wanted to, you could thread ribbon and things like that through the holes.
Of course you could, yeah. It's kind of similar to your faux stitching tool, so that'd really, it'd match nicely with that sort of project.
Have you got any embroidery thread that could go through the smaller holes as well?
Yeah, definitely. Right, so all I've got then is I actually cut this out of vellum and I've just chopped it into 2 corners. So we're going to actually use this. I'm going to flip one over and then we're going to use one on each of the 2 opposite corners there, just as a little base, just to frame it. So I'm just going to then take a little dab of hot glue.
That kind of gives it a softer appearance.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So we are going to cover over this with some flowers, so I'm not too worried that I can see my glue at the moment. So just add another dab of hot glue.
I've just looked at the screen and seen all the names coming through for the dye.
Oh, wow.
Full screen of names. Hello, Barbara, Margaret, Jane, Audrey, Silver, Patricia, Angela. New crafter, they're all the people that are waiting to put it into their baskets, but loads of you have checked out. Jane, Beryl, Wendy, Susan, Carol, Valerie, Jennifer, Richard, Pauline, Helen, Jennifer. So many.
Wow, it is a very nice dye, I do have to admit. I've loved this one for a while. Right, so I've then just got a couple of bits of my teal sisal, so they're just going to pop over where that glue is, and it's going to, again, add to where we're going to add those embellishments.
Are you a sisal or a sizzle? We always have this debate.
Yeah, it doesn't offend me either way. You can call it whatever you like. I just think it's more of, I say it's northern. I'm not even that northern, I'm just in the Midlands, but yeah, I just think of it as a bit common. Sizzle.
Now, we've got a whole collection of sizzle, by the way. How many colours are there?
There are 9.
9 colours. You're going to get all 9 of them.
You do. It's 20 grams of each, so there's plenty in those bags. Yeah, it's a bundle and a half, really.
Look at this. I mean, bearing in mind you're only going to use a few strands probably on each project, and you've got it in pink, purple, teal, cream, gold, red, dark brown. Now this should be how much? £35.91. £35.91 for all 9 packs.
Yeah.
Well, that is not going to be the price. LQ 2750. It should be £3.99 a bag. So what price, is that our reduced price or not? No, that's what it should be. We're taking it down to £2.22 per bag for the ultimate sisal or sizzle bundle, £19.99 for the lot. I mean, that'll last you probably years, I would have thought. It would certainly last me a long time. Because, you know, you just tease it out.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, like I always say, I put far too much in my demo kits just so I'm over-prepared. Yeah. It's
just like straw or hay, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's actually hemp fibre, and then it's been, dyed in the different colours. Obviously, the natural is natural. But yeah, that's...
I mean, you could tie it into bows, all sorts of things if you wanted to.
That's such a fraction of what you actually get, and that's probably still more than I'd put on a project.
Massive. £19.99, and again, it makes your project stand out as being a bit different because not everybody uses it in their projects, but you can. £19.99.
Right, so we're going to do a bit of stamping and die cutting with some of our flowers then. So I just thought every single time I've already pre-done my stamping and die cutting, so I just wanted, for anybody that hasn't seen how you use stamps and dies and the couple of ways you can do it, I just wanted to cover that just in case.
Okay.
Right, so this is just the silhouette florals. So I've just got one of my stamps here. It is new, yes, Laura. Right,
is this the silhouette floral?
It is, yeah.
I'll show it to you after the demo.
So I'm just giving that a stamp. So you can see we've kind of got little specks just in the middle there. So that's really nice for Christmas if you're wanting to put little gems or glitter in there or something. So you can stamp first and then you just pop your outline die around it. And then we do suggest, everybody in the industry I imagine would suggest that you tape it down because that's not going to stay where you want it to when you pop it in your machine. So we just add a little touch of tape on there and then we can run that through the die cutting machine. And then I've got one that I've already, in fact, let me check that's not just moved. That has just moved. Yeah, probably more tape, you're right. Right, so then pop a touch more tape then just onto the other side once we've got that actually lined up. So you do get a nice little border around the edge there, so it'll cut it out and it'll all be framed by the 1 or 2 mil that it is. So we can run that one through. And then I've got one that I did earlier where I've just got my aperture, so where I actually cut my die from already.
The actual cutout, the aperture there looks like a sheriff's badge, doesn't it? A little bit.
Oh, it does. Yeah. Yeah, you could definitely do that. Right. So we'll pop that down there. So that's the way that you can do it. So you can stamp first and then die cut, and you'll get that nice edge all the way around that way. Or if you want to do it the other way around, maybe you want to cut lots of your flowers all first and you can't be bothered doing your stamping and then you die cutting. You can then pop your flower back into its aperture like that. And then we can lay our flower stamp over the top. And then you can, especially with the stamping platform, it's really easy to do this.
Yeah, so you choose which way you want to do it. It's up to you. We're
absolutely.
having an incredibly busy show. If there is a queue on the phones, you will get answered relatively quickly. It's a free phone number as well from either your mobile or the landline. And it's free to order on the website as well at hobbymaker.co.uk. But get these new stamps and dies and the fantastic puppy collection in your basket and check out if you could. I'll give you details of those stamps and dies in a sec.
Yeah, so obviously you can do that whichever way you prefer. A lot of the time I tend to do my die cutting first because I can go through like 2 or 3 layers, get all my flowers ready and then do the stamping afterwards. I don't have to line it all up and things like that. So I've got a few that I've already done here. So I've got 3 just that I've stamped and die cut out, and we're just going to crease down the centres of these again. And then we've got the same in a couple of smaller sizes. So again, I think you get 5 different sizes in here. You get slightly less dies because your solid stamps and your hollow sort of image stamps, they are the same size. So your die matches 2 stamps.
Okay, terrific. Now, the silhouette florals, that's what we're talking about and what we're using. Brand new today, and yes, you do get 5 different sizes of those flowers. So you get the actual block stamp, which will give you colour in your flower instantly, and then you get the more detailed stamp that can go over the top of it. And then you get all of the dies to cut out all those shapes. Perfect. Should be $32.99. Not today. Let's tumble that price. Let's get that price down. An introductory price. You've never seen this before. $19.99 for both.
Yeah.
You've done it again.
I know.
You're trying to break our phone lines. That's what you're doing.
I'm trying to set records. No, I'm joking, I'm not.
Well, we're having a really busy show. That's brand new if you'd like it. It's the silhouette florals. And again, that's something that Hayley and Dreamees are famous for, all those wonderful flowers. And again, that could even be a poinsettia at Christmas if you wanted it
It
to
could.
be, couldn't it?
Do you know, as you see these flowers, once they're finished, they are very, they're almost like snowflakey. You know, as you can see that there, I've overlaid 2 together. It does kind of look like a pointy snowflake. And
So if you
then
did them in that silver mirror card or something, it would really look snowflakey.
it would, and Christmas is coming, isn't it? Right, so we've got 3 of those. I am looking forward to Christmas.
Christmas will be here next week. I must admit, I do like it in June.
Yeah.
I know it's a bit weird, but I do like it.
It kind of feels like our own little secret, I think, in the craft industry. Like, no one cares about Christmas buzz.
You're coming from the car park where it's like 25 degrees and scorching sunshine, and you walk into Christmas.
The Christmas decorations and everything.
Kind of know what it feels like in Australia, you know what I mean?
Right, so I've already got one of these flowers that I'd pre-done. So I'm just going to pop 1 into each corner there. And then we've got the little teal ones that we did as well. So, the papers. They will be coming back, yes. So whoever it was, Jan, I think, did you just say that?
Sorry, is asking
yes.
if the 8-inch paper pad storage will be coming back.
Yes, it's on order. It is coming as soon as possible. Yeah, again, that was another busy show that completely took me off guard. I think it was me and you, wasn't it?
It was,
We just completely sold out, yeah.
Sometimes you put something on your show and it just kind of taps a nerve with everybody. They go, that's what I've been looking for.
Yeah, exactly.
And you can't predict it.
No, exactly. It's all time of the year, who's watching, isn't it? It's just a bit of everything. Right, so I've added 3 then flowers into each of these corners, just on top of our little bits of sisal. And then I've got some, I did go, as you've been saying about them looking a bit Christmassy and snowflakey, I did go for a bit of silver mirror board with this. just because I thought it needed that little bit of pop. But again, with Christmas coming, if you do want to make like snowflake sort of flowers, these are definitely a must-have.
That image of that dog reminds me so much of a friend of mine's dog that she rescued from the Greek islands, called Zippo. He was an absolute character. He was great, absolutely brilliant.
Right, so we'll just spin him around and pop another little bit. So these are the loops and lace leaves that we're using here. As always, just my favourite embellishments. So again, just pop in a few little bits. I'm breaking them up as I go along, just because I wouldn't say they're large dies, but they're a bit large for where I want to pop my leaves. So. But again, you've got the scope, haven't you? If it's a little bit bigger, you can always make it smaller.
You have.
Right, so we'll pop another one just into there, and then one into the bottom as well. And then I've also used the same flowers that we've been using to just make into little leaves.
Okay.
So I've just chopped them out of white card, and then I'm just breaking these up, and then I'm just going to crease them down the centre, and we're going to use those as little leaf embellishments.
Oh, okay. I wouldn't have thought of doing that.
Yeah, I think a lot of the flowers as well you can do this sort of thing with. You know, if you just break off one petal, it can kind of look a little bit leafy.
Why not?
Right, so we'll pop one just into the top.
So it's all down to the colour at the end of the day. If you keep it the same colour as the petal, it'll look like a petal. If you do it in a different colour, it'll look like a leaf.
Yeah, absolutely. It's surprising as well. You know, sometimes I'll forget to put a really core item on the show. It didn't happen this time, but sometimes. And it's surprising what you can do when you are just restricted by your materials. It's funny, you go, oh, that could be a butterfly, that can be a leaf, it could be a whatever.
By with what you've got.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure a lot of crafters at home, you find that you get 5 or 6 items out and then go, oh, I can make. And it's such a nice process, isn't it?
Well, like I said, that image, that flower actually looked like a sheriff's badge.
Yeah.
And you can make them for kids and
Of course
put
you
sheriff
can.
across
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
A die's a shape at the end of the day. It could be all sorts of things.
Yeah. Right, so I'll just add another couple of white leaves in there. And then I think, in fact, we'll add our pearls on. So we did have some teal pearls, but these blue ones in the Ultimate Pearl collection do actually match really nicely as well.
Well, we have those, and we're going to show you those in a minute, actually, because we've not had the multicoloured pearls in for
No.
quite some time. So over a month, we've been without the multicoloured pearls, but we got them back in stock today. Details coming soon.
Right, so I'm just adding 3 little dots in my corners as well. I think we'll go for the lightest blue, I think.
Now, I'm afraid you only get 7,200 of the pearls. I don't know, how you're going to make them last.
Going to be really frugal.
You get tons. I'll show you all the colours in a minute.
Right, so just add in the 3 on here, and then I'm just going to go for 1 in the centre of each of my flowers. I promise I'll bring you my pearl pickup tool back as soon as it's in.
Yes, please.
I'll be like, Liam, the pickup tool's back. Can I have a show tomorrow, please?
It's one of my favourite tools. I use it all the time, but it's out of stock at the moment, sorry.
Right, so then last one in there. And then obviously I've done this without my stand in the back. He's a little bit airy-fairy from my glue. But then if we pop his little stand in the back, he's completely freestanding then.
Look at his face. I mean, if you've got someone that you know that's got one of the dogs that's in the collection today, or is thinking about getting one, maybe they've got a puppy on order or something like that, they're looking forward to getting it in the next few weeks, or just someone that loves animals, maybe they can't have dogs, they're not allowed in their house or whatever, just to give them a little gift like that. But of course, this MDF frame, you can put anything in there. It just so happens it is exactly the same size as the 4x4 tiles that we've got in the show. Now, the MDF frames, half the stock of those has now gone. Brand new today. They're only $6.99 for 3. And loads of you are going for, Margaret's gone for 4, Richard's gone for 2, Sandra in Cambridge has gone for 2 as well. Yeah, buy as many as you like. What are you going to be using them for? Are you going to have some maybe on the desk at work, one on the desk in your craft room, one on coffee tables? I mean, they're a really lovely size. They're not too big and bulky, but you can put whatever picture in them that you want. And I love the fact you can just take it. I mean, let's face it, if you've got a fixed back picture frame, when was the last time you took a picture out and swapped it for something else? You never do that, do you? Because it's just too much aggravation, too much hassle. This, you just literally lifted it out and put a new one in. Okay, now I mentioned the pearls. They are here. After a month of waiting, we've got them back. 7,200 pearls. 1,200 pearls per box. And you're going to get them in different colourways. And Are they different sizes or are they the same size?
You've got 5mm and 4mm in each
Okay.
of them. So you get 3 colours per pot, obviously, and then, yeah, it's 4mm and 5mm on the opposite sides.
And they've all got their own little compartments that open up at the side there, so you're not going to end up with all of them running all over the carpet and all over the floor. But you've got every colour you could want. I mean, this card here I've just spotted has got this beautiful turquoisey teal in the middle of it. Look at that, aren't they beautiful? And to have the right coloured pearl to go with the project you're making, whether it's something quite dark and quite intense in colour or something bright and cheerful, oranges and yellows, all the shades of blue. Then you've got your metallics, which are your kind of silvers and your bronzes and your golds in there. You've got your different shades of purple and lavender, 3 shades of green, and then at the end there, your pinks. So there's, we've put them out here so you can see them, so that you can easily see them. But to be fair, you'll probably stack them in your craft room, one on top of the other, so that you can see every single colour at your fingertips. 7,200 in total, but it doesn't take up any room at all. And you've got exactly the right colour for whatever job you're working on, whichever project you're working on. $59.94 should be the price for these, for 7,200 pearls. They're flat backed, so easily you just put a little dab of your glue, your adhesive, your PVA on the back of it, or put it onto the card, and it's going to be stuck there steadfast. 30 seconds, and we're going to give you our back in stock price today. 6 boxes, 3 colours per box, so that's 18 different colours of pearls that you're going to have to play with. I'll put them back on the display again for you. Okay. Now remember, it's KF2716. KF2716 if you want to go for these today. And we've only got 40 in stock. That's all we could get hold of, okay? And 10% of the stock's gone already before we even drop the price. You know that's how we roll here at HobbyMaker. We show you what we should be charging you, and then we surprise you with a little bit of a treat. We give you a discount. And it's a great discount, I've just been told. $32.99 for all 6 boxes. $32.99. That's £27 off the price. That's a meal out for 2, isn't it?
Yeah, easily.
Depending where you go.
I was just trying to work out. It's like £5 or £6 a box, isn't it?
Yeah,
Something like
£6.
that. 6, 12, 18,
That's £6.50.
30.
£6.50.
Yeah.
£6.50 a box. And each box has got 1,200. So £6.50 for 1,200 pearls.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
You don't have to be tight with your pearls anymore, your embellishments. You can
That's
just
it.
kind of...
And they set your cards off as well. Like, they are just that finishing touch. So it is, I won't say it's essential, but for me it's essential.
It's 0.004 of a penny per pearl.
Oh, you can put 5 or 6 on for someone, can't you?
You wouldn't have even spent a penny then, I don't think.
You just have to spend that to go to the toilet.
$32.99. They've not been in for a month. They're back today if you want to get hold of them, and they've got really useful little containers that they come in as well. So long after you've used up the last pearl, it'll take you a long time to do. You can use them for all sorts of other things as well, or your little nicks and knacks if you're a jewellery maker and all that sort of thing. But brilliant. KF2716. Should we do another demo?
Yeah, we can do.
Okay.
Right, so this is the card that we're going to make then. So I'm going to show you the inner detail now of the oval die. And again, we're just fussy cutting out this puppy, so that obviously you don't have to leave him in his square shapes, like you saw we die cut it in a circle, but this one he's just been fussy cut out and then roughed up a little bit. Roughed up. Right, so I've got my die cutting plates then again. And then I've just got some pink paper. So this again is from the Nostalgia. So I did separate out all my dies out. So you get 4 that are attached. So you can just twist them apart and they'll come separately. Or if you want to, you can leave them in one go. It depends what you're doing, obviously.
Okay.
So I'm just using my solid oval there and then the inner die.
Now this oval die, the brand new oval die today, is going very, very quickly. Brand new. What was it called again? What have you...
Lavish oval.
Lavish oval. The lavish oval, if you want all 4 of those lavish oval dies, that is still available, but the stock went faster than we anticipated. Whether there'll be any more left for the 6 o'clock show, I'm not quite sure. It's coming up for you, actually. Here it is. What was the price? Oh, yeah, $11.99. That's why it's been so popular. We're in double figure stock. We haven't got that many. MB2708, if you want it. We've got literally double figure stock remaining. And nearly half of the stock we have available is in baskets. Not everyone checks their baskets out. Hopefully you will. When you do, that confirms your order. If you don't check your basket out, you haven't got your order. Simple as that.
Right, so you can see it's coming apart now, obviously, all the little bits they have poked through. if I can give you any tips at all, please clean your dies,
Yeah.
because it makes it a nightmare when they, obviously, because those little bits, they're all stuck in there. It's not pushing straight through, so it's clogging up my little bits there. They have all cut through. If I just flick them, they come out, but
Yeah.
it just saves you a job if you do clean it each time. But you can see we've got all that tiny little detail on there.
So one of those kind of bristle brushes comes in handy. isn't it?
Perfect. Yeah, exactly. I think Hunky Dory's got
Dory
them, haven't
do
they? Yeah,
one,
yeah. It's worth its weight in gold just for cleaning your dies, absolutely. Right, so I've got then a 7x7 card base, and I'm just going to add my layer onto there. So again, using the nostalgia pad from the Precious Puppies. So we'll just add that touch of glue on there.
I love those pad pages.
Oh yeah, it is. It's so subtle, but
Dusky.
yeah, that's a perfect word for it. Absolutely.
Oh, now we've got more people wanting the oval than we have stock. So the first of you to check out will confirm. There'll be some people missing out, so I don't want that to be you. 10 left, 13 in baskets. There you go.
Wow.
3 people are going to miss out.
This is happening to me most shows
I
now.
know. It's great.
It is, yeah, it's great.
There's a lot of love for you and the Dreamees, that's for sure.
Oh, I know, I feel it as well, so thank you everybody. Here and at home, obviously, definitely feel it. Right, so I've just added my layers onto there then, and then I've just got my white oval that we did, and then this panel that we've just cut as well. So I'm just taking off, I've got foam pads on here, and what I've done is I've popped it between all of the design, just so that we're not seeing any of it showing through. But if you've maybe got double-sided film that you could then put on and then cut through first, you'd obviously have a completely sticky back and it'd make it dead easy. It's still not really difficult, it just takes a little bit of time, that's all. So then we can add our layer of the oval onto there.
5 of the ovals left, that's it. Good luck. 2 left now, wow.
Every time you say it, it's like down. Right, so I've added that onto there. So I've started to fussy cut my puppy out. This is purely so I remember what I'm doing.
Would you ever have a puppy? I know you're a rabbit fan.
Oh, we've got 2 dogs.
Have you?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. How do they get on with the rabbits?
Dexter, the massive dog, he's afraid of the rabbits.
Oh, of course you've got. I remember from the promo.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he's afraid of the rabbits. He tiptoes around them. Yeah, the rabbits, he's half husky, half Akita, yeah.
I remember
He
that
is a big
promo you
boy.
did.
Yeah.
Was Happy Birthday. And it looked like the dog was driving the van.
Yeah. He's got such character. Like, I can't believe an animal can have that much character.
Oval has gone. Congratulations if you got the last one. Sold out completely of the oval die. The puppies, the collection, very busy, very, very popular. And don't forget, we've got today, which we didn't have last time Hayley and I worked together, we've got the individual tiles, the two sets of 40. If you just want to stock up on those, if that's what you're running out of, you can buy either set 1 or set 2. They're available today in the show.
Right, there we go then. So then I've just got a strip of vellum. So I'm just going to trim that into a flag shape, and then we're going to pop that under there.
Yeah.
We'll trim that off just to add, again, a little bit more interest just up there. Sometimes when I'm constructing the card, I just find it needs a bit of something, so sometimes the layers go in afterwards.
That could be the tag of his rosette for Best in Show or something like that, couldn't it?
It could. Oh, yeah. You could definitely do themed cards with these, couldn't you? Like things like that. That'd be so cool. Right, so then I've just added in, again, another couple of flags. And then I've got a triangle as well. So all I do with this is just literally cut, I think it's about a 2-inch square, and then just do the diagonal across there just to make a little corner.
Now the pearls, we're being asked about what sizes are in the box. Okay, they're 4mm and 5mm?
They are, yes.
4 and 5mm, okay? Mixture of the two. So thank you for asking. Any questions, always send a message in via the website.
Definitely.
We'll do what we can to answer it.
Right, so I'm just adding a touch of brown ink just around the edge of here, and then I'm just going to pop it across, again, another layer, just offset it a little bit, and then that'll add a little bit of interest again, and then pop it over on that side there. So there we go. Oh, do you know when we got back? Actually, it wasn't when we got back yesterday. Jimmy's dad was saying how much he liked your jacket from your birthday.
Oh, really?
It was like that was.
It did go down a storm. It's still in the office on a hanger, actually.
Is it?
Yeah.
Not give
Everybody
it back
walks
yet.
past it and goes, what the heck?
It's Dave.
Well, birthday jacket, it had to be done.
I thought it looked great too. Right, so I've just got, again, some of the silhouette florals, and I'm just scrunching up these petals. So I've got 3 there. and then 2 of these smaller ones. So we are just giving them a little bit of a crumple. And then I've got some other little ones as well to pop around the sides. So if we separate these out, so you can see we had quite a spiky flower in the last demo, but again, using the same flowers, depending on the technique you use, you can make them look quite different to each other. So even though I bring you all these flowers, I absolutely love flowers if you didn't know.
I had kind of noticed.
But if your budget only stretches to 1 set or a couple of sets, you can do all these different techniques with them and you will get lots of different flowers out of 1 set.
Brilliant.
So we'll just pop our ball tool in there and a little bit more glue as well. Just offsetting these, and then there we go. And then just on my little purple ones, pop him to one side. I've just got 2 layers to go together for each flower, and we're just going to use our ball tool on the reverse of these.
And of course, the paper pads that you get with the tiles of the puppies, that's the perfect paper pad to make your flowers out of.
Yeah, that's it. And you do get a lot of quite, if I say plain papers, they're a bit plainer than I would normally use in the pads. But I think, again, it does just lend itself because you can add those pops of colour if you want to, or it can be quite...
And the GSM of the paper makes it easy to shape the flowers as well, because you're looking at 120 GSM, so not, too tough to mould.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, if you've got dexterity problems, actually using a ball tool can be quite tricky. But if you are just using 120 GSM paper, I've got glue all over that ball tool. I've made a right mess of that flower. All right, so another touch of glue on there, a little bit less this time. And then just again, pressing in the middle. So we'll pop them to one side and we can add our flowers on here. So first off then, I'm just gonna add a few of my pollen heads. So these are the lavender that are in the ultimate stamens. So you get, I think it's about 1,600 of each colour.
So we're doing the colours individually, yeah?
No, it's a big multi-buy of all of them.
You get all of them?
All of them, yeah. I think it's $14.99 or $15.99.
You're kidding me?
I think so.
I've never seen this many stamens in my life.
Yeah, there's 1,600 approximately of each colour, so.
Look.
Got a proper armful.
Wow. Should be $31.92 for all of them. So how many are there? 2, 4, 6...
8 colours.
8 colours?
Yeah.
And they're not the kind of tiny little stamens. They've got the little beads on the end as well. So you've got yellow, you've got red, you've got pink, kind of a burgundy colour, lavender, white, black, and fuchsia. Look, in 26 seconds, we're going to bring that price down. It's not 31, what should it be, 31.97? 31.92 for all of them. I've never seen that many. I just assumed seeing them on the desk it was a choice of colours.
Separate, yeah.
You get the lot. Let me just put them down there.
It's a very colourful baby, isn't it?
Absolutely. You won't run out of these in a short time, will you? That's for sure. And they're all tied in bunches as well. Okay, 2 seconds. One, let's show you what you can get for these. $15.99 for all of them. The pollen.
So that's £2 a bundle, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's 8 colours, yeah.
£2 for each of these. That's ridiculous. Amazing value. If you love your flowers, this is the icing on the cake. This is the cherry that kind of finishes it off, isn't it? It makes it look so believable and so realistic. And the white ones there, well, you can add any sort of colour onto those with your alcohol pens, make them whatever colour you wish. But yeah, wow. $15.99 for all 8 of them. How many did you say in total?
1,600 per bundle.
Per bundle?
Yeah.
So 1,600, 3,200, 6,400.
Well, if it was 10 colours, it'd be 16,000,
That's 12,800.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
For $15.99.
But maybe think about splitting them with your friends, because obviously each of them has like probably about 10 or 12 bundles to it.
Yeah.
So if you chop them apart and then you go, right, here's 8 different colours for 10 of your friends, or
you've got a group, maybe you've got a crafting group you go to.
Yeah,
Brilliant. I've never seen that many stamens in my life. Okay, if you would like those, then $15.99 for thousands. LQ2703, loads of you coming in for that. I'm not surprised. You're looking at it going, I've never seen that before. Elizabeth in East Riding of Yorkshire has gone for 2. She's going to have about, what did we say it was in total? 16,000?
12,800, did you
12,800.
Yeah.
So
25,000.
Elizabeth, you've got 25,000 plus.
It's a good job they don't breed, isn't it?
It is.
That sounded so common.
Philip has checked out, Yasmin's checked out, Margaret has, so's Lorraine as well, and Elizabeth is the one that's got 2 in there. Loads of you coming in for it. You know, you're not going to get through those in any short space of time. That's probably going to last you years and years and years. Yeah. But I don't know how much you normally pay for a bundle of that. I'd say, what, a £5? at least?
Well, when we've done them, obviously at full price, they're £3.99 a bundle.
Okay,
but
full
yeah,
price.
that's obviously our sort of price.
$15.99 for 8 of them. Half the stock is allocated now.
Wow.
We had a fair few of them, but half the stock's already gone. LQ2703. 8 of these in, well, 8 different colours, plus you've got the blank canvas of the white as well.
Especially the red as well, coming up to Christmas. They'll be really nice for your berries in your flower arrangements.
Good point. There's your red one.
Oh, and then if you put your sparkle spray from Crafter's Companion on top.
That's your red. You've also got your, what would you call that? Like a fuchsia?
Yeah.
And you've got your baby pink. Then you've got your bright pink. So all different shades of pink. Lavender, black, yellow and white. Wow.
Yeah. The lavender ones I use so often.
Do you know what? They don't shed or anything either.
No.
They
It
get
is
bits
just
all
like
over.
little polystyrene heads on them.
Oh, okay.
And little bobbles attached, yeah.
Well, you've tapped into something that everybody wants to get hold of, that's for sure. $15.99 for all of those stamens. How much of the stock's gone? How much, Alex? How much of the stock's gone? Oh, pretty much all the stock is in baskets, so please check your baskets out. If you've got it in your basket, it's not yours until you check out. If it says sold out after you've checked out, I apologise. There's about 20 available, and there's 17 in baskets. There's 3 that are available, basically, okay? There you
Right,
go.
so all I was doing there was just popping all my pearls on. So there we are, finished.
Love it.
And again, that puppy, like we say, even though it comes in a square, it doesn't have to be in a square. You can really
Cut
make it
him
your
out.
own.
Now, remember, that it's all about the puppies today, getting them back in stock. They're not on delayed dispatch. Last week, we were talking about offering that to you, but now we are able to get immediate dispatch on this, so you
It's
haven't got
all
to
in
wait.
stock now.
It's all in stock. So today, you're going to get 80 of the tiles. Set 1's got 40 in it, set 2's got 40 in it. They're all different, and I'll show you the boards again quickly. And then you get 2 of the paper pads, and each paper pad's got 48 sheets in it, okay? So do you want to see the dogs that are in set 1? If you want to buy them as the complete collection, $29.99, but we have got them available individually. So you can buy set 1 for a fixed price, or you can buy set 2 for a fixed price. There's the one that we just did the demo with. You've got the Alaskan Malamute, Samoyed Corgi, Blue Tick Coonhound, Anatolian Shepherd, Spaniel, Husky, and a Havanese on there. And they're all double printed, so you can turn them round and you'll have a different image of a different breed of dog, but they will all be these dogs in set 1. These are set 2. So if you've got a favourite one out of all of them, although you're going to get, is it 5 of each? 2, 4, 6, yeah, 5 of each, you've actually potentially got 10 of some of them, because you can turn them around and you find maybe you get him on one side and turn him over and you've probably got him on the other. So potentially, if you've got a particular favourite breed, you've got potentially 10 of that breed that you can use. $29.99 gets you all of it. A complete collection, immediate dispatch, TB2781. But if you want just the tiles on their own, if you just want set 1 or you just want set 2, that's how they'll come. And just to prove what I was saying a minute ago, you're going to get 10 of each of them by just flipping them over. So that's set 2 I've got here. So he's on one side, but he's on the other side. So there you go, look, different breeds on the reverse. They are gorgeous, so gorgeous. That's set 2, $8.99, and set 1, if you want that one, that's also $8.99 available as well. And I can't think of an easier way, if you do raise funds for animal charities, of just get yourself some 5x5 card blanks or some 6x6 card blanks, and just literally stick with some double-sided foam tape, stick the topper on the card, add a sentiment on the inside or an insert maybe, job done. You can sell those cards for £2.50 or sell them as notelets actually if you want.
Yeah, that'd be really nice, definitely.
So it's the most cost-effective way of being able to do a bit of good for charity as well if you want to help dog or animal charities. $8.99 for your precious puppies, and they're not paper, they are cardstock, okay? OJ2750. Now we've got about 5 minutes.
Yeah,
Hayley.
lovely. We can do this card. I know we've sold out of the oval. I'll see what I can do if I can get any back for you for later.
Okay, great.
But this is what we're going to make. So this card, when I first made it, it just made me think of mermaids. I think it was the colour that I'd used.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But again, all I've used there is literally white cardstock. A bit of watercolour card for the flowers, obviously, but it's all white card. So if that's all you've got at home, there's no reason you couldn't make something like this. Mm-hmm. Right, so first off then, I've just got a sheet of acetate. So I would normally use my messy mat, but I've lost it. So, so it's a sheet of acetate. So all I'm going to do is just scribble a bit of my colour down. So I've gone for, it's kind of like kind of like the HobbyMaker colour, but maybe a little bit darker. And a little bit of water just on there as well. So then I've just got one of my Fantastic Frills flowers, and I'm just going to dunk that straight into this inky, watery mess that I've made. So then that's just going to pick up the colour here.
We have got the watercolour pens in the show today as well. They're always amazing value from the Dreamees. Double-ended, aren't they?
Oh, it could be on this afternoon. Yeah, you could be right. Right, so then I've just got my heat tool, so I'm just going to blast this a little bit just to dry up that ink. So I've got a few that I did earlier, so obviously if you want to dunk it in a few times, you can make that colour a little bit darker, but it's completely up to you. Also, if you wanted to actually just colour the flowers with the pen, you could do that. Right, so I won't dry it too much, obviously, for time, but that will be fine. So then I've got two of this sort of size and then one slightly smaller. So I'm just going to frill the petals. So I'm just concertina folding them. Again, it's watercolour cards, so it's a little bit thicker, so it's just taking a little bit more of a pinch. So I'd probably suggest you do them one at a time at home.
Okay.
Aww,
Loads of lovely messages
thank
coming
you.
in for Hayley, so thank you very much if you've got in touch with us today. Always send your messages in. We can't always show every one, but we do cherry pick and show a few, so thank you for that. And we can always see your names on the scoreboard as well. Caroline's messaged in saying, afternoon all, love watching Hayley as she always brings fab products and beautiful demos. Crafty
Aw,
love.
thank you.
Caroline in Hampshire, thank you, my love.
Oh, that's very kind, thank you. I do enjoy being here.
It's fun, isn't it?
Obviously, yeah. That's it. As soon as Liam offered the show the other day, I was like, yep, I can do that. I can come down to HobbyMaker again, I don't mind.
It's not hard work, is it?
It's not, no, it's fun. Right, so we've just concertina folded all of those then, so I'm just going to push into the centre there, just of these flowers, and then we can stick those together. I've got slightly smaller ones that I'm just, again, going to crease down the centre. And then, again, a second one of these. And then I've just got some small ones again. So these are the Fantastic Frills that we're using. We did see these the other day, so you may have already grabbed them.
Yeah, I think they're on the website as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Fantastic Frills. Ah, we've got the details. Here they come. So this is another flower. We did this the other day. Stamps and the dies. Yep. Fantastic Frills. We did that the other day, didn't we?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we did.
Yeah. $32.99, AT2780, AT2780. If you want the Fantastic Frills. Yeah, we did it on my birthday, I think.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, you're right. Right, so I'm just popping those three together. So that's created a really nice flower. I think it's the frilliness of it as well made me think of mermaids. I don't know why.
That looks also like a little water lily, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. Right, so we've got those two off there. And another one here as well. So then for the smaller ones, all I'm going to do is just add some little lines of my actual pen on there. So I'm just going to take my fine nib end, because obviously they do get two nibs on there. One's brush nib and one is fine.
Now the MDF frame is gone, sold out.
Oh,
the
wow.
oval die set has sold out.
Wow.
The stamens are going crazy. They're going to be selling out soon, I'm sure. Single figure stock on the stamens now. What did we
Wow.
say, 12,400 was it?
Something like, or was it 12,800? Something like that, yeah.
Something like that.
It was just under 13,000
Yeah.
and over 12,000.
Loads.
Right, so then we can start to construct the card then. So what I've got here is one that I've just scored in half, so it's just the outside of the oval. I've got another outside of the oval that's going to pop on there. I've got the one with all the detail, and then finally this one on the top. So you can make some really nice cards with these. Pretty easy batch makes as well if you were wanting to make them quickly. Maybe like as a invite for something. That'd be
Sorry
quite
if you missed
fancy.
out on the ovals. I know Hayley's going to see if she can
Yes.
work some magic and get some more, but
I'll try my best. Right, so we're just offsetting that. Slightly off, but it'll be fine. And then just for speed, I'm just using my hot glue. I wouldn't use this at home, obviously, because it's quite delicate, but just for the speed and to get the effect across. And then we're just going to place all these flowers just around this edge here. So obviously when you're using just white cardstock, especially when you've got pens like the Easy Blend ones, you can then just colour tint it to whatever colour you want.
yeah.
So if you are just starting out, it is a nice way to then use a lot of different colour without having to actually buy all your cardstock and your inks and things like that as well.
Now, the Easy Blend pens are on the counter in the studio, but I think they're on the show this afternoon. So check the website, you might be able to find them there. But they are water-based, and that's what Hayley used to give that petal the colour that it's got.
Right, so I've just got, again, another piece of watercolour card that I've just added some colour to. Then I'm just trimming it round just to create a layer for my sentiment. So this, again, it'll be on the website. It's the True Friends stamp set. It was just on the show the other day. And I can just pop it onto there. And then I would add lots of little bits of my leaves in. I'll add 1 or 2 just so you can see. And then we can finish off with some of the Ultimate Pearls. If we've even still got them in stock, have we?
The Ultimate Pearl Collection, the multicoloured pearls?
Yeah, surely we have.
They were doing very well. They haven't been in stock for a month. Remember, you're going to get a total of 7,200 with loads of you putting these in your baskets. You're not going to be short of a pearl or 2 for a very, very, very long time. $32.99 for 7,200 of them. KF2716 is your product code. And remember, they come in the self-locking little boxes as well. So,
right, we'll just get our last pearls on. And then obviously, like I say, I would add some leaves in there. But there we go. So again, it's something like we say, pretty simple, but still quite effective and very pretty. Sorry, I'm chipping it the wrong way. And Laura did mention earlier, this would make a nice Easter egg.
Yeah.
So if you're thinking of
Would do,
Easter
actually.
next year, yeah, it'd be a nice fancy little card there.
Hayley, brilliant as ever.
Thank
You're back
you.
at 6.
I am, yes.
Okay, with the pens and also more MDF, because that MDF frame sold out. There'll be different sizes of the same sort of idea with that MDF frame collection a bit later on. But check the website out. Of course, all of the Dreamees products are there if you go to hobbymaker.co.uk. I'll see you with Sophie coming up in a second, cross stitch, and then we've got the lovely Sandra here with Sanntangle at 4 o'clock this afternoon. That's all coming up. If you've recently missed your favourite show on HobbyMaker, it's really easy to catch up on our website. Simply visit hobbymaker.co.uk and click TV Guide. Here you'll be able to choose any show broadcast in the last 7 days, which you can watch, pause and rewind at your convenience. And to make shopping even easier, any items featured in the show will appear underneath. With HobbyMaker's catch-up, there's never a reason to miss out, no matter what time of day.
HobbyMaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on HobbyMaker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from HobbyMaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card?
When you purchase anything on HobbyMaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with HobbyMaker. HobbyMaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with HobbyMaker.
Afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to HobbyMaker. Hope you're enjoying the shows today. We're with you right the way through until 8 o'clock, as we are every single day. Now, Sophie, we've done a couple of shows with Sophie over the last couple of months. Very popular they've been as well. But today, we're doing something a little bit different because Sophie has not only brought us some amazing cross-stitch kits, but it's a cross-stitch kit that becomes a greetings card. So it's two things in one. Making cards, cross-stitch, the fact that you've done that cross-stitch makes that card even more special. And Sophie, good to have you back with us.
Thank you for having me.
It's brilliant, pleasure. Now, this is a great idea of yours, actually. Tell us a bit about yourself, though, because this is quite a new business for you? Or?
So I set up the business almost 4 years ago now, when I was on maternity leave.
Right.
With my now 4-year-old. And it was something I really wanted to run my own business and turn my hobby and passion into something a little bit more than that. And so I decided to give it a go, and 4 years later we're doing really well.
Have you always been a cross-stitcher then, all your life? Or?
Yeah, so I've always loved to cross-stitch. I've always been a bit of a crafter, to be fair. I've just loved making things. So yeah, cross-stitch I think is the hobby that stuck.
Was there one person that inspired you?
So I actually went to my nanny's house this week, or last week, and her house is just filled with cross-stitch pieces, right. So I think there's a little inspiration there, yeah.
Well, if you want to get in touch with us today and say hi to Sophie, any questions you've got about cross-stitch, please do get in touch. You can do it via our website, which is hobbymaker.co.uk. The lovely thing about this, though, is that if you've never, ever stitched a thing in your life, it doesn't matter, because everybody can do this. Young, old, male, female, doesn't matter. You get full instructions. But see what I mean about having cross-stitch, which then becomes the greetings card? I don't think I've ever seen that before.
It's just something a little bit different, because I obviously love to cross-stitch, but it's nice to then have a purpose for that piece and make it into something that you can gift.
Now, what Sophie has said today is that if you buy 2 of the card kits, she will throw in a roll of double-sided tape as a free gift, okay? No charge for that whatsoever. So if there's a couple here, there's 4 to choose from, but if you go for a couple of them, so it will make 4 cards in total, that roll of double-sided tape will be included in your order at no extra charge for you. Now, if you have a little look at, let's start here at the very beginning, because we'll unbox one of them and show you what's in here as well, but you're going to get enough to make 2 completely different cards. This first one, coming up on the screen with the ladybird. I mean, these won't take that long to do, will they? No, so I could stitch, I stitched a couple of those in an evening. They're not too kind of overwhelming in size. So you've got everything you need, the card blanks, the Aida, and also the thread as well, and the needle? Yeah, the needle's in there too. That's all in there. We'll unbox one in a second for you. Everything you need to make both of these cards, and we'll give you the details of the offer in a second or so. I just want to show you all the ones that we've got available. Now, whenever we do anything to do with bees, can't keep it in stock. Everyone loves the bumblebee. Let me lift this one up so you can see the 2 of them. There we go, look. So there's your bumblebee. So you've got that one there. Oh, hang on. So that should, oh no, hang on. So you get the flower and the bumblebee, beg your pardon. So that's it. I was getting confused. I was thinking that was the bumblebee there, but it's not. So there's your bumblebee with the flower, the small bumblebee, and then you get the larger bumblebee as well. So both of those, you get both of those in the box. Next we go on to our sunshine, ray of sunshine, which is this one just here. So you've got that beautiful full sun with a smiley face. And if I just reach down to show you the second one, you're going to get everything you know, everything you need to make the rainbow with the sun peeking out over the clouds as well. So those 2 are available as one kit. And then finally, we've got the Cloudy Days cross-stitch kit as well. So here you've got the cloud with the raindrops. Still smiling though, still smiley cloud. And then you've got the rainbow with the cloud and the sun as well. So all of these are just brilliant. And remember, if you buy 2 kits, you can choose whichever 2 you want. Sophie will make sure that a roll of the double-sided tape gets included into your order, okay? So give us a call, 0800 001 4433, or go to the website, which is hobbymaker.co.uk, and you can enjoy any of those. Now, let's go back to the beginning, the ladybugs. The Ladybugs PU8D90, PU8D90, $15.95 is all this is to get everything you need to make them. Make the large and the smaller ladybirds, but there's a little bee in the middle of that one as well. That's what got me confused at the start. I was thinking, oh, well, that's the bee. $15.95 is your price, and it's PU8D90. Can we have a little look at what's in the box? Is that all right?
Yes, I'll do the ladybird one because we're on that one anyway. So everything comes in our brand new cross-stitch kit boxes.
Yeah, really nice packaging, beautifully presented.
You've got the 2, oh, hold on a second. You've got 2 aperture cards with the 2 envelopes.
Yeah.
There is a little handy how to finish your cross-stitch card guide. So it talks you through step by step how to finish it once you've stitched it.
Perfect.
And then in your little pink pack there is all of your DMC embroidery threads.
Oh, very nice, top quality.
2 pieces, so you've got the 2 squares of white Ada like this. Your how to cross stitch guide, so again that talks you through step by step how to cross stitch everything in there. And then you've got your pattern as well. So your pattern will show you which threads are included in your kit.
Okay.
And then if you open it up, you've then got the 2 patterns on the back.
You get a lot for your money. £15, not only £8 each kit. And I can't imagine the look on someone's face when you give them a card for birthday, anniversary, whatever it might be, maybe for no reason at all, but it's actually been cross-stitched by you. I mean, handmade cards are one thing, but cross-stitch cards, something completely different. And of course, these can go in frames, you can put them on the mantelpiece, they need never be taken down, but it's a really nice, novel twist. I mean, cross-stitch you always think of as being in an embroidery hoop or in a frame, in a glass frame or something like that. Whereas this, it's crossing that bridge between card making and embroidery, really, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's like the traditional form of cross stitch with a little bit more of a modern twist.
Brilliant. Okay, $15.95 for that one then, if you would like to go for the ladybugs. And the bees, I know, always very popular. The bumblebees are $15.95 as well. They're all $15.95 for these kits. Enough to make 2 in each box, remember. £8 each is all it is. So you've got the bumblebee on the flower, and then down here, you've got the bigger bumblebee on its own. And the bumblebee stands for, as far as I've been told anyway over the years, achieving the impossible. So it's a lovely kind of theme to gift with the card blank as well. So $15.95, everything that you saw in the box that Sophie took out, you'll get in this collection with the corresponding yarn, of course, as well. So beautiful. Who wouldn't want to receive a card like this? I think it's a genius idea that you've done.
Thank you.
Really, really good. Sunshine rays. Okay, details coming up for the sunshine rays then. You've got that beautiful smiley sunshine, and then you've also got your rainbow, the sun peeking out above the clouds as well. Both of those for £15.95. KB8D50. KB8D50 is the product code if you want those 2 today. And it is really as simple as just making the call, ordering it on our website, getting the kit home. Even if you've never sewn before, everyone can do this.
Yeah, absolutely. So I design all of the patterns myself and I try and make them really beginner friendly.
Good.
So even if you've never picked up a needle before, you can give this a go, definitely.
Fantastic. And then the last one, and the item number for this one, cloudy days, but a smiling cloud, there we are, look, and the sunshine coming out with the cloud above and the rainbow beneath, all those little love hearts too. £15.95, and that's DF8D42. DF8D42 is the product code for that one, okay? And we have got other things on the show as well, including the sewing bags, and we've also got, of course, the fantastic pattern pad where you can actually make your own cross stitches. We'll get to those a bit later on. Should we do a little demo?
Yeah, of course.
Is that all right?
Yeah, so I've got one that I've started here already for one of the card packs. A hoop isn't included in your pack, I'm just using it because it's a little bit easier to demo.
Can you do it without a hoop?
You can definitely, yeah,
Okay.
so you can just hold the fabric in your hand. I just thought it'd be a little bit easier to hold up to camera.
Okay.
So with your threads that are included in your pack, you want to remove one strand because in your pack, these are made up of 6 strands.
Yep.
So you remove one at a time, fold that in half, and then where the 2 ends meet, that's what you're going to thread onto your needle.
Okay.
So I've got one I did
Nice and
earlier.
simple so far.
Yes.
Yep.
So I'm just going to grab the pattern as well so we can see what we're stitching. So I've started stitching the little ladybirds here, and I'm just going to continue with the black thread on this little ladybird.
Okay.
So to get started, you want to bring up your needle through the top right-hand corner of your first stitch. Oh, if I can do that. And leave the little loop behind.
Yeah.
Come back down on a diagonal, and then on the bottom of your hoop, you want to pass your needle back through that loop.
So that kind of locks the thread in place then.
And that'll secure it in place. It is by far the easiest way to get started, so there's no knotting or anything. And so we've got one diagonal stitch there, so I'm just going to stitch another diagonal, and that will make my first cross.
Okay.
And
that's
so
all
that
it is?
Then this
That's what
stitch
cross
here.
stitch is?
Yeah, so it's just lots of little crosses onto your fabric, and it's called counted cross stitch because all you're doing is counting the number of black squares on your pattern and stitching them onto your Ada. So I'm going to stitch 5 across here.
I mean, it might be that you're a cross-stitcher or an embroiderer anyway, and you've got someone in the family that says, oh, I'd like to do what you do, but maybe they're quite young or whatever. I mean, this is a great way for a youngster to learn. Everyone's got to learn somewhere, haven't they? And not to be daunted by a big project that's going to take you months to do or whatever. This will take you, you know, a couple of hours maybe, would it?
Exactly, yeah. So it's a much smaller project. It's not going to be too overwhelming or too difficult for anyone. There's not loads and loads of different thread shades, so it's not going to be too confusing for you. You can just do each section at a time. Like for example, on this one, I've just stitched each bug, and then I'll work my way around the green leaves.
And remember, all the shows that Sophie's done with us before, this is only Sophie's 3rd show with us. They've all been basically cross-stitch kits, but for putting in embroidery hoops and hanging them on the wall, maybe. This is the first time that you've developed a card-making kit with cross-stitch. And they're exclusive to us at the moment anyway. You can't get these anywhere else. So I just think they're really, really fun. And, you know, these don't have to be for special occasions or for birthdays. They can be just because cards. You know,
Yes, definitely.
And they're sometimes the nicest cards to get, the ones you don't expect.
Yeah, they are. And there's no text on them, so they can be for absolutely any occasion.
Okay, so there's no text on them. So what about if you wanted to put a name or a special message or something like that? Could you do it?
So there is space around the designs if you wanted to add your own like special personal touch. Our notepads are a great place to get started with those because they provide kind of a blank canvas, so you can kind of draw out your own design, and rather than following the pattern, you can follow your own grid onto your Ada.
Now, I remember it was the last show that we did, Sophie and I together, where this was offered. I'd never seen anything like it before. You've actually got 25 sheets, is that right?
Yes.
25 sheets in here. But basically what you've got is a paper version of Aida. So it allows you then to actually sketch out or draw out a certain image that you want to recreate as a cross stitch, or you can write names, dates, numbers, whatever you want to do, and you can do that 25 times because the pad has got 25 sheets in it. But wow, to make your own cross stitch, that's quite a thing, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's just a really good place to get started if you want to have a go at doing your own designs or personalising a cross stitch kit or pattern that you already have.
Okay, and it's only £7.95 today. WGBD78. WGBD78 is the product code. And can you just show us how you go about doing it? What's the method? What's the process?
Yeah, so the grid is made up of it's a 90 by 90 grid. So you've got plenty of space, and it's generally the same size as your 14 count Ada, which is the most beginner friendly kind of fabric that you'd use. So all you would do is go through and just shade in each of the squares like I've done here. So I've done a little heart that I can then do another one over here. So you just fill in each square one by one.
And then you treat it like the pattern that you get in the boxes.
Yeah, so if you had different coloured pens or different coloured pencils, you could then treat it as your different thread shades, just like your pattern.
And if you make a mistake on the paper pad and you don't think something looks right, you can of course just erase it and go back and be happy with it.
Absolutely, yeah. So you can kind of have a little sketch, see how you get on. You can have a little bit of trial and error. You've got a nice big page there if you wanted to try different kind of font styles or try a few different options until you're happy with the design. And then you would copy that onto your fabric in exactly the same way as you would a normal pattern.
Brilliant. Well, the pad is only £7.95. It was in stock last time Sophie was here, proved really, really popular. We brought it back today, but in all the years I've been doing shows like this, I can't remember ever giving you the chance to actually create your own cross stitch, okay? Now, we've got also a brand new kit. Now, this isn't a card kit as such. This is actually one of the traditional cross-stitch kits to go into embroidery hoops. Now, this is a new one, and this is all about the rainbows. This is when it rains, look for the rainbow. 6-inch cross-stitch, £15.95. So this is a mixture of obviously the image of the rainbow, but also the words as well. When it rains, look for rainbows. When it's dark, look for stars. There we go. How beautiful is that? And that would look great on any wall, whether it's the kitchen, whether it's the bedroom, whether you want to hang it up in the office or whatever you want to do. And this is going to obviously take a little bit longer than the card kits, isn't it?
A little bit longer, yeah, but the stitching technique is exactly the same as the smaller designs. It'll just take a little bit longer to finish.
Okay, and it's a really good size. I mean, it's not too big, not too small. Going to stand out really lovely wherever you decide to put it. Do you actually get the embroidery hoop as well?
Yeah, that's included in there.
Okay, so you get the embroidery hoop, you get the Aida, you get the threads, you get the pattern, obviously, and the needle. So everything is in the box that you need for £15.95. How long would that take you to do? Because I know you're a prolific cross-stitcher.
So I normally stitch in the evenings while I'm watching the telly, but you'd be able to do that kind of over 2 or 3 days.
Right. Brilliant. And you know, so many people say that this sort of hobby is very mindful. You kind of go off into your own little world, and it's a lovely relaxing thing to do as well, isn't it? And no noise or anything like that. Yeah,
definitely. That's the main reason that I love to cross stitch. It can just be such a mindful and calming activity.
Brilliant. Okay, well that's new one today, £15.95 ZVB. Is that B or 8? ZV8D10. ZV8D10, okay. Right, now the last one that we've got for you is very popular from previous shows actually. The poppy, last time it was on, absolutely flew, we couldn't get enough of them. This is gorgeous. £15.95, and you can see the poppy spraying the poppy seeds as well in the breeze. Such a really, really relaxing image and very poignant as well. What poppies stand for is pretty obvious. And yeah, to have that in the home and to enjoy looking at it every single day. And you also get the pattern for the words, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so let yourself grow, but if you want to say something else on there, you can do, can't you?
Yeah, of course, you could adjust it, personalise it as you like.
And this is a 6-inch again?
Yeah, they're both 6-inch hoops.
Brilliant. Okay, £15.95 for either of those, and you will get your embroidery hoop inside the box as well. HV8D50. There it is. Let yourself grow. Right, Sophie, could we have another demo? Is that all right?
Yeah, so I've got a card that I've already stitched, and I was going to finish making it into a card.
Okay, and don't forget, of course, if you go for a couple of the new card kits today, you'll get a bonus roll of the double-sided tape as well. In the lead at the moment is the bee, which I'm not really surprised about. But if you go for, say, the bee, and you go for, what's the other one? Maybe the rainbow or the clouds or the bugs or whatever, you'll get a roll of double-sided tape included free of charge as a little gift from Sophie. And if you wanted to, that would only be just under £32, about £31.90. So the B1 is on the screen, yep, and this is how you'd finish off your card.
Yep, so in your pack you've got 2 aperture cards and it's a tri-fold, so you've got that additional fold that will cover up the back of your stitching. And double-sided tape is the only thing not included in your kit that you will need. That's why we've decided to include it if you order more than one.
Okay.
So with your double-sided tape, you would run this along each side of the aperture circle and then along the 3 sides of your left-hand panel. So I've got one that I have already done here, so you can see exactly where I have stuck that along here. So then you would peel off the outer edge of your double-sided tape.
Yep.
Take your stitching and lay it so it's fairly central into that circle.
And although you've used an embroidery hoop, you don't have to. You can do it just kind of holding it in your hands?
You can definitely, yeah. So you can do it just holding it in your hand. It's a nice small size project. So it's nothing too big that you'd be holding.
Right.
So this sort of size, you could definitely do that just working with the fabric in your hand. And then once you have stuck that down, you then just stick down this left-hand panel over the back of your fabric. And then you have your card all finished.
Beautiful. I can't think of anything nicer. It's unique. The fact that you've spent hours doing it, making it, and of course the significance of that. I mean, this will be a card that will never ever go in a drawer. It's always going to stay out. It'll probably go from the mantelpiece on the day of celebration that it's been done for, straight into a frame, onto a wall. Because the actual size of the card itself, is it 5x5 or?
It's 144 millimetres.
Right.
So you could definitely then put that into a,
into a picture frame.
You could definitely put that into a frame and that would make a lovely, lovely gift as well.
Well, the Bumblebee, already 10% of the entire stock of the Bumblebee is gone. Let me just hold up these 2 cards for you so you can see it a little bit easier, because one lying down you can't really see very well. So there we go, look at these 2. Aren't they lovely? So you've got the Bumblebee buzzing around by the flower, doing what it does, and then the Bumblebee on its own. I mean, I can think, you know, if someone's got a really daunting, something happening in the future, maybe they're sitting exams, maybe they're going for job interviews, whatever it might be, going for a promotion, you know, you can do it. That's what that bee says to me, you know, achieve the impossible.
Yeah, it could be a thinking of you card, a good luck card, anything.
Yeah, absolutely. And the reason that that's the case is obviously the wings shouldn't allow a body of that size to fly, but they kind of break the rules and they can. So that's why it's kind of achieving the impossible. $15.95 for everything in the box, remember, that you need to make both of those cards, including the Aida, the threads, the obviously the actual the printed pattern, that's it. I was trying to think of the word.
That's okay.
And the needle as well. Everything you need in the box for just £15.95. Now you can buy one, but you won't get the double-sided tape. If you buy a couple and you can mix them, you don't have to buy 2 the same, any 2, that would be just under £32, and you'll get a free roll of the double-sided tape that you will need, obviously, to finish a card off with. But apart from that, everything else that you need is in the box. Now the ladybirds, let's go on to those quickly. So again, you've got the main ladybird image, which is nice and bold and bright. There we go. And then next to it, you've got the one that's got the 2 ladybirds either side, and of course the little bumblebee in the middle, and the little leaves at the top and at the bottom. But it might well be that you've been card making for many, many years, or maybe you're brand new, and you're thinking, well, I've done my mats and layers before, I've done my toppers, I've done all of that. I want to do a different style of card, I want to learn a different type of craft or hobby. Cross stitch is great. It really is, because if you can hold a needle, you can do it. That's all you have to do. And these are not daunting projects. None of them are massive. And you know, if you're starting something that's going to take you 3 months to do, it can be a little bit daunting every time you pick it up. But this is just something you can do. You can do that, each of those ladybirds, probably in about half an hour, if less than that.
Yeah, so you could definitely do them in a fairly short amount of time. It's also very portable, so they're a great size for kind of going on holiday.
Yeah, if you're having a short weekend break or going on a train or going on a coach or something like that, you can easily put it in your bag, take it out and cross-stitch away. And the hours will go by, I'm sure, just like that. Time
yeah,
will
they
fly,
do.
they? Okay, now the Ray of Sunshine. So the Ray of Sunshine one is this one just here, which is going to give you the sunshine, the rainbow and the cloud in one. So that's all seasons in one day, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
A bit
Very
like
British.
Our British weather, yeah. And then that lovely sunshine with the smiling face. If that doesn't cheer someone's spirits, if you know someone that just wants to be cheered up or needs a little bit of a lift, maybe that is the card to send to someone, that you're thinking of them. $15.95, really good price, really good value for money, and exclusive to us. You can't get them anywhere else apart from here at HobbyMaker at the moment. So that one's KB8D50. And then the last one is your cloudy days. So you've got your smiling cloud beaming away, and you've also got the cloud, the sun, and the rainbow again as well. So that's a kind of different take on what we just showed you in the last one too. And that's $15.95 for everything you need in the box. I mean, the actual kits as gifts are fantastic.
Oh yeah, definitely.
If someone
Yeah.
said to you, I fancy taking up cross stitch one day, and that's registered in your brain, and you're thinking, do you know what? That's a good thing for me to get them. It's only costing me $15.95. It's not very much money at all, but it's a good place for people to start, and it gives you encouragement when you do something and do it well, and it's quite quick.
Yes.
It spurs you on to go and do something else.
Yeah, it's really rewarding. And they do come all nicely packed in their own kit boxes. So like I say, they'd make great gifts.
Can you unpack another one for us? Is that
Yeah,
right?
definitely. A main kit or another card?
Yeah, let's do another. What about the main kit? Let's do that, because
Yeah.
we've already unpacked one of the card kits, haven't we?
So do the rainbow one. So the large kits come in a pink box just like this.
This is the 6-inch.
This is the 6-inch hoop, yeah. So in there you've got your 6-inch wooden embroidery hoop.
Yeah.
You've got your A4 pattern. So you've got details of all of the threads included, how big your project's going to be. And then on the back you've got a nice big A4 printed pattern. And then in your little pack you've got all of your gorgeous DMC embroidery threads, and there's plenty there, so if you want to add any extra pieces around it or kind of customise it as you go along, there's spare threads there.
And the thing is, although it's got words on the actual pattern, you can change those words. You don't have to put those words religiously on there. If you go for the cross-stitch pattern pad, you can make your own words up and your own verses or names with maybe unusual spellings, not a problem.
No, exactly, so you can customise it as you like.
Fantastic, okay. So
Yeah.
you get your AIDA as well.
Yeah, so you've got then your nice big piece of white Aida, and that'll fit nicely. Your hoop will fit nicely on there, so you've got extra fabric.
Now, although there's a crease where it's been folded in the box, do you do anything to that before you start to stitch on it or not?
No, so because you've got the embroidery hoop, that will kind of iron it out for you.
Right.
So to pop your fabric into the hoop, you would just undo the screw at the top, and that will release your inner and outer hoops. You place the inner hoop on the bottom, and you kind of sandwich your fabric in the middle. Oh, unscrew it a little bit more.
It's got to be a nice tight fit anyway.
Yes, yeah. So you can already see the creases down have already kind of disappeared. And then once I've kind of got this in place, you screw that back up and then gently just pull on the fabric.
So it's like a drum skin, isn't it?
Yes, you want it to be really nice and tight to hold the fabric in place while you're stitching. It just makes your stitching, especially a project this size, that little bit easier. And then obviously as you start stitching, the longer that's in there, that will kind of gradually, the crease will disappear.
Perfect. So that's what's in the 6-inch cross-stitch kits, which remember we've got the rainbow and we've also got the poppies as well. The poppy one is very, very busy, as it always is whenever we show it to you. I love the way that you've kind of captured the cascading seeds of the poppy being kind of blown in the breeze. It's
Yeah,
really cool.
thank you.
Beautiful. And again, each one of those little crosses will take you only a few seconds to do. And the pattern is they call it counted cross stitch because that's all you're doing. A bit like, painting by numbers and that sort of thing. You're just literally counting the holes in the AIDA, matching them up with the patterns, of course, that you get in the box, and then just transferring the thread onto the AIDA. Before you know it, an image starts to appear. You end up with a beautiful, beautiful picture at the end of it. And there's so many different shades of red in there, isn't there? It's about, what, half a dozen shades of red, maybe?
So I believe, so you've got like an apricot and an orange, and the red combined kind of gives that nice effect.
Really lovely. So again, the price is amazing. £15.95. £15.95 HV8D50. Now another thing, when you're doing a cross-stitch kit, very, very rarely do you start it and finish it on the same evening or at the same time. You pick it up and put it down for a good few evenings or a good few days. So if that's the case, you need somewhere to put your work. So that's where this comes into play. Now, ready, set, sew, and full of stitch. Now we've got, is it different item numbers for these? Okay, so they're different item numbers. So if you want ready, set, sew, it's a drawstring top. And it's like a linen, isn't it, that you've used?
Yeah, it's like a cotton.
What would be a nice idea, actually, if you're buying maybe one of the kits, put the kit in and gift it inside the bag.
Yeah, it's perfect size.
Great idea. So this one is £7.50. Now, I know previously we couldn't actually let you choose which one you wanted. I think it was about like around you get either that one or that one. Now, though, we're able to let you know that you can get this one individually, if that's what you want to have, ready, set, sew, printed to keep all your cross stitch in. That's just £7.50 and it's ZG8D64. ZG8D64. And then we've got this one, which is full of stitch. Same size, same material, exactly the same, just a different printed image on the front there. And that's again £7.50. But the different item number is MS8D64, okay? Just phone the call centre on the free phone number or use the website, which is, of course, hobbymaker.co.uk, and you can see all of these cross-stitch kits in the show. Don't forget, though, this, the pad, the Build Your Own Cross-Stitch Pattern book. It's 25 sheets, and, you know, the lovely thing about it is if you try to cross-stitch from your own mind without following a pattern, it could go horribly wrong and you can end up, you know, basically binning everything. Doing it on paper to start with, if something doesn't look right, you can rub it out, and it's a stitch you've not had to do on the AIDA. So getting it down in black and white first is crucial. Look at it and think, yeah, I'm happy with that. Whether it's someone's name, whether it's a date, an anniversary, whatever it might be, or whether it's an image and a shape, it's entirely up to you. But you've got 25 sheets here. You can also make little doodles and notes on the sides as well. Is that how you start your kits off doing?
Yeah, most of them. So I'll normally have a little bit of an idea of how I want the cross stitch to look, and then I'll start by sketching it out on one of these pads just to get an idea of the size and how many stitches that will be. And then once I'm kind of happy with it on the grid, that's when I'll then move on to the computer where I produce the patterns that you see in the kits.
Brilliant. So you can actually now do what Sophie does, but do it for your own gain at home as well. Just £7.95. Again, last time I saw this was the first time I'd ever seen one, to be honest. So something that you don't readily see out there available, I don't think.
No, I think a lot of gridded paper or like graph paper can either be too small or too big. So this is a really good size for cross stitch specifically.
Terrific. Okay. Well, what we're talking about today, remember, from Sophie, brand new concept. We've done cross stitch kits before with the hoops, and we've got 2 of them in the show today. But these are brand new in that they are cross stitch, but they're cross stitch cards. So you do the cross stitch as normal on an embroidery hoop or just loose in your hands. None of them are big commitments at all. They're all relatively quick and simple and easy cross-stitch kits to do. But each box has got 2 of them in, okay? You just choose which ones you'd like to go for. I'll run through them again quickly just in case you've just got in. So this one is your bees first of all. Okay, that's the one that's in the lead. Always, whether it's a stamp, a die, a bee is always the first thing that people love and want.
Always popular.
Always, always popular, and that's the 2 that you're going to get. So you're going to get the bee with a flower, and you're going to get the bee on its own, okay? And if you want to put a name, if you want to put anything else, do you get more thread than you actually need?
Yes, so you get extra thread in there if you want to customise it, or if you make a mistake, there's plenty in there.
And of course the bag will come in really handy to keep all your excess threads and spares and that sort of thing. So that's the box it comes in. Really beautifully gift box, wonderfully presented, and again 2 cards in that one. Now remember, if you go for 2 sets, so enough to make 4 cards, you'll get a roll of double-sided tape from Sophie included into your order at no charge. You do need the double-sided tape to actually kind of secure your AIDA down and secure the back of your card down as well. So the bee, first of all, is proving very, very popular. Ladybirds is the next most popular. Actually, go for both of them. Go for the bee and the ladybird. And
they do make a nice set.
They do, actually, because you've got a little bee in the middle of the ladybird in that one, so it all kind of ties in nicely. Yeah, they really do go together very, very well. Ladybugs, £15.95, 2 card blanks, 2 IEDA sheets, all the thread, the pattern, the needle. It's a really great value box and kit to give someone, whether you're making it and gifting it or whether you're actually buying the kit and gifting the kit for someone to have a go at. It's a great thing maybe for different members of the family to have a go at together.
Yeah, because obviously each kit has the 2 cards in. So if you've got kind of 2 or 3 kits, you've then got up to 6 different projects. So you could all sit and do it together.
So did you and your granny used to cross-stitch together?
Yeah, when I was little.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Well, that's really sweet that it's kind of now developed into your career.
Yeah, I'm really proud.
Yeah, really special. Okay, so next we've got the Ray of Sunshine. The Ray of Sunshine is, I love that smiling sunshine. That to me is just the epitome of happiness. Isn't it just lovely? So you've got a little bit of everything here. Maybe you're obsessed by the weather. I think we all are in this country because it's always kind of a mixed bag, isn't it? It's all we ever talk about. So that's quite comical, I think. I quite like all of those together because you've got the beautiful summer sunshine that we've got at the moment in most places. And then you've got a little bit of everything where you never know, you're never quite sure whether to take your brolly or not. It's one of those days. Rainbow, sun and cloud and rain. There, that's the UK weather rolled into one, isn't it, to be honest with you. £15.95 if you fancy those two. And then the last couple are similar but different in that you've got your cloudy day with a smiling cloud. And then you've also got the rainbow, the cloud and the sun. So again, a little bit of a different twist on the last one we showed you. Those two are £15.95 as well. DF8, D42. And remember, these are exclusive to us at HobbyMaker for the time being, okay? Can you do another demo for us, Sophie? Is that all right? Have you got another one?
Yes, so I can continue stitching on here.
Okay.
So we've got the ladybird that I was just going to finish these crosses here.
I mean, if you're halfway through a ladybird and you've got to stop and you don't want to do any more until tomorrow night, what do you do with the thread? Do you stick it to the back of the hoop or?
So if I'm part-way stitching like I am now, I would leave the needle on the thread and just pop it in the corner of my Ada and then put it straight into one of the project bags so it keeps everything nice and neat and tidy. And
it's impossible to lose where you are because you can see where the thread was last?
Yes, exactly. So I can see where I was stitching was on this row here.
So you can pick it up and put it down as you need to.
Yeah, so you know exactly where you were. Very handy with a 4-year-old because I quite often don't get time just to sit and relaxfully stitch. I'm pulled around. So if I need to stop and just pop the project down for a minute, then I can, and I know everything is nice and secure. So what you can do, rather than doing a full cross each time, is kind of do a half stitch, which is where I've just done one half of the cross, so it's just one diagonal. And I can do those in a row. So here I need to do 3 stitches for the very top of this ladybird, like the pattern. So rather than doing 3 full crosses, I've just done 3 diagonals, and then I can go back down that row and finish off each cross.
So when you've done the last cross and you've finished your ladybird, you presumably, cut the thread?
Yep, so you tie the thread behind. We don't make any knots because we try and keep it nice and tidy. But the easiest way to finish a thread, now I've done this little section at the top, is to turn over your hoop and you'll see you can just run your needle underneath some of the stitches on the back. So I'll just run that under there.
Oh, that kind of locks it off.
Yep, and then I'll just snip the very tail of it. And that will keep it nice and secure. You don't need to worry too much about that loose thread.
What about the antenna on the top of the ladybird? I can see that's obviously not a cross stitch. That's a...
No, so that's done with a single strand of thread. So let's just try and remove one of these and I can try and show you that. So you would follow the lines on your pattern and copy that over to your gridded Ada. So similar to how I finished off that thread, that's how I'm going to anchor the end of this strand. So I'm just going to run that underneath some stitches again, because we can't do the loop method because it's only just one little strand. And then on the pattern, you can kind of, from the crosses that you've already stitched, you can see it's kind of between the 2 rows here. You can copy that over onto here with just that one strand.
Oh, okay, it's just one long strand of thread.
Yep, just one strand of thread, and you'll just do each line as like one stitch, rather than having crosses each time.
I thought
which
you
is
were
what
going
the
up and
symbols
down
are.
each hole.
Oh, I see.
You just did one long
Yeah,
strand.
just one long strand to the hole that it's indicated there, and then one strand the other side. So then you would do exactly the same this side.
I mean, imagine these in a conservatory or a summer house if you've got one of those, or a kitchen on the side of a cabinet or something. It'd be really sweet, yeah.
Yeah, so I've just done the little antenna on that ladybird, and then again I would just run that needle back under some stitches just to anchor the end of my thread. Snip off the end.
I mean, maybe someone is used to getting a card from you and you're known for being a handmade card maker and everybody loves it. Maybe you've never done anything quite like this before. I mean, the texture of it and the feel of it is amazing. Nothing else quite looks like it, but to have it in a card form, you know, to receive that in an envelope in the post, and the fact that you've actually done it and it's not been pre-bought or anything like that, people will be well impressed that you put the time and the effort in. I think that makes it even more special, the fact that you've actually thought about someone and thought, do you know what, I'm going to make that card, I'm going to stitch it for them, it's going to take me 3 or 4 evenings to do it. That message behind it is worth everything, isn't it?
I love a handmade card.
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there's
also-
handmade card and handmade cards. I mean, this is in a league of its own because, you know, there's a lot of effort that goes into it. It's relaxing and enjoyable, as everyone who does cross-stitch says. But the fact that you've invested time to make it for someone else, I think that's really sweet.
Yeah, you could also combine, if you do other paper craft, and cover the aperture of the card with stamps or anything like that.
I mean, to be fair, how many gift cards or greetings cards have you had that you've wanted to put into a frame? Probably not that many, a few maybe. But something like this, you know, if you get a Sanntangle card, you want to put that in a frame. And that's coming up next, by the way, at 4 o'clock. If you get a cross-stitch card like this, you want to put this in a frame. It's not a card that's destined for a drawer, that's going to be put somewhere and then just forgotten about for years. That will be out on display all the time. Now, these drawstring bags, by the way, you're loving these, and it could be that you just want to put your knitting in it, you want to put your crocheting in it, or it could be you want to put your cross-stitch in it. The sewing one, the Ready Set Sew, that's the one that's in the lead, I believe. So there we go. It's a linen fabric bag, drawstring closure, really cute. And before it was a kind of, it wasn't an option, it was basically you'll get one or the other. Now we've actually kind of separated them so you can choose which one you want. £7.50 is the price if you want the Ready Set Sew, and that's ZG8D64. And then the fullest stitch is the other one. Maybe you want to go for a couple. If you both are cross stitchers in the house and you're picking up each other's bags by mistake all the time, then get a couple of different ones, or maybe get a couple for yourself. Remember, it's only ever one P&P of £3.95 for the entire day at HobbyMaker. No matter how many things you buy between midnight and midnight, only one P&P. So you can add this. If you've bought 3 things, 4 things already today, the phone call's free. It's free to order on the website, and your P&P is sorted. So that's a delivered price for you of £7.50. That's a bag full of stitch. Fantastic. Now, I mean, your business is just growing and growing in popularity. What sort of people buy your kits? Have you got a standard sort of customer that you expect to buy your kits, or not really?
Well, anyone really. Because they're really beginner friendly, anyone can really just pick them up and give it a go. I'm really lucky to have a lot of repeat customers now. A lot of people who started cross-stitch during lockdown discovered how great it can be for your mental well-being, and then have stuck by, and they're really loyal customers.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's kind of grown from there.
I mean, I don't know if you're going away on holiday this year. If you are, and you're not really the sort of person that likes to sit in the sun and do nothing, you like to be on the, well, not be on the go, but you like to have something going on. You could have the most relaxing, chilled out day by the pool or on the patio or wherever, just cross-stitching, you know, while someone else who wants to sit in the sun can sit in the sun, but you've got something to do that isn't going to cost a fortune, but it's going to be a lovely thing when it's done. Just enjoy it in the house. Now, the bags are £7.50. Remember, if you want to go for one of the card kits today, there's enough in there to make 2 cards from start to finish. But if you choose 2 of the kits, Sophie will give you 1 roll of the double-sided tape, okay? That double-sided tape, that will be included at no charge. Now, we do actually have the double-sided tape on its own, I believe, available in the show.
Yeah, it is available to add on.
So if you want it, it's 25 metres by 10 mil. It's £1.50. But we'll give you one, or Sophie will, if you choose a couple of the cross-stitch kits, enough to make 4 cards from start to finish. Buy 2 the same or 2 different. It's entirely up to you. You'll get a roll of that in your order at no extra charge. Now, Patricia's gone for 2. Hello, Patricia, in County Antrim. Now, if you do want to go for, which one's in the lead now? The B again, is it? Or yeah, B is in the lead. And what's second? Ladybird second. And the other 2 are equal, in actual fact. Yeah, so the other 2 are equal. So yeah, B in the lead, Ladybird second, £15.95. A lot of you are going for Ladybird and the B together, so that's a little short of £32. You'll get your double-sided tape roll for free as well. Have you got anything else to show us, Sophie, at all?
I can unpack another kit or unpack the B. Yeah, of course.
If you could. Yeah.
So the B comes in a pack just like the Ladybird.
Yeah.
And in here we've got the 2 aperture cards with their envelopes, so they're all ready for gifting. We've got the pattern, which gives you a breakdown of what threads are included in your kit.
And they're DMC threads, you said?
They're all DMC threads, so they're really good quality. And then you've got your patterns nice and big on the back, and they're all colour-coded, and they will match with your threads. So it should make it nice and easy when you're stitching to match up your threads with the colours on your pattern.
And did you say that you use just 1 strand or 2 strands of thread?
So for cross stitch, you'd use 2 strands of thread, but to get started, what I normally do is use 1 strand folded over, and then you loop it into the back just so it's nice and secure. But yeah, it's 2 strands that you would stitch with. And then you've got your 2 little squares of Ada there, 1 for each card. Okay,
now looking at the pattern, I can see it's easy to follow, but where do you start and which direction do you go in? What's the best way of...
So what I would do is start fairly central on my pattern and on my Ada. So you can see this is kind of folded, it's not very folded very centrally. So you can fold your fabric and then fold it again to kind of give you roughly where the centre is. And then I would start from the centre of the flower. So I would stitch this yellow section first, and then I would go with the dark purple to do the outline.
So you go right to left, left to right, or doesn't really matter?
It doesn't really matter. With big block colour, I tend to stitch in rows, but it doesn't really matter which direction you go in.
Does your cross always have to be the same up and down stroke, if you know what I mean?
So I try and make it so the top stitch always falls into the same direction. Rather than all of your stitches laying in different directions. It just makes the final piece that little bit neater. But it really doesn't matter. It'll still look very much the same if you forget for a few and you do them in the wrong direction.
I just think this is absolutely perfect for anyone who is interested in cross-stitch. You can buy cross-stitch kits out there that are incredible works of art and they're expensive. And you look at them and you go, I'd like to do that, but I've never done it before and I feel a little bit kind of panicked by it. Something like this is so easy and affordable, but it will give you the bug, if you pardon the pun. You know, it'll give you the bug to want to take it further. Start off something simple. I mean, we've all got, I'm sure, memories of when you made your first card, your very first ever card. You've got that memory. This could be your very first ever cross-stitch, and maybe 2-3 years down the line, you might be doing works of art in cross-stitch. I mean, I don't know what you normally do with cross-stitch, Sophie, whether it's, do you do like landscapes and things like that? Or?
So personally, I still only do kind of projects this kind of size. The 6-inch hoop is kind of the main size that we have on my website, and I do go up to a 7-inch for kits, but I personally don't like to stitch anything much bigger than that, because I can find it sometimes a little bit daunting. You can't always see the progress in it as easily, but at least with this kind of size you can see kind of the progress. Even just the little bit of stitching I've done today, you can see the progress I've made on the little top of the ladybird. So you can see it coming together quite quickly.
I find that if I work on something, I'm a model maker, I like to do that, but if I'm working on something that's taking me months and months and months and I can't really see much difference, I lose a little bit of the
It can be a bit disheartening, can't it?
Whereas something like this, you're going to see progression quickly, which will give you encouragement, and then you maybe want to go on and do bigger things with cross stitch as well, or do other forms of embroidery. But here we've got the leader at the moment is the bumblebee. No surprise there. Achieving the impossible for £15.95, very, very popular indeed, and that's the box it will come in. So easy to wrap up if it's a gift for someone. And we've got DMC, beautiful thread in there, so you know that it's going to be quality thread and a quality finish. And the ladybird, you've loved that as well. Actually, neck and neck, I think, very, very, very close together. The bumblebee and the ladybird. I think they're a great little set, actually. All four of them on the wall side by side or on the windowsill side by side. And because they're a standard size of around about 5 by 5, maybe 6 by 6 in size, you can easily get frames to put them in. And that's what I certainly do.
Yeah.
If someone sent me that, I just wouldn't leave it on the mantelpiece.
Oh, it couldn't go in the bin, could it? You'd have to frame it or...
Never, never. But, you know, no one's ever sent me a cross-stitch card, so I don't know what it feels like. But I think I'd be really impressed and really, really surprised someone made that sort of effort to be honest. I'll be flattered. That's the word, flattered.
That's nice.
Yeah. Well, any of these here today, go for them. We've only got about 5 minutes left on the show. I don't know which ones you're going for, but remember, if you go for 2, you'll get a roll of double-sided tape, absolutely free. If you just want one, that's fine. Maybe you've got some double-sided tape at home anyway. But at £15.95, they've got everything in the box that you need. The thread, the card blanks, the Aida, the needle. You don't get an embroidery hoop, but you don't need one. If you want to actually use an embroidery hoop, yes, you can. Of course, you can. But if you don't want to or haven't got one, it doesn't matter. You can embroider or do the cross stitch just by basically holding the Aida in your hands. Now, what we're looking at now, these are the 6-inch kits, okay? So they are not, hang on, yes, they are £15.95, but the wrong details are up there. So this is the 6-inch embroidery hoop. You do get the embroidery hoop and you get the threads and of course the pattern as well. The poppy is in the lead, I believe, at the moment, and that is £15.95 HV8D50. HV8D50 is the product code. And very popular as ever, the bags obviously, but also this, your cross stitch notepad. So there's 25 sheets of graph here, and the benefit of this is if you want to put a name onto maybe any of the cross-stitch cards or the cross-stitch hoops today, you can do that, but you can plot it using this pad. If it doesn't look right, you can rub it out and start again before you actually commit stitching. Yeah, definitely. So you can kind of treat that as your own pattern. You can customise it as you like before you then move on to your fabric. Perfect. And at £7.95, you know, it could be that you're a budding Sophie yourself and you'd like to come up with your own patterns. Maybe you've got something that you're looking at in the garden, a flower or something, and thinking, I wonder if I could do that in cross-stitch. Give it a go. Yeah, plot it on here. If it looks fantastic, then turn it into cross-stitch. Yeah, it's just lots of little crosses made up. All of the patterns, it's just lots of crosses that make up then something pretty at the end. Absolutely. And if I show you the poppies quickly, this is, I just love the effect of the poppy seeds just basically drifting in the breeze. It's been very, very popular this afternoon. Hello to Anita, Lee, Kathleen, Margaret, Susan, Jane, Sue in Greater Manchester, all coming through for this right now. Let yourself grow. It may well be that you're thinking about this for Remembrance Sunday and the month leading up to it, and its significance and what the poppies stand for. If that's the case, you've got, what, 4 or 5 months? That won't take you 4 or 5 months, does it? It'll only probably take you a couple of evenings. Yeah, definitely. But, you'd have loads of time. Yeah, and the significance of the poppy, what it stands for, it can always be in your home, in your conservatory, on your kitchen cupboard, wherever you want to put it. Or maybe it's not for you, but you're making it for somebody else. And the significance of the poppy might well be the reason that you're going for this today. And of course, if you don't want to let yourself grow on it, you don't have to. You can put another verse, you can put other words, but use your cross-stitch pad to plot the letters and to make sure they look right before you start to do it. Yeah. brilliant. Great to see you, Sophie.
Thanks for having me.
No, it's been brilliant. And remember, you can watch this show back, if you just switched on, you can watch this show back anytime you like at hobbymaker.co.uk. Up to 7 days, you can watch this show back and order as well. But cross-stitch meets cards. That's basically what we've got for you here today, which we haven't done before. And I think it's a very, very good idea, an idea that you came up with and we've run with, which is fantastic.
Yeah, I've been really excited to get them out there in the world. They've been really popular on my social media when I've been sharing some teasers. So yeah, I'm hoping they'll do well.
Brilliant. Well, loads of you are ordering. Thank you ever so much for your company this hour. We'll see Sophie again very, very soon. On the way, though, another lovely lady. Sandra is here in the building. We've got Sandra with Sanntangle and lots to look forward to if you're a tangler. Don't go away. If you've recently missed your favourite show on HobbyMaker, it's really easy to catch up on our website. Simply visit hobbymaker.co.uk and click TV Guide. Here you'll be able to choose any show broadcast in the last 7 days, which you can watch, pause and rewind at your convenience. And to make shopping even easier, any items featured in the show will appear underneath. With HobbyMaker's catch-up, there's never a reason to miss out, no matter what time of day.
HobbyMaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on HobbyMaker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from HobbyMaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card?
When you purchase anything on HobbyMaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with HobbyMaker. Here at HobbyMaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size, or quantity of your order, or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged 1 P&P. Shopping made simple with HobbyMaker.
What a nice surprise, an extra show from this lovely lady. So
I know, I didn't know. I didn't know.
No idea, no idea.
Yeah, good job,
Did you get a phone call? Where are you?
Yeah, sort of. Not quite.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Well, Sandra's
Sort
here
of.
with Sanntangle. If you've never seen HobbyMaker before, we've got lots of brand new viewers tuning in every day. If you've never heard of Sanntangle before, Sanntangle is posh doodling or thoughtful doodling with purpose. And we've always been, you know, when we've been on the phone or waiting or just hanging around waiting for things, we've always been doodlers. Even if you don't think of yourself as an artist, we've all doodled. That is a tangle. So put lots of tangles together to make wonderful art. That's what Sandra teaches us. That's what it's all about, isn't it?
That's it, yeah, I'll go home.
No, please don't, please don't. Now, we've got tiles for you. Sandra bought these last time she was here. They sold out in no time at all. We've been able to get some more stock. Tell us about these, because they're slightly different.
I'll start with this pack in the middle, if that's okay. The lights, it's not about the colour in this. They're all slightly different textures. The lights are named as such because they're 210 GSM.
Yep.
So that means if you're wanting to put them into journals or onto cards that you've got a lot of matte and layering, they're still going to give you that lovely quality texture,
Yep.
but they're just a little bit lighter to work with. So
Okay.
really beautiful colours. That flamingo is just to die for, that lovely pinky colour. And then, of course, you've got some of your favourites. You've got the cherry red. You've got a black in there. So you've got a really good sort of mixture of all different ones. So a really lovely little set, that one.
So 20 of them for £6. They sold out last time, but we've got more in stock for you, which is great. So that is the light.
Yeah.
We've then also got...
Oh, the regulars. Go on, I'll let you.
The regular.
I'll let you touch them.
Oh, yes, they feel good. They feel really good.
The quality is just second to none. And we've been watching you. We've been watching the colours that you like, and we've put them all together in a pack. They look a little bit, you know, maybe they look a bit subdued, but once you think you're going to put the coloured pencils on there.
I love these.
You're going to put your regular pencil, your white chalk pencil. They're absolutely stunning. That lovely craft one, you've got a beautiful, it's called verdigris, the green in there.
Yeah, love it.
Black. The blue is aqua. It comes all the way from Italy.
Okay, now these sold out in an instant last time. We've got more stock for you. I can see why you rate these as some of the best colours. They're lovely. The quality of the cardstock's fantastic. £6.50, that will get you OL1226 stock up. If you're a tangler and you want your tiles and you love those really rich, really upmarket colours, give us a call or go to the website and put them in your basket as quickly as you can if you could. What are these called?
These are the Elite.
The Elite.
So you get two colours. You get the black. It's the blackest black you can find. It's got a little bit of texture to it. But then the quartz, we're not calling it white, it's quartz.
Right.
You get a little bit of a fleck in there. And I've been using a couple of these on my Facebook, and you can see that they actually do, they ink well, they do everything else does, but the quality. And I mean, we should just say, yeah, they're small, they're little pieces of card, but it's not just any. It's all about you putting your name on the back and then you actually creating a beautiful piece of artwork on the front of it.
Exactly. So it pays to have, you know, cardstock of the finest quality. Your artwork deserves the best. It really, really does. And that's what you're going to be able to do with tiles like this. And of course, with the black tiles, you're looking at maybe white gel pens, metallics.
Yeah, and you get your metallics in on there. And of course, that white chalk pen that I've got, you know, you can shade with that. And do you know what? We actually used the larger versions, which are not quite out yet, in a class last weekend. Okay. And everybody just like, oh, it's just so nice.
Okay.
So nice.
Well, if you want to stock up on your tiles today, the good news is we've got all three of them back in. $6.99 for that one. I'd go for all three of them, to be fair. Then how many is in each pack?
You get 20 in each pack.
20 each. So it'd be 60 if you went for all three of them, because you will get through them. And it's lovely to have all of them for less than, well, just be over £20, wouldn't it be? About £21. Oh no, just under, because it's £6.50 for one, $6.99 for this one.
And then you've
what
got
was the other one?
£6 for the light ones.
For the other one.
So
Okay,
we've
just
had to
under
change
20.
the prices a little bit, so it's a new supplier and things. But we've kept them as low as we possibly can for that quality.
Hello to loads of you coming through. Anne in Greater London has gone for two of the Elites. Ooh.
Oh, do you know, you're going to love them. They're beautiful.
Sunita in Greater London, Marie in South Yorkshire, Karen in Kent, Crafter in Suffolk, Shelley in Mitchell. Michigan, all coming through. Check out your baskets if you could. Now, if you want to shop ahead of us, go to the website, hobbymaker.co.uk, and you'll see all of what we have. We've got the return of Locket Lane. We've got the Locket Lane for card tanglers. We've got the Locket Lane for sewing as well, which is something we've not seen on HobbyMaker, but Sewing Street see.
Absolutely,
so I'm
yes.
intrigued with that one.
Yeah, yeah.
But what we're going to start with, though, is To the Moon and Back and Flower Cascade. Okay, so just look at these. This is what Sandra does. So the book is step by step, page by page, stroke by stroke, perfect. There we go. Everything is illustrated, and that's what I love about Sanntangle, is that you don't leave any stages out.
No, and certainly this one, you've got 2 projects in there, but I call them weekend projects. They're full projects. So you've got one in the moon, and of course the little dog, that's my Leah, who passed. And it's one of those lovely things that tangling does. Every time somebody draws this, I can see that and I remember. And we do it with our cats and our dogs. Yeah. And you see you've got cats, dogs there. You've also got a little fairy. I've got the original here, Dave, if you want to show that. Because you can see it's actually up in my living room, so I've took it off the shelf today.
It's worthy of a frame like this. Look at that.
You know, it's a lovely sort of a 5x7 size, and it talks you through every single little bit. Imagine having that on
I remember doing this with you a few months ago now. We did it in January, in actual fact. But if you've got maybe a little animal that's no longer with you and you want to remember, that sort of thing, it's such a sweet tribute,
and that's
really.
just one project. You get 2. The other one is more about flowers and having them cascading around and things like that. But
so these 2 projects, but of course you can always put your own spin on it if you want to too. But a lovely size to put into a picture frame. Maybe that's inspired you to take up Sanntangle, thinking, I want to have my own artwork in my house that I can admire and look at every day. But, you know, art normally is quite snobby, can be quite snobby, and you see maybe the artist at work and then you see the finished picture, how they ever achieved it and how they got to that finished state, you never know. With this, Sandra gives you the stencil to give you the basic shape and then shows you step by step, every single inch of the way, how to bring the picture to life and how to make it reality. And I get such a buzz out of seeing people's finished Sanntangle.
I do, especially this one is really close to my heart, as you can imagine. And just seeing this one, done in different stances and variations. We've got a couple of samples where people have done different things with it, so it's not just about that.
Oh, just here?
Yeah, there's some there. We're organised, we just don't have enough room on the desk. But
Let me show you.
You can change it around a little bit. This one is really pretty.
This is going to inspire you. Sheila has done this one, To the Moon and Back.
There's the flower cascade one. See how different they are from the same stencil.
You can achieve it if you believe it. See, that's what Sanntangle's all about.
It certainly is.
You might think to yourself, I can't draw, I'm no artist. Oh, yes, you are.
Yeah.
If you can draw a line or a circle or a squiggle, you can do Sanntangle.
See, that's just the moon in the background, but then, of course, it's had the totem wolf, native wolf in there and things, so you can mix it with others.
Oh, look at
Again, like putting a little fairy of your own on there, but you've got that moon shit still that you can work on.
It's like a half moon of curlers.
It's just beautiful, isn't
Beautiful,
it?
yeah, really lovely.
Yeah.
So loads of different techniques in the book and using the stencil, of course, as well. And it's here today for $16.99 and 10% of our entire stock
Really
of that has
beautiful
gone.
piece, that one.
VH1276. Yeah, you actually get 1, 2, 3, 4. You get 5 elements in the stencils.
Yeah.
VH1276.
Yeah, those little stars and planets, this big star and the planets, lovely.
Okay, now, should we do a little demo on this? And
Yes,
then we'll move on to
let's.
Locket Lane in a minute as well.
I know, excited for that one as well. Yeah, oh, okay.
Oh, actually, everything, all the different books and stencils on the show, all on the website. Go to hobbymaker.co.uk and you'll see everything there, okay? It's all there. You can order straight away. If the price goes down, everybody pays the final low price, so don't worry about that.
Okay, so I'm going to do just a couple of little techniques on here because, of course, I said it's a weekend project, so there's a lot to go through. But this is the first thing, in a sense. I've actually created a frame. On the final picture, I would actually do the frame last.
Okay.
Because I think it's nice to have the picture coming out of it. But it's just so you can see what I've done. I've taken my shape and I've drawn all these little lines onto my paper there, straight in with a pen. Mm-hmm. And then all we're going to do with the pen is we're going to join each of those lines together. So from there to there with a curve and a curve.
And it's just repetition.
And the same, I'm not going to do all of it, but you can see where I'm going. Same there with a curve. Even when you get to the corner, I'm going to do the same thing, a curve and a curve, and then work my way around it. So whether you do all the way around the edge and then on the inside, that's all stuff done there. The next thing, you could either, on the edge, you could come in with lots of bubbles.
Yep.
Or you could do
One of your
lines.
favourite things.
I do like doing bubbles. But you could come in, look, if I break my space up, and then again, and fill it with lines. So you get that kind of a design. Of course, you know, shading is going to look a little bit different. So that's where that comes in. But once you've done this all the way around.
And of course, the booklet is there as a suggestion. You don't have to follow it, you know, to the letter.
Absolutely. And then if you don't want to do colour, bring your pencil in. Let's add a little bit in here. Again, I'll just do a little bit, just the top and the bottom there.
Yeah.
Let's move that one out of the way. And then this you could actually colour in and have a colour, but why not bring in and just colour two sides? And I'll shade that in a minute. You'll get the idea where we're coming from there. And then here, a little bit of pencil in there. Working that in like this. So you've got a little bit going on. Tortillon.
Yep.
Our little magic stick here. So again, if I work on a little bit at the top and the bottom.
Have we got those in stock at the moment, the tortillons?
I don't know, Dale. I think yeah, we need them. We need them in our life. They should.
We do?
Yeah.
Okay, well, if we haven't got any at the moment, we'll try
We'll
and
get
get some
that
before the end of the show. They come in packs of 12, don't they?
They do, yes. And then here I'm going to very gently soften the edges there and there. And then once you've created all that, look how three-dimensional that's started to look there now. So imagine doing that all the way around.
Yeah.
But again, you can use coloured pencils, you can do whatever you want to do with that.
Do you know, the thing that I love about Sanntangle so much is seeing your finished
Yeah.
pictures, because I can stand here and say, oh, everyone can do it. If you can hold a pencil or hold a pen, you can do Sanntangle. But people, understandably, will probably go, no, I'm no artist, I can't do it. But then you see pictures come through. We get the biggest reaction to Share Your Makes from Sanntanglers. And we get so many images from people who've maybe never done art in their lives before, never think of themselves as an artist, but they are achieving amazing things by following Sandra's hints and tips and techniques. So it's not my word that you've got to listen to. Just look at the artwork that other people have done. If you've got any Sanntangle pictures you want to share with us this hour, please send them in to us and we can put them up on the screen just to show that you've done it. Anyone watching who thinks they can't do it can do it. And it's become this incredible, almost like a club of Sanntanglers. They meet up at events at the NEC. They wear their Sanntangle badges.
Yeah.
They
We were at
exchange
Stoke-on-Trent last weekend.
Oh, yeah.
as
How did
well.
that go?
All your T-shirts on. It was great. You had a great time. Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
a real community, and you can join
Yeah.
in on Facebook and that sort of thing as well. So it is something that's much, much more than art. It's more of a community. It's more of a mindful thing as well, just kind of
is.
chilling out and doing it.
It is, yeah. I mean, this is all wonderful, but if you just think, I've only got 5 minutes, I need to chill out, the tiles, the pen, pencil, the tortillon, there's so many videos that you can go and have a look at. And then that sort of feeds this, and then suddenly you're going a little bit bigger with something, trying something different. And before you know it, you're creating work like this.
You are.
really
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're still on the same stencil at the moment, stencil set. So To the Moon and Back
Yeah.
and the Flower Cascade. But Locket Lane is on the way, by the way. You can
Wait
build
to
your
see
own
that,
town
yeah.
and community.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
I'm just going to quickly show you how to sort of start this, because drawing the moon, I've got a circle here. I'm going to draw around the outside of it. Around the outside. And then inside, looking at this inside shape here, I'm going to use the edge of this inside and I'm going to move it slightly until the inside line joins the outside line there, okay? As simple as that. So from there to there. So the line that I've just drawn now matches the inside.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to draw that one. There's your moon.
There's your moon.
Once you've got that, everything else works. It falls into place. You're going to put your little star, your star in. And this is about, your first little bits of construction. So you notice I'm using it in pencil. There we go. And then you'd follow the instructions and you'd be putting your little tangles in, adding your detail around the moon, and then you get a little something like this.
Oh, wow.
You see there, little dog? It could be a cat, it could be two dogs. So this is little swirls, little lines. Your star, going to be a little bit different. It's going to be lines. So I'm going to go from here, miss two, draw a line, and another. And then
the
next one, miss two, draw a line, and another.
And the
You're
images
gonna-
on the stencil, you've got 2 cats, 2 dogs and 2
Yeah,
fairies.
That's it.
There we go.
You're going to work all the way around. Bit of colour, and there it is. So you can see, I know that's very quick, we're saying very quick techniques today. The instructions are really, really detailed for this. And then of course, if you put the frame and the moon together, this is what you're going to get. You see how the frame, look, it's sort of going underneath the moon there. You've got little planets and little stars you can add. So
it looks like a theatre stage, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. It's just a beautiful little piece that you can work with there.
Well, that's available to the moon and back. 20%, nearly 30% of the stock is gone. Whenever we do a Sanntangle show, the lines just get very, very busy. Free phone number, of course, and of course it's free to order on the website hobbymaker.co.uk. Now, Locket Lane, we've got two versions of Locket Lane. We've got Locket Lane, which is the one that we had here at HobbyMaker. Now, Locket Lane went absolutely crazy because you can make your own made-up village, town, city.
Oh, I mean, there are boards, Dave, at the other side of the... Go, that's it. There.
Oh, here?
Yeah. I think it's nice to see. There's a bit of a history, a bit of a mystery behind Locket Lane, and it's all to do with the locket. The story is in the book, so I'm not going to go into detail, but nobody knows where it came from. And of course, that's where Locket Lane started. And of course, this is one of the houses on Locket Lane. And above it, you actually, again, in the book, you get a little bit of an insight into who lives there.
Absolutely.
And what number it is.
I've seen so many Locket Lane
amazing,
pictures on the web, on Facebook. Yeah, incredible.
Exotic mushroom grower, that one. And here you've got a bit of, Venus flytraps going on, maybe.
Absolutely, could be.
And then, of course, the pièce de résistance, the mansion.
Yeah.
And of course, the instructions for how to draw these are all that. I mean, this one's even got a satellite look. And there's little mice.
So you can watch HobbyMaker.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's right. That's why you need that.
But there's so much you can do with it, of course. The instructions are for those, but there are so many other houses you can make, and you get into the story and you can build different numbers, and it's just fantastic.
Now, when you look at this stencil,
yeah, it's just
it's full of different shapes, but it's using these shapes in the right way that the book will show you that will bring that Locket Lane community to life. As I say, on Facebook, I've just seen so many amazing finished pictures. Whether you're tangling into the houses, whether you're just colouring them in, we're starting off with a locket. There we go, look. I mean, I know Pauline Wheeler, our lovely Pauline, she's massively into Sanntangle and into this in a big, big way. But every community can look completely different. Yeah. Colour it in differently, tangle it differently, position the houses in different places. But it's a complete lose yourself in constructing your own sort of environment and your own sort of habitat.
It's such fun. I mean, not just for adults, you can bring the kids in with this as well, and you can get a bit, you can get a bit of sort of like, relationship going, and you can build storybooks out of it and all sorts of things. So.
Well, I mean, we're getting messages today. Who was it that's messaging? Karen.
Hi, Karen.
Thank you for your message, Karen. It means an awful lot. I know you're going through tough times, but she's finding that Sanntangling's helping her. So, yeah, all the best from us to you. But, it's good to know that, it's not only a distraction, but it's also relaxing, a release as well, and it's the sense of achievement you get when you've done it.
Yeah, you do.
Never thought you'd
you
be
don't
able
really
to do
believe you can,
No.
and you think, I'm going to have a little go, and you have a sneaky go on a bit of sketch paper, and before you know it, you're creating these wonderful pieces.
I've found the way to look at it is, if you are a doubting Thomas and you're thinking, I can't do this, I was told I was rubbish at art at school, don't think ahead. Look at what you're doing. Look at each shape that you're being asked to draw as an individual stroke.
Yeah.
And then look at the next one, then look at the next one. And before you know it, the page starts to fill up with amazing images. And that's the way. If you look at the big picture first, you'll be daunted by it and think, do you know what, I can't do that. But if you look at that line or that little squiggle as an individual piece of art, that's when you'll achieve it.
Imagine a nursery and having all around the outside, around the edge, little sort of streets and little mice running
like
in and
a
out.
dado rail, but Locket Lane dado rail.
Oh, it'd be amazing.
Yeah, it'd be great.
It'd be amazing, yeah. That is a challenge.
Okay, so that's the one that we did here at HobbyMaker.
Yes.
Now, I've not seen this before because we now have Locket Lane stencil for sewing.
Yeah.
So this has been on Sewing Street, our sister channel, which is on between 8 and 1 every day. But what's the difference between this then and that?
First of all, let me show you the Locket Lane stencil. Okay, we've just seen that one. I'll let you hold that for a minute.
All right.
Got my numbers on, so I use that one.
Yeah.
The stencil for the Locket Lane for sewing.
Ah.
So you've got a different size
Yeah.
in terms of, because of course it's easier for appliques if you want to, or for drawing through, but doesn't mean it's just for sewing.
Right.
If you want to do bigger pictures, if you want to take your Locket Lane larger,
Right.
you can use these stencils in exactly the same way, use the instructions for the original Locket Lane, and you can actually create that in a bigger form.
Well, what you could do instantly, if you've got the original
Of
Locket
course.
Lane and you go for this one,
Yeah.
you've then got perspective, because you've got houses that are closer, bigger,
Absolutely,
houses
yeah.
that are further away.
That's the thing.
smaller.
I mean, the instructions are different. So when you look at Locket Lane for how to sort of use your sewing, what you'll find as you sort of look through it, Dave, there's projects in there. So you've got 3
Oh, we're in here.
completely different projects that you can actually make. So it shows you how you can applique them if you want to, or you could draw them, doesn't matter, and then how you build that project. So
Now-
I've actually got the projects with me today.
I've got
so
them under the book I'm going to
you
show
can
in
see,
a
and
sec.
they're just so delightful.
Now, we haven't got the sort of stock of this that we would normally expect to get for, you know, card crafting and that sort of thing. But we have a pretty healthy stock. But the price of this is only £20.99. And when you see the sort of thing that you can create, I mean, go for it if you want to have the larger stencil so you can make houses appear larger and closer if you've already invested in the previous Locket Lane. But look at what you can do. I mean, this is like a tablet bag.
Look at this.
Amazing.
Yeah, so that's not been appliqued, that's been drawn and then painted with fabric paints, things like that.
But this has been.
This has
appliqued.
been, yeah, but you can see, you know, they've got little bits and pieces. Actually, the tangling in that is been done with the same machine.
Okay.
So instead of having drawn lines, it's got machined
Ah.
stitches.
Love it.
Yeah, and this is great. It's a 12 by 12 folder, so you can put your artwork in there or whatever you want to do. But the house is just beautiful.
Who'd live in a house like that?
I know. And then, of course, you've got the famous locket, this is great. I actually use this in my kitchen over the table, over the chairs.
Right.
Tie it to a chair, and you could put like A4 different bits and pieces in there.
Like a little A4 organiser.
Yeah, but look, all your little extra gems and bits and pieces, you can bring everything in there.
Okay, so Locket Lane, the stencil for drawing and tangling is the one for card craft and pictures, but Locket Lane for sewing and tangling and drawing, you can use it for your card craft as well, because basically the stencil is that much larger, but maybe you love to applique, you love to sew from time to time, you love to make your own bags, and you want to have a Locket Lane bag or a Locket Lane applique on the back of a jacket or something like that. So, yeah. Basically, at the end of the day, the stencils are stencils, but they're bigger than the traditional ones that we had originally. So, yeah, you can use it in your card crafting and your drawing and your fine liners, but equally, it now takes on a whole new life if you use it with your sewing and your applique. Have a fabric Locket Lane.
It's amazing,
Love that.
isn't it?
It is
It's
amazing.
You can work it with whatever you want. We've always worked in sort of different materials. So even if you wanted to do that on your big tangle board, it would work. There's so many different variations. But I'm just going to show you how you could actually still, I'm going to draw it on paper, but then I've actually got a fabric one that we could do a bit of tangling on.
Okay.
So quick demo, and you can see here that I've got, I mean, that's A4, and then you've got that one as well. So not as many houses as in the other Locket Lane, but you've got very similar, so you can work. That's the one who lives in a house like this. You've got 3 there.
Yep.
But this one you can see very clearly. It's our little
And you always
toadstool.
number your apertures on the stencils, don't
Yes, absolutely. It just makes life easier when
you?
you
And
actually...
they're all
yeah.
numbered in the instructions as well. So
Your instructions, it's easy to do that. Again, I'm just working with a pencil here because, of course, when you're constructing, it just makes life a little bit easier. So immediately, I've got a top and a bottom of the house. If I come on in here, and it's exactly the same as if we were doing this with pencil and paper for the original Locket Lane. All we do if we were doing fabric, we'd actually draw this out on the fabric or on the backing like a Bonder web, which you explain in instructions, and then you'd iron this on to your fabric, and then you'd perhaps just stitch around it.
yeah.
You could work with that. But again, you can see that I've got my little...
You could have Locket Lane
shape.
cushions.
Yes, you could. Oh, could you imagine that? Little bag,
Yeah.
everything.
Maybe you've got some garden furniture and you want some kind of scatter cushions, Locket Lane scatter cushions out on the patio. How about that?
Absolutely. You see here, look, you can come round any way you like. So I'm just putting a few little lines in there. And then, of course, just as before with your other Locket Lane, you've got little doorways. You can have your little windows in there. So you could put little crosses in there. You could have spots on there if you wanted. And then, as before, we'd put little steps in. So yeah, this is a fantastic size, 8x8 cards. That would work really nicely.
Yeah, I was going to say,
And of
don't
course-
think of this as just purely
No.
for sewing. It's basically
not at all.
larger stencils,
Yeah,
larger artwork. If you've got the Locket
Yeah,
Lane that was
absolutely.
originally meant for us and for you, you've got that. They are slightly smaller than these images, so you can use the
Yeah.
bigger ones for bigger projects.
mix and match them all together. So this one,
Home decor.
yeah, you can see I've actually cut those shapes out using the stencils, but I've used fabric instead of having to draw all of it. And then I've stitched around doorways and windows. But you see, I've started to tangle here. And I don't know if you can see as well, it's a bit of a thread, I've started to use my coloured pencils to colour in. Now, coloured pencils, they won't stay on fabric if you wash it, but they're brilliant for colouring in. So let's bring in our little pen.
Okay.
Right, you're like, oh, how does this work?
And we've got the fine liners in the show today. I think you get 3, don't you? You get 0.2s and 0.3s. You get,
Yes.
is it 2 2s and a 3?
2 2s and a 3, that's it.
Okay, at a cracking price. But I'm thinking those bigger stencils for sewing, why not use them on walls, like you were saying, in the kids' bedroom?
Yeah, absolutely.
Arts, wall
Yeah,
art.
I mean, you could even mask some areas off and ink through them, so you could ink straight on. Yeah.
Maybe the kids can get involved colouring them in as well. Why
Yeah,
not?
again, making those little colouring books for them. See, look, I'm adding my detail in. I'm using the same pen as I would normally. I'm bringing in that detail. And I'm not doing anything different.
No.
Okay, I'm working on a slightly different surface.
And those pens are fine to use on fabric, aren't they?
Yeah,
Because
these pens are washable up to 40 degrees.
they're archival.
They are.
Yeah.
So if you wanted
They're not
to
gonna fade.
draw these on and then wash it, you're absolutely fine. I'm going to put a couple little bubbles there. And then bringing it out here, we can start to add. But again, look, I'm drawing just like I would draw on paper. If you think that, I'm not so sure and I'd want to make sure I drew it properly first, you can actually get hold of what you call a friction pen. And that's almost like having a pencil that you can rub out, but it's a pen, and then you iron over it and it disappears.
Ah, okay.
Just like it was
Clever.
never there. So you can see that, look, bringing that in. Let's bring in my little tree design here.
Well, these are going very, very quickly. If you want your pens, you're going to get 2 2s and a 3. So 1 slightly wider, 2 slightly narrower. Archival quality, Sanntangle branded as well. £7.99 for all 3 of them. DC 1267 is your item number. But we're talking about Locket Lane today. Locket Lane has really massively taken off. Everybody loves everything about it. The stencils from the sewing angle are bigger than the ones that we originally had on HobbyMaker for card and for paper. So if you've already got those and you want to go for the super size Locket Lane, so you've got houses of different sizes, you can do that. But of course, this was actually produced for Sewing Street, so the applique and the fabric side of it is easy to
But you
work
see,
with.
this is my original Locket Lane, and I can come in on my little toadstools or mushrooms at the front, and I can incorporate those. Because they're smaller, I can put little windows in, and that works together. It just works together, whether you're working on fabric, whether you're working within just the stitching. I'm gonna
And
put
this
a
one
little
again, Sandra, I mean, if you're not really into fabric, but you love to be able to colour onto fabric, there's no actual fabric used in this at all. This is all fabric pens, isn't it? Did you say on this one?
Yeah, that
paints?
pens, paints, that kind of thing. But again, if you didn't wash it, you could use the Sanntangle pencils, not a problem.
Brilliant. I mean, that could be a tablet cover, could be a hot water bottle cover.
Yeah,
You
absolutely.
wanted it to be?
Yeah. Just bring a little bit of my pencils in.
Yeah.
So again, we've got sort of trees hanging up at the top here, and I did it with the yellow, but we can come in with a little bit of colour.
Now, these pencils, by the way, we've only got double figure stock. That's all we've got available. £27.99, TH1260. And I know it took you, Sandra, a long time to find these.
It certainly did, absolutely, yes. And they're lovely. And
Despite how many times you use these a day, they're lasting a long time. Look.
I do use them a lot,
Yeah.
yes, absolutely. Sprig a bit of dark green in there as well. And again, I'm not going to wash this. It's going to be like a little hanging on a wall, so don't need to worry about it. But you can see that adding that little bit of colour in. So again, just because it's on fabric, you could do this on paper, or you could, try it your hand and bring a bit of fabric in if you wanted to. Look how different that's looking now. Just adding that little bit of tangling and a bit of colour in, it really brings it to life, doesn't it? It's just beautiful.
I tell you what, maybe you were discovering the Locket Lane for sewing for the first time today because maybe you don't watch Sewing Street or you missed the show or whatever. Think about it. Think about what you can put those wonderful houses onto. Cushion covers, backs of jackets, T-shirts, sweatshirts, anything like that. We're giving you the oversized stencils, and then you just trim the fabric and you choose the colour and the pattern of the fabric. You can make it as way out as you want to, but you're going to have some fun.
You are.
Some fun.
Yeah, there's so many ideas that come out of it. It's just brilliant. But yeah, that's how that one works. And you can keep going and keep going. But of course, there's other things I want to show. So
absolutely. And if I just show you some of the traditional Locket Lane for card. Let's quickly pop that back on for you. Now, this is the one that was developed for drawing and tangling onto cards and tiles and that sort of thing. Now, obviously, your stencil will come unnumbered, but if you look in the back, usually, there we are on the back, it's got all the different numbers. So just with a permanent marker or a fine liner, just mark the numbers on there because that's what Sandra will refer to shapes as numbers going through the book. But there we are. Look, just starts off with using the outline of the stencil, which we showed you a few minutes ago, and then step by step, easy, 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 it develops into this fantastic house, which then develops into a street, which then develops into a town.
I know.
You know, you can keep on going.
You wait until Christmas.
Okay.
Can't say anymore.
Is that next week?
Shh. Yeah. Shh.
I know Laura, my producer, she's just seen something.
She's seen a couple of sketches earlier. Yeah,
I've not seen them.
What do you think?
Dave, you're going to be amazed.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that.
Excited.
So there we go. That's the book. Step-by-step instructions. Oh, wow. The palace and everything in there. But just to show you quickly, there we are.
Oh, yes.
Just a single house on its own in the field. Yeah.
They're lovely, aren't they? And everybody's got their own little quirks to go with it. So there's all sorts of things.
Absolutely.
And then this next one, it's the locket on its own. I mean, that's one piece on its own right, isn't it?
Love it.
It doesn't have to be associated.
And the story to Locket Lane all will be revealed in the book.
Absolutely.
In the actual folder, it tells you the story, and then you can put your interpretation of it.
Oh, it's upside down. There's another version of the locket, so it just shows you've got the initial sort of starting point. This one I love because look at the flowers in the background. It gives it scale.
Yeah.
So it looks really tiny compared to the flowers. But then again, using the larger Locket Lane, you could actually have the flowers still around it and make some.
I think it's genius bringing out the larger Locket Lane as well, to have the large version and the small version, perspective, distance, all that sort of thing. So you can, if you're happy with what you've done with Locket Lane already, think about going for the sewing ones, the larger stencils, and think about where that's going to take you. Masking some buildings off, making one building in front of another, that sort of thing.
It's super fun.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. I've had so much fun with it. It's lovely.
No two Locket Lanes need ever look the same either.
No, they're not. They don't.
No?
It's amazing.
Okay. Now, the Sanntangle book collection.
Yeah.
Now, this is for the applique.
It is, yes.
Okay.
We brought the book collection
Book
out
covers.
for Papercraft last week. This is the sewing version. So again, you've got to think about this of it being bigger, but this time because it's books, we're doing book covers. But the nice thing about this, if you've never done any sewing before, these are basic rectangles and shapes, and I talk you through with photographs every single step of the way. And what's really nice about it, a lovely little piece, I'm just going to nick this off you, Dave.
Yeah, sure.
Is we've actually got, we've all got our covers, our diaries.
Yes.
Yeah, you can cover it.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah, so it just gives it a little bit of a different look. It shows you how to do that. Of course, you've still got your little flap. But then to help that as well, if you didn't want to do that, you've got little pockets, little sleeves, which is this one here. I'm going to take that one off you, Dave.
Okay.
So this one, again, my diary fits in this.
Perfect.
Very, very simple. It's a little tube. But look at that on the front, that little applique. And then this literally folds over, just needs a button, bit of elastic, and you've got everything secure. So when they're in the car, you're throwing them about. But that's for A4, A5, and for the diary.
Terrific.
So, yeah,
well, if you're that's all right. If you're a
Yeah.
diary fan and you've got that
so
and you want to
much
have a
fun with
fabric cover for it or any of the other sizes that Sandra mentioned, there is a stencil included inside there as well, which is that one there. So that will be for, what do we want the stencil for this one? Is this for decoration?
Show you.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
this is for all that applique. But again, I'm going to show you how you could do it on paper.
Right.
So it's fantastic. Do you know, sometimes it's quite nice as well, because some of the stencils, they can be a little bit little pieces. If you've got a bit of a problem with your eyesight, or you know, drawing, you want to go a bit bigger, these are perfect. It'll give you can follow the instructions and the original stencils, but just use the bigger one, and then it works.
Okay.
So
I always love your stencils, because when I look at them,
What is it?
I think, what is it?
What is it?
And then before my eyes, it becomes...
Right, okay, so I'm going to start off with then. I'm going to go around this shape here. And again, you will number these, so don't sort of think, oh, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just going through it and drawing it without the instructions, because it's just a bit quicker to show you. So I've got my first little circle there. And in the same format, remember we did this to the moon and back earlier. To create a moon, I want this part of my circle touching this edge. So again, that way, I'm drawing it. And then that gives me my moon. There's my moon again. And of course you can do this in 2 different sizes if you want to. So it gives you a bit of option there. But then what we want to do with the instructions sort of explain, well, okay, well, let's have a little bit of a book. It's my Stoke-on-Trent accent coming
so that's half of the... Okay,
yes, here we go. So what I'm going to do is put this side here on there. And then I'm going to put this side in here. I'm going to go a bit heavier with it. Okay, let's just get rid of that bit of the moon in there. Okay.
Right.
Turn it over.
Yeah.
And line it up.
And you've got the other half of the book.
The other half in, and again, if I just rub out those bits in the middle. And of course, if you were doing the sewing one, you'd applique these bits and pieces, and then you could stitch things, but we're not, we're doing it on paper. So there it is.
Coming out of the moon.
This angle here, I'm going to draw a line there. And this angle here, I'm going to draw a line there.
Right.
I'm going to turn it round and put a curve in. It's not Batman. Okay. Page underneath.
Ah, wow.
Same again. And again. There.
How simple, but it's so effective.
Absolutely.
Makes it look 3D.
Yeah. So you could have the moon, if you wanted to, coming over the top here, if you wanted it as part of your book. There we go. Or you could have it going underneath, so that gives you that starting point. And then here, it's lovely to sort of have, let's curve some lines. We could put a little phrase on there, a little sentiment, that kind of thing. On this side, we could come in with different bits and pieces. There is an instruction for how to draw some flowers, but I'm going to change it up a little bit and draw a different flower, just because we can. Let's put some circles in. So one there, look, and let's do one there.
This is featured in the...
yeah, I do know this without looking at the instructions now.
Yeah, but this is actually in the book, isn't it?
It is. The instructions are there, yes. So Dave can flick through and check. So, yeah, I think once you've actually written instructions, you tend to remember them. Sometimes you don't want to see them again for a while.
Here we go. Look, so this is it, step by step, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's what we just covered with Sandra. There we go. There we go.
So yeah, all the instructions. So there I've shown you how to cut them out in the fabric, but how to draw the extra little bits like the book in the pages on the underneath. There's instructions in there for all of that. How to draw on the flowers. That kind
Terrific.
Of thing. So it's all there.
Great.
So yeah, so what I've done here, look, I've drawn a bubble in the middle and I've split up that circle there into sections and then working my way round. So you could have any shape you want in here. Creating these little loops. And you see what's coming out?
Flower.
Creating these flowers. So it's a lovely little sort of cascade over the top of that page there. There it is. A couple of little flicks. And then notice I always come outwards from the centre. That's because as you start to draw, you've got more pressure. And as you let go, you get less pressure. So it's always a bit thicker. Even if you've got a pen, a fine line, it's always a bit thicker there than it is there. So you get that sort of feel of 3D.
But again, it gives it that lovely kind of curve inwards.
It certainly does, yeah. And then however you colour it. So if we bring in a leaf, curve, bobble on, curve, bobble on, curve, bobble on. Bobbles. And then create these curves all the way up to the top. And same here, So I'm going to try and join them at the bottom if I can.
Isn't it easy when you know how?
Go, little curves, little curves, little curves. So you do a few of those. I've got one, but I want to show you something else before we go to the next stage with this one. This is beautiful in its own right, and it looks a lovely piece, and you could add your tangles into your moon and write your sentiment, but sometimes it's nice to bring another stencil in.
Yep.
And I've got here my creative stencils. We talk about these quite a lot because they're not a stencil that gives you step-by-step instructions to make a specific image. They are stencils that give you a little bit of creativity.
I must admit, they're one of my favourite stencils that you've done.
Yeah, and in here as well, you've got this lovely sort of version. You've got a picture of what I've done with it, but then you've also got all the what we call the step-outs, showing you how to do the different tangles.
Okay.
And I think that's really useful. So what I'm going to do, whilst Dave shows you that a bit more, is we could draw some of these in and around.
Well, they're are stencils, so you're going to get basically your butterflies and you're going to get your stars. Do you get all 4 of them?
Yep.
You do. You get your octagons or hexagons and your bubbles as well. So they're so much fun to be had with these. And then, of course, you've got the booklet here. Yes. This is Creative Stencil Set 1.
Yep.
So here we go. Look. And there's your tangles, ideas of tangles on the first page. And then off you go.
You don't have to use those tangles
No.
with that if you don't want. You
Just
can mix
ideas.
and match. But again, it's giving you a little bit of a library of different tangles you can use for anything, really.
But to get those 4 stencils and the book with ideas for $17.99, I think it's amazing.
Yeah, we do our best to keep our stencils low because we make them in-house. We can do that. There's no middle person.
That's good.
So, yeah, apart from Tommy, who has to machine them. So you can see drawing just a section of that is going to start to bring a bit of interest around the background.
Yeah, love it.
So if I bring one in that I've done a bit more work to, I've drawn around it now in pen.
Oh.
There's your book.
That's amazing, isn't it?
See your moon, I've actually brought it round the front there. Got some more of those leaves. There's the flowers, and then in my stars, I've started to add little bits and pieces into.
Now, be honest, if you were looking at that saying,
Yeah.
I wonder if I can do that, you're probably thinking, no, I can't. Yes, you can.
You've just seen me do it. You've seen the
stencils.
stencil. I've
Yeah.
just gone from scratch all the way through.
It's the stencils that give you the confidence. It's all those elements
Certainly
that you
is.
stick together
Yeah.
that Sandra supplies you with in the books as well and in the
Certainly.
pamphlets. I mean, it's just brilliant. And yeah, how are you going to feel when you've got something like that staring you in the face and you think, I've just done that?
No,
And
it's
you've not
amazing.
tangled in it
Even
yet.
I think that.
Yeah.
It amazes me sometimes. Like, oh, and people think, oh, you've printed it or it's a stamp. It's not.
No.
You've actually drawn it. So I've got my little book here, and you can see I've got the stars and I've got the letters compared to where I've put that particular tangle. But you can go through and you can look at any of them and think, oh, I like this, or I like this one, or whatever. I mean, it's just a really nice little piece to do. So, I mean, we've got this look, for example, and you see it's a little loop. Mm-hmm. And it gets smaller and smaller and goes into a wiggle.
Yeah.
So let's have a wiggle. Let's have a look at that. There's no technical terms, is there? So let's look at this. I mean, we could do that as the writing in the book, couldn't we? So if I put those lines back in.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't have to say anything.
So
but
rather
it looks
than
like writing.
rather than it saying anything, let's put in that little sort of loop shape.
So it's almost like a figure of 8. isn't it?
Almost like, yeah, and then like a little bit of script, and then off it goes into a bit of a wiggle. And then we could sort of do the same sort of
I
thing.
reckon it's a spell.
Could be anything, couldn't it? So if it's on the moon, let's go a little bit bigger so it's a little bit like I don't know, maybe somebody else has added a little bit in, and then it goes off to a little bit of a wiggle. So it doesn't have to say anything. Or, you know, you could create your own little bit, or you could even, you know, curve your stamps to put something on there.
We're talking mindful doodling. That's what Sanntangle
Absolutely,
is all
absolutely.
about. Doodle with a purpose.
This one, and mate, I love this one. You see, you've got a little line, and normally we'd put a little white highlight. So here we go. Sometimes, if you find that bubbles, you struggle with them, maybe. Start with a bigger bubble. Don't think small. See, that's perhaps a little bit small, but we use those to fill the gaps in. Do your bubbles first, like so. So you've got a nice sort of flow going on there. See, they're getting a bit smaller as they wander off, and maybe we've got a little bit of lines hanging there. So you get carried away now. But if you wanted to do this, there's 2 ways you can do this, and then you can bring a white gel pen in and put a little line down to create a highlight, or you can draw it with the highlight already in there.
Okay.
So if I did a bit of a curve that side and that side, made it a bit thicker, or you could bring your 5 pen in to draw that bit. Looks like a little Santa's belt, doesn't it?
It does.
Okay, let's go in a bit more.
Well, from
And
where
then
I'm
on
stood, it
either
looks like an
side-
emoji with 2 eyes.
Yeah, draw it that way.
Yeah.
So doing it the other way, you could go across the whole thing and then a thinner line, and then I must have, hang on, a gel pen. I've got a white gel pen here. Let's just check it works. That's it. And I could come in and I could put a little line across the middle. It's just that my pen's a little bit juicy there, but you see, so I've still got a little highlight going across it. So you've got the 2 ways of doing it there.
So it makes it look kind of rounded now.
Yeah, it gives it a little bit of a sparkle on the edge there, doesn't it? So what I would do as well, I keep turning it round and drawing them in different directions. It looks like they're sort of on the move then. Let's see. Let's have one going. So it's very similar. If you find you get to the point they're too small, just do 2 lines. Doesn't have to be 3. You just do 2. You see how that's just beautiful, and then
It kind of makes them look like they're cascading down now, doesn't it? Kind of rolling.
A little bit of pencil either side of those lines, and come in with your tortillon and soften it off. And again,
Oh, we have actually got stock of the tortillons, which is fantastic. So a set of 12. If you want the set of 12 tortillons, the blended, basically they're rolled up condensed paper, okay? And they'll last you a long, long, long time.
Yes.
£4.50 for 12, DK1231, that's what you'd use with your 2B pencil to get the blending perfectly
absolutely.
right. Yeah.
I've just found another one here, Dave. Look, it's quite a nice one to do, and that sort of speaks as though it wants to come out and about. So let's leave that there. So I've got it facing me so I can see what I'm doing with it. So let's look at tortillon. So I end up with 2 or 3 pens in my hand at once. So it starts with a little heart shape. So let's bring it out here. Let's go from there. A little heart shape. I'll go from there. There you go. All right, then it says do 2, one next to the other.
Okay.
Next to the, again, you could be doing this on fabric if you wanted to. And now it's got one in between, getting in the way, look, there you go. And then it says another one. And see, we've got these little sort of lines coming out and little dots on.
See, even that, it doesn't go straight to that, and you think, well, how do I do it? It's step by step by step.
Step by step. So let's bring a few more in, and let's see if we can just sort of angle it over a little bit, and let's bring it up there. So they're going to go behind, and then straight up there. See how it's starting to come up and out of the piece?
Yeah.
So you could have these in any way you like, and then when you think, oh, I've got enough now, let's do one more at the top there. So we could even put like little lines
And
in
you're
there.
putting in these elements wherever you want to. You'll be doing it differently to someone down the road or differently to Sandra.
Yeah, and then here I'm going to put a curl in the top. So it's not on there, but you know, I sort of think it would benefit from a curl on the top there. Got a curl, and I'd put a few of those, so maybe another one sort of going underneath here, so it's sort of following through. I could have this as it's completely flat, or let's have it so it's hollow, and that's going through it. So you start to create them because you've got that structure there. You can start to do your own thing. And remember, we'd started with books and the book collection, but now we're into adding stars and all sorts of things. So that gives us that bit of an idea. Loads of colouring, all that kind of thing.
Absolutely.
Amazing what you can create.
Okay, so for your tortillons that are on the screen, that's DK1231. If you do want to go for your fantastic stencils, and these were, remember, what were they called? Stencil set 1?
The book, Creative Step 1, yes.
Creative Step 1.
Yeah.
Creative Step 1, if you want those, you can get all 4 stencils plus lots of inspiration and tangling ideas in the book as well. Now, we've got the yin and yang. Now, this is what the lovely Sue staff made for me and presented me
It's
with
really,
at the NEC,
really
and I've got it pride of
pretty
place
one,
in my
this is.
house. It was a gift from a lovely, lovely lady who's a viewer and loves Sanntangle to pieces. And yin and yang is relevant to everybody, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, yes. And it's got that meaning. It's left, right, light, dark,
Yeah.
cold, hot,
Yes.
whatever you wanted to sort of think of.
Opposites.
Yeah, and there's little hints and little pointers throughout, actually, of what it means. Little sort of, I think what you'll find in the instructions, you get like a little bit of an italic words, and it'll just say, oh, it means this or it means that kind of thing, where I'd got space.
Fantastic.
So there's little hints to sort of look at there.
Are you someone's yin to their yang or whatever? You know, it's appropriate and appropriate for absolutely everybody of all age groups and all sexes too. So it does make a thoughtful gift idea for whoever you're making it for, whether you're doing it in monochrome, whether you're doing it in colour, a little bit of both. $15.99 for the book, and you get that stencil as well, so you can do smaller ones and larger ones as well. Cool.
Yeah. Oh, quick one with this because I want to show you the owls.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, because we have gone through this a couple of times, but I want to show you where you would start. This is your stencil, so you've got two different sizes, large and a small one there, and you've got your space in between that you can mark it through. You've got your dots for your different sizes. So here, working it through, it takes you step by step on how to create that frame, but you've got 3 different variations in here. What I've actually done with mine is I've taken an aspect of this one, and then I've taken, I've got 2 stencils out. This one, changed this up a bit and created this. So looking at it, you can see you've got my circle and I've put my dots in. You can see where my dots would help me give my little bumps there. And then here, using that sort of lines to give me those little shapes. A bit like the leaf we did earlier.
Yeah.
I've even sneaked in like a little dragonfly there. I think at the time it was like, oh, how do you do a dragonfly? And it just got put in. But again, drawing those little flowers that we did earlier, I showed you how to do those with the circles, and that's what you've got here, bringing this in. Hang on. So I keep adding bits and pieces to this. So you'd come in like with your little circle there. You'd put your bubble in the middle.
Well, this is the point. You can add as much as you want to, can't you?
Absolutely. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 there. So if I split it in half.
Did you do the colour with the pencils?
Yes,
Right.
I did. Yeah, I've used my coloured pencils for this. Again, I've got a little bit of inking in the background. That's the Day of the Dead stencil.
Okay.
Background stencil there. It's a load of flowers. So again, bringing that shape. Again, you've just seen me do this with the book collection.
Honestly, anyone that's on the fence thinking about this, it's going to be an adventure that you will adore and you'll love and you'll surprise yourself. Anyone can do this. I know I always say that in every show, but it's true. But there are lots of people that really do need convincing because they've been told all their lives they're no good at art.
I was told that.
I was told that.
Yeah.
I think most people probably are.
Absolutely, yeah. See, these.
There is an element of snobbery about art, and if you're good at it, you know,
Yeah.
great. But everyone can do Sanntangle.
Yeah.
If you can hold a pencil or a pen and draw a line, you can do it.
Yeah, so you've just seen me do this, but instead of having the curve at the top, I did hearts. Exactly the same. So you can start to see things breaking down. Now look at the lines we did that were into the moon and back. So bubbles, everything you see. Look, even those, they're all in there. So everything works.
Do you know what? Something's just dawned on me. Going back to art classes at school, I don't think I was ever shown how to draw or paint. I was just told to draw that.
Yeah.
And I think, okay, where do I start? And
Yeah,
that's
no
why
demonstration.
there was no step by step. It was just, you know, you're rubbish. Look at that. You're not going to be an artist. No one ever showed you how to do it step by step. Sandra does that. It's just kind of clicked with me. That's why I wasn't any good at art at school. Oh, now the owls. We want to get these in before we say cheerio to this show. Zena is with you between 5 and 8. The owls, they're great.
I know.
Look, my favourite owl, that one in the middle. He is such a resplendent owl. Look at him. Isn't he amazing?
Yeah, now this varies. You can go super cute and do little ones. And in my gallery, actually, at HQ, there's quite a large, long picture, horizontal. It's got like lots of different owls on a wire.
Right.
But again, then you can go into like a girly one sitting on a load of flowers, or you've got the really, really fancy one with the wings out.
I mean, he looks like he's on
Yeah.
holiday in Miami.
Oh, I'm going to show you how to do these.
Really cute. And then you've got the more flamboyant. Look at this. Imagine doing that. You can do it.
Yeah.
He looks mean and moody.
Absolutely. But it depends where you draw the eyes
Yes.
and where you put the highlight
Yes.
as to what you can do with them. It's really cool.
Having that on the wall and you've done it. Amazing.
Yeah, it's a beautiful one. It is, that one. Right, okay. All right, see, I use this one quite a bit. I've got my numbers on there. But drawing an owl. All right, so I've got this shape here. And first thing we're going to do is let's choose. This is, 3 different sizes. I'm going to go with this one. Okay, drawing that.
All right.
So far, so good?
Yes, I can do that.
Let's mark when I think the middle is. Just put a line up the middle. Yeah. And then we want some eyes. So you see down the side here, lots of different sizes.
Yeah.
So let's so we could go as crazy as we want, really. Let's keep it within
And
that.
Sandra refers in the book to use 2D or 7C. So
Absolutely.
always label your
Yep.
stencils.
Always label them because it does make life easier. Let's do another one there. See, so now I'm creating, I'm deciding where these shapes are going to go. We want that little bit of a white highlight there, and one there. And then we want a little bit of, see the blackness inside. Let's go with that one. So whilst I've got it, I might as well colour it in. And again, you might sort of think, oh, these are great for pictures of family, or imagine weddings. You could have the bride and groom in the middle, so you could have a really nice card with all the bridesmaids.
Yep, I like that.
Look, so that's the starting point. Let's just take that off. You could have little glasses on this, so there we are, little eyes. Little nose, again, you could put the nose in, or you could use the shapes to help you create something. There you go, a little bit of a wing.
Who doesn't love owls, let's face it.
A little bit of a flick for the hair. And then let's have this one with, let's come out the eyes there. Let's put some little bubbles on the edge there and add a little bit of a line over the top. So maybe it's a little bit cold, you know. It wants little earmuffs. There you go. Or it could be
Headphones.
Headphones, you know, you could have a little bit of music coming out of it. A little quavers there going on. Then of course, yeah, I've drawn them the right way. Yeah, I should know. I'm grade 6 theory of music, grade 8 saxophone. Let's have a little.
Oh, you can have a lot of fun.
Yeah, little.
You could put football gear on him, different coloured tops and that sort of thing.
Yeah,
He's there with a
all
peak
sorts
cap
of
on.
things. So, you know, you could have the little one. I mean, I won't sit it on top, but you could have it sat on top and build up.
Well, one's got a trilby hat on, another one's got a bow in
Yeah,
her
yeah,
hair.
this one this looks like James Bond.
It does a bit.
Of the owl world. And then, of course, you've got the girls, you've got granddad, you've got the teenager,
Yeah.
the little baby. And if we look on the front, you see there, look, I have built them up.
Yes.
And some fabulous, actually, I don't know if you want to show the cards. Just in the middle there, Dave.
Yep.
Some fabulous samples, because I've just done one. I've done a very quick little owl there, but the
Let me just show you. I mean, this is a little owl scene. So the word owl, and they're kind of appearing from all over the
so
place.
that was with our words, just the right words,
Yep.
stencil, and they put owls in.
How cute is that?
They pop
Dad
up everywhere.
and the kids.
They're
There you
lovely,
go.
aren't they?
Now look at this. Look at the expression on their faces. Shock, horror, embarrassment, all in one. Isn't that just genius? Sheila's done that. I love that.
She's got a couple of versions of that. She's loved it.
Absolutely brilliant. And then a little owl peeping up in the middle of a mandala.
Yeah, that's our circle frame in the middle there as well.
Owl in the moon.
Again, you could use the moon that we've had in either of the stencils today. Look at that one.
And congratulations on your new baby.
Yeah, look at that.
SB1230.
me.
Now we've got one last little fleeting look at these flower stamps. Now look at these. Well, you haven't shown these yet until now, but you found them on the
and you know,
website.
Dave, when we bring stamps, we only do one run of them.
Right.
And whatever we've got now is what we've got. That is absolutely it.
So this obviously is the outline that you can tangle into. Some of them have been tangled to start with to get you off to a good start. But look at, oh, turn it the right way. Have a little look at these.
They're beautiful, aren't they?
Aren't they
But they give you a little bit of tangling in there, but they also give you space to do something else as well if you want to add. That one's beautiful if you actually add little droplets below it and make a little bit more of a portrait piece. So it's really lovely to do as well. The colour, whether you colour or whether you use black and white, look at that with that craft card.
I know.
Just stunning, isn't it?
We literally have got less than a minute on the show. Remember, everything that Sandra's been bringing you, you'll find if you go to have a little look at hobbymaker.co.uk. Sanntangle Christmas is...
Next week.
Next week.
Next week.
And
Say any more.
you are not going to want to miss a minute of that, that's for sure. But all of the fantastic pencils, the pens, the tiles that we started the show with as well, they're all on the website if you go to hobbymaker.co.uk.
The mess we've caused.
That's me. It's always me. I just cause chaos wherever I go. Remember, we've got the Locket Lane as well. That's back today. And we've got the Locket Lane Sewing, which is basically the stencils but larger. So obviously, drawers can use those as well. Thanks, Sandra. Great to see you.
Thanks, Dave.
Nice bonus show.
Yeah,
I'll see you day after tomorrow. Zena's up next to see you through until 8 o'clock. Have a nice evening.
Here at HobbyMaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with HobbyMaker. It couldn't be easier to watch HobbyMaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
If you've recently missed your favourite show on HobbyMaker, it's really easy to catch up on our website. Simply visit hobbymaker.co.uk and click TV Guide. Here you'll be able to choose any show broadcast in the last 7 days, which you can watch, pause and rewind at your convenience. And to make shopping even easier, any items featured in the show will appear underneath. With HobbyMaker's catch-up, there's never a reason to miss out, no matter what time of day.
My name's Carla Bagshaw and I am the brand ambassador for Carnation Crafts. I like the passion, the dedication to the craft. I like the fact that they produce in-house artwork, which is really important for us to be able to create something that is really special, really unique and every time perfect. Carnation Crafts have a very solid team behind them. They have the creative director, Nick. He is in charge of everything we see, everything that we have as far as the artwork is concerned. And he has a wonderful and dedicated team of artists and designers who are incredibly talented. And then we have an awesome team. Everybody involved with Carnation has the same passion for the building, which is really lovely to work with. One of the things that's really important about Carnation, and it's unique, and it's what sets them apart. When Nick and the design team start to sketch out a drawing, as they do it, there's a cut line put in very certain points that allow us as artists and crafters to sculpt the paper. So we've got this really unique process that is all about designing a die. The artwork complements the die complements the artwork, right from the beginning of creation, from the pen going to paper to the card you make. That's incredible, because it starts when the pencil goes in hand. There's no other company that does that.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Afternoon, it's the middle of the week. The middle of the week. They call it a hump day. I'm not sure about that. Don't you say anything. We had enough about you yesterday. Hello, Gwen.
Hello, Zena.
Hello, beautiful lady. How are we?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm very good, because we're about to be very positive.
We are.
We're
positive vibes only.
Yes, positive vibes only on this show today, because we are doing the Affirmation Station collection. Doesn't that sound great? The Affirmation Station.
It just sounds good already.
It does, doesn't it? And I'll tell you what, I've done this show once before with Gwen, and it was brilliant. And I said to her today, I said, I'm so chuffed that we're doing this collection again. It's a really, really, really affordable, wonderful, uplifting, fabulous collection. You can buy the entire show. I'm going to put it out there for less than £40. I'm just going to get straight in there and tell you, it's going to go to less than £40, because you are getting all 6 of the stamps for the I Want It All bundle. You can have them on a pick and mix if you want. You can buy a couple of them. But the best way to buy them, the most affordable way, is, as always, with the I Want It All. So you get all 6 of the stamps. We're going to go through them with samples. Well, the gorgeous Gwen is anyway. And she's wonderful in every way as well. She's terrific, which is some of the names of the stamps. We've got 6 fabulous... Now, they might look relatively small, but they're small yet mighty stencils.
They are.
Very usable, aren't they?
I love these mini
We
stencils.
do, don't we?
Well, the thing is, for me, with a stencil, I never use all of it anyway,
No.
unless it's a specific design, like a flower or something like that. But when it's a pattern or a texture,
Yeah.
you just use a bit of it here and a bit of it there.
Yeah.
So a little one's great. You can
Exactly.
do that.
Takes less time to clean as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so there you go. It's got all those coming up. And you get the paper pad. Okay, so everything works together.
Lovely.
It is lovely, isn't it? Really lovely. So we've got this entire collection. It's very positive. It's very uplifting. It's just the kind of cards we want to receive. We want to send. You know, if you know somebody's having a tough time, or you want to just tell somebody, because I think we need to tell people. The amount of times I hear people say, "Oh, I said such and such nice about." You'll say something about somebody will go, "Oh, that Gwen's lovely." Have you told her? No. Do you know what I mean? It's like, tell that person while you've got the chance that they're amazing, that you think that they're terrific. It's really important. So I'll tell you what we'll do. We will, when Gwen starts to show you all these fabulous stamps now, I'm just going to let you in on a little, right? Every stamp is going to be £2.69. I've said that out loud. Every stencil is £2.69 in this I Want It All collection. And the paper pad is £2.69. That's how naughty this is. So the price, hopefully, won't even be a consideration or won't be a barrier to you treating yourself. So shall we have a look, Gwen?
Shall we?
Yes, please.
Let's start with You Are Terrific.
You are terrific.
You are terrific.
You are terrific.
So this is a gorgeous stamp set. And it's all things tea.
Yeah.
And let me say, I've said this before, I'll say it again. The pictures on the front, you may find are slightly smaller than the actual stamp. So we always like to show you the actual images. So we've got a lovely big affirmative statement there. Cups and saucers, cupcakes, flowers, hearts. What more could you ask for? And we've got some fabulous samples from our fabulous
Cupcake
design
is nice,
team.
isn't it, as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I love this. This is by Diane, and she's made us a little pouch. And in there is a very posh tea bag.
Oh.
And you can send that to somebody and say, let's get together and have a cup of tea.
Isn't that lovely?
I think that's fabulous.
I
Or somebody's
like
under the weather, send them a cup of tea in the post. Not a cup of tea, but a tea bag.
Lovely. I like
And this
that.
one, how different is this? This is from our lovely Christine, and she's just taken some of those little elements. So you do have this lovely whirly swirl. Swirl? Swirly circle. It's a swirl.
I like swirkle. No, that's a new Gwen word. Swirkle.
And some of the little flowers off this set, and use those to create a total
Lovely.
card. So you don't have to be using the whole set. You've got lots of lovely elements. Now then, here's one from our fabulous Sheila, who does wonderful watercolour. And she's used that stack of teacups and one of the little stencils, in fact, two of the stencils, to create a beautiful card.
Beautiful.
I'll show you a couple more of this set and then we'll move on.
Okay.
How lovely is this?
Wow.
Colourful, tempting. Oh, I could
You
eat
feel
those
like you're in the
cakes.
coffee house, don't you? Do you know
Yes.
what I mean? In the little cafe.
Indeed. And that again on a small card, so you don't even have to be making massive production numbers of these. And here's one I did last time I was demonstrating to show you some of the other products that we've got, which are the chalk cloud inks, and how good they look on black. So
And this is the great thing, these stamps are all interchangeable.
they are,
You
of course
used the
they
bunting
are.
off one of the other ones
Yes,
there, didn't
absolutely.
you? Shall I take that off
Yes.
you, my lovely girl?
And also, I just realised when you were talking, oh, you're right. When you were talking about the price, these stamp sets retail individually at £8.50. So 6 of those is £51.
Wow.
And that's without the rest of it. And you're doing it for what, less than 40?
Less than £40, this I Want It All bundle today.
Be kind to everyone, and we are.
We need to be, don't we?
And
We talked about this, didn't we, earlier?
We need to be careful of what our tongues do when we say
Exactly.
those words without thought behind them. Yeah, so lots of foliage, lovely flowers, little spots. Again, you can build up some fabulous backgrounds with these designs. Let me show you a few that our fabulous DT have done for us. I love this. It's sunny, it's bright, it's cheerful.
That's lovely.
It's gorgeous. And this is just so vibrant. I absolutely love this.
Oh, wow.
This is by Jo, and the other one was by Jo as well. And she's done a lovely inky background there. I think probably smooshing off the mat, if I'm guessing. And
That's a
then,
happy card.
and then a lovely, vibrant, strong black stamp on top of that. And this, again, by Sheila, using some wonderful watercolours. How lovely. And some of those little individual stamps, again, these have been cut out and decoupaged. And some more
And has
little
that been
stamps.
embossed on the Be Kind to Everyone? Is that
Yes,
why it's
it
so
has.
shiny?
Black
wow.
embossing. Yeah. Very striking, isn't
Yeah.
it? So that's Be Kind to Everyone set. That's a
you,
lovely
gorgeous
set.
lady.
I did find I was using the foliage off that set quite a lot to
Yeah,
build it onto other things.
Brilliant.
This every day is filled with possibility. It is, we just have to realise it.
Yeah.
You know, if you get out of bed, that's a start.
Yeah. Or even if you stay in bed, might be a good start.
Let's go there. Don't want to be doing that. So we've got balloons, candles, swirly gigs, perfect day, or best day ever, sorry. Today is filled with possibility. I love that. You can make birthday cards, you could just make an encouragement card, really super.
Encouragement card, that's a lovely idea, yeah.
And I love this with just the candle and the little sentiment, repeat stamped. How lovely
Nice,
is that?
isn't it?
Alcoholics in the background, and then silver embossing that lovely sentiment on the top of there. A shaker card. Silver embossing on the vellum, and we've got all those lovely sequins in there. Love that. And I love this. I love the colours of this. Very citrusy, very bright and fresh.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
And again, some of those mini stamps off
Yep.
the sets being utilised to create that lovely border.
Beautiful.
And this one, very different.
Ooh.
Using the stencil in the background and then that lovely balloony stamp, little
Yep.
heart balloon. It's really lovely, isn't it?
And this is the thing, I think this collection really, and these cards really prove, thank you, lovely, how varied the cards can be that you make from this collection.
Absolutely.
Oh, excuse me.
And that's the thing I love about stamping is the variety you can achieve with a few inks and some stamps. You can go so many different ways. That's why I love it so much. So this one's wonderful in every way. And this is for you. And then we've got, again, I'll show you the actual stamps.
Wow.
It's quite sizable, isn't it? You've got some more lovely foliage, flowers, and these gorgeous clouds. This spotty cloud here, I love that. I've used that quite a bit. And the open cloud. So a couple of sentiments. This is for you. You could just use that on its own on a card to somebody. But these also really lend themselves, I feel, to your journals.
Yes.
Your personal journals, you know, your mindful journals, that sort of thing. Really perfect for that. So let me show you this one. This has been done with one little foliage stamp, white embossed and inked. And then the This Is For You in the middle there. That's so lovely.
Lovely, yeah.
This is one by Caroline herself. I always love to see Caroline's work. I just love her style.
Wow.
Wonderful in every way. And we've used one of the mini stencils to create a flower there and cut that out.
Is that one of that shabby shabby edge tag that we've got?
It isn't actually, but you could certainly use that to do that.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, love.
That's all right. And then here's one where all those little foliage and flowers have been used again to create that gorgeous background. And then the sentiment stamped on the front of that. So really lovely.
Oh, sorry, Gwen.
There we go.
It's a little world of my own then.
were,
Sorry,
weren't you?
Gwen. Sorry, love.
Thankful and grateful, something else we need to all remember.
Absolutely.
And blessed, and of course a gorgeous little rainbow there. And there are lots of little flowers, hearts, and there's one stamp on here that I used a lot, this little string of beads. I love that. Great for creating a frame, a border, just little accents here and there.
I love that rainbow.
It's great, isn't it?
It's brilliant.
It's really lovely.
Yeah.
And we've got some very different samples from this one. This is by Christine, and she's done quite a dark background with the stencils, and then gold embossed that lovely rainbow on there and the word blessed.
Very subtle.
And here we've got one that just uses the word grateful. You don't have to use them both. And that gorgeous colourful rainbow. Again, some work from Caroline herself, and a shaker card here. We've got little beads in there. And the rainbow and the flowers, a frame, some of the papers from the paper pad there. I love this one.
Yeah.
What Christine's done is use the rainbow face to face, so end to end, if you like, and then made an oval from it and put thankful and grateful over that. I love that.
That's a good idea, isn't it?
Great.
Yeah.
And here's one of the little flower stencils and just the word thankful. So there are many, many options with this. And this is a real showstopper. This is from our lovely Diane.
Wow.
Now, she's done 4 quarters, obviously, with the thankful and grateful. And these little flowers are all on acetate and
Is that how she's done it?
floating about in the breeze.
Isn't that clever?
And the rainbow in the middle. I love it.
Oh, that's my favourite card so
Aren't they
far.
great? So that's our thankful and grateful
Thank you.
set. And this is the last one. You are enough. Some of us forget this, don't we?
Yep.
You know, we're all living in this social media whirlwind where we're all comparing each other to
Very
other
good
people,
point.
and we, you know, no, stop. Think about yourself. You are enough. You are
Exactly.
unique as you are. Don't try and be like somebody else.
Exactly.
And we've got that lovely sentiment there. Bunting, sunflowers, you can't get much more sunny and bright than sunflowers. And Be Happy there as well. Really gorgeous.
I love that.
And let me just show you again some samples. This one's done with just the bunting stamp on the Be Happy, which is fabulous.
Oh, wow.
This is just using the sentiment, and then we've got some stencil in the background there. Again, lovely colours, warm honey tones, and a little Be Happy down there. Love that.
I love that.
And this is a gorgeous little book that Caroline's made. A little sewn journal. And
Oh, that's nice.
You Are Enough on the cover, and some stamping and embossing, and a lovely inky, I think possibly a gel print in the background there. And some beads on here.
Yeah, isn't that lovely?
You know me, I love books. I'm always drawn to a little book.
But that's what you do.
So
then.
there we go.
You start writing. They say that, don't you? If you start because we're all that inner critic and we give ourselves a hard time. Whereas actually, if you get up each day and in like a little book like that, you actually start to write 3 positive things about yourself or 3 things you've done well that day. And it might even be got out of bed.
Yeah.
I made a great cup of tea. I brushed my teeth well. And it's little things like that that just that change your way of thinking, reset and get you be more positive
Back to
about
what
yourself.
matters.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now it isn't just those that you get for less than £40. In fact, we've got all the stencils and the paper pad. Do we need to get the price in to show? Do you think? I think we do.
I think we should.
I think in 30 seconds, let's get the clock in, and then Gwen can show you all the 6 stencils as well. Because, yeah, we've got to we're just conscious that it's a big collection to get through. We want to get to a demo, but we'll whiz through the stencils, we'll talk you through the paper pad, and then we'll get on to a demo with our lovely Gwen, because it is such a good deal. It does mean that each item is going to be costing you a very measly £2.69. OK, so we'll get the price in, and then we'll have a look at the lovely stencils, which I think are fabulous, and then we can get into a demo, can't we? But you get all of this for £34.99. All of that. Now, you can get 2 of the stamps if you want to do like a little pick and mix. The 2 of the stamps you can put, that's my producer just said, is that the whole collection? It's like, yep. You can just get any 2 of the stamps that Gwen's just shown, and you can get those for £14.96. But if you think about it, for another 20 quid, you've got everything else. So the choice is yours, but it is there. Okay. Sorry, Gwen.
That's all right. So the stencils, there are 6 mini stencils. These are our 3x4 stencils, always hugely popular. In fact, I'm surprised we've got any left.
I'm surprised.
This is a gorgeous little book done by Emma, and she's used the stencils to create all the pages for this lovely little book, and then some of the accessory stamps and lots of affirmative little sayings. Oh, isn't that just, I love them little fish.
I love that, yeah.
They've sneaked in from somewhere else. And then also, even on the back, she's given attention to that. So that's all of the stencils in one place. Beautiful. But let me show you them individually.
Well done, Margaret. She's just got the I Want It All bundle.
I don't know the names of the stencils.
Oh, shall I find them for you, my lovely?
Maybe
and I can tell
that
you.
would help. So this is the first one I'm going to show you.
That says calm.
Calm, there you go. It's like a bit like a sort of window effect, I guess.
I've got it. Alex, don't worry.
There's one which Jacqueline's done with some ink blending and some dot detail, and she's outlined each bit of that stencil, which is gorgeous. And here's a completely different one by Jacqueline, done with gilding flakes of a paste,
Gorgeous.
I'm guessing. Really super. So that's the first one.
Great.
The next one is the one with 2 flowers on.
That is Respect.
So I love this. And Caroline's done us a gorgeous card here with Be Happy from one of the stamp sets. White embossed and inked. And then just the little Be Happy sentiment. So that's lovely. And then Christine, who always thinks outside the box a little bit more than the rest of us, has done one of those little flowers. And I think I'm right in saying everything else on there is hand-doodled.
Oh, wow.
And then she's used that blessed stamp.
Yeah.
From one of the sets.
See, I think these stencils, that one there's perfect for Sandra and Sanntangling.
Absolutely.
Perfect, that one with the flowers.
And then we go to the tiny little florals, which is so pretty.
That one's Flourish.
Flourish. And then we've got a card here from Caroline that's been, I think, possibly flake and glitter glue, and then some sort of foils have been applied to that.
Oh, okay.
So that's something else, obviously, you can do with your stencils. I love this. It's so pretty and delicate, but there's a lot of work. All those flowers have been traced through the stencil in different coloured pens.
Beautiful.
Really pretty. And then we move on to this one, which again, it's a bit like a trellis, isn't it?
That one's called Strong.
Strong. Oh. So there we go. Another beautiful background effect.
Very usable.
And here's one I did last time I was here where I've used it on the frame. And I did another, that's another stencil coming up shortly.
Oh, that was the glass beads, wasn't
Yes.
it? Yeah.
So again, here we've got one by Emma, and she's done the stenciling and then shifted it and stenciled it again, so you get shades of pink and lilac running through that double stenciling. I love that. And this one is lovely as well, where she's used the stencil in the background. This is Sheila. And then all these flowers have been stamped and cut out and coloured. And it just looks like a garden, looking into a garden. It's beautiful. I love that. Wow. So effective. Then we move on to this one, which is more flowers.
Grateful.
Grateful. And we've got this beautiful background. Again, each little bit's been coloured individually to pick out all those elements. And this is shrink plastic here with love. Love that. And again, a very different one. This is from Jo. Again, she's embossed, heat embossed, or maybe flake and glitter glue. Or it might be Jamie's glossy glaze. It's quite hard when you haven't made it yourself to work out what it's great. That's what I love about it. So an inky background and then stenciled, perhaps with glossy glaze on that, I think.
Beautiful.
Yep. And this is like a little canvas. So this is some wall art, some more shrink plastic here. And again, that beautiful stencil running down the side and some of the little stamps here. Then we move on to this one, which is the bigger of the two flowers. Positive. So that's the one I did the beaded design with. Here's another one done with stencil paste, sparkly stencil paste. I think this is our ultra glitter paste.
Yeah.
Really love that. And this one's been clear embossed and inked as well. So a really beautiful effect there. You can just see the glaze on that. And repeating that stencil 4 times across the panel. Beautiful. So beautiful designs from the girls. Thank you all so much for your hard work.
Now, Alex, can I ask a favour? While everybody checks out the I Want It All bundle, we will get to the paper pad as well. Can I just check, have we added in the pick and mix on these stamps? Lovely. We have. Okay. If you want to choose 2 of the stamps and you decide not to go for the entire bundle, you can buy 2. Now, they should be £8.50, but again, there's another saving where you can buy 2 of the stamps for £14.96. All you do is put that bundle code in your basket. So hobbymaker.co.uk, pop that in your basket once you've watched live, JH2868, and then you can choose whichever 2 you fancy. Okay, my lovelies? And but just to mention, we've only got about 20 of those left. So if you do want to grab them, grab whichever 2 you fancy, and they could be yours, my lovelies, for a reduced £14.96. Equally, if you would like to buy all of the 6 stencils, they're only £9.99. So if you want them all, the code is EB2834 small, yet mighty stencils, all full of positive, well, obviously your stamps are full of positivity. Your stencils can be worked with any collection from any brand I think you've ever bought. So flowers are so popular, aren't they? And they're just, again, I love the name of the stencils. They're positive. And you can also, now this paper pad does, the Reflections paper pad does come in the I Want It All bundle. Okay, you can buy it on its own for £11.99, and we're going to pop the code on the screen. But if you bought the bundle, then you will get, it's double-sided, look. Yeah? And they are fabulous. I mean, you can look at those sort of waves designs. It's a really beautiful paper pad. Really, really beautiful. You are getting, it's 8 by 8 inch. It's, you get 6 designs and you're getting 4 of each. I mean, look at, let me do it that way, look. Yeah, look at that. 150 GSM, it's acid free, so again, if you do want to use it in your journaling, in your scrapbooking, it's fine for your photographs. 4 of each design, they're double-sided, and there's 24 double-sided sheets, which equates to 48, obviously. All got these lovely flowers on as well, in different designs, all double-sided, absolutely fabulous. You can get it on its own for £11.99, or it's in the I Want It All bundle, but I do think we've proven that the I Want It All bundle is outstanding value for money, isn't it?
Always. It's like anything. You buy it in bulk, you get more for your money.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Right then, my lovelies. So, you what, darling? Well, yeah, you could split it with your friends, couldn't you? But I don't think you're going to want to give any of those up. I really don't. So £34.99, my lovelies. That is all 6 stamps with their positive messages. They're uplifting, and every one of those images on the stamps has been hand drawn. They're beautiful, and it's £34.99 plus the 6 stencils plus your paper pad as well. Right then, lovely girl.
All right.
Are you going to have a little?
I am going to have a little play.
Little play, lovely.
So I've got my chalk clouds again. These are the other 6 that we've brought for you. There is a swatch.
Yes,
that I
thank
can
you,
show you
Flower.
a bit later. So these are a mix of a dye-based ink and a pigment ink. So they're very opaque, very chalky. Having said that, they blend beautifully. They are water reactive, so you can splatter them, you can wick them, you can pick them up off your mat. You know, put them on your craft mat, spritz some water, and then do that smoosh technique. On this occasion, I'm going to blend a panel. So I'm starting with the beautiful vanilla twist at one side, and then I'm going to move on to the terracotta, and I'm going to bring that in across the centre. And you can see how well these move. There are no marks or lines. That's partly down to the formula of the ink, but also the texture of the smoothies helps that as well. Then I just like to go back over the line where I've joined my colours, and that's when you can get a really, really good blend. Okay, then I want to turn that round, and I just want to find a little piece of card so I can hold that without getting my fingerprints in there. And then down here, I'm going to use the beautiful Sweet Apple, which is a fabulous bright green, a real proper grassy green. And I'm just going to blend that in along the bottom. And then I'm going to go back to my terracotta and blend across that mixed line. And these will soften quite a lot, as you'll see in a minute with the one I did earlier. When you let them dry, they really soften down. So there's the one I've just done. And here's one I did earlier. You can see how much softer it's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, really, really dry beautifully. Right, let me just clean up that ink. So you can see I'm using a wipe clean mat.
We've got those on the show as well.
And you get a set of 2. This is the larger of the 2, and I love this. It's really easy to keep clean and to mix things on and do your inking, picking up and things like that. So what I'm going to do next, I'm going to bring in our texture paste. Now this is our soft white texture paste. It's a beautiful, I would say it's a medium-bodied gel. It's almost like a whipped cream.
Ooh.
And I want to show you how you can actually colorise this using things like the chalk clouds. You can also, I've got some watercolour inks in this show, which we'll get to later, hopefully.
I think it's like a shopping list after you've done your demo. Should we do that?
And we're going to, you can also use those to colour the texture paste.
Okay.
So I've put some ink down on my mat, and I just want to put some of the texture paste down. I don't want to mix too much because it can't go back in the pot if I've coloured it. So it's probably better to err on the side of caution. You can always mix some more. And you can mix things into this if you want to while you're working with it, like little beads and sequins or bits of gold leaf, anything like that you can add interest with. So I just want to get this coloured a nice green. And then I'm going to just freehand smoosh this along to add some texture. So almost like a little grassy field. And you can do this on, you know, if you're doing canvases and that sort of thing, if that's something you like to do. Scoop up the extra and pop that back on. There we go. So it's just adding texture and making something a little bit more interesting.
Yeah.
And then you need to let that dry. Now, when it has dried, it will be a lot paler probably than you would wish.
Okay.
Sorry, let me just find some paper I can sit that on. Otherwise it'll be everywhere. There we go. And this just wipes off your mat.
You're a very considerate crafter, aren't you?
Am I?
Yes.
Well, I don't like mess for mess's sake, so, you know.
Nice and clean.
Get that off.
You're not a dirty Gertie.
I try not to be. I do get very untidy, but I think any crafter does.
Yeah.
But I don't like dirty mess, no. Bit of water will fetch that texture paste off.
Brilliant.
No bother. And if it builds up, if it starts to build up, just soak it in warm soapy water with a little bit of fairy liquid and it will all come good. So back to the one I did earlier. Now you can see it's gone a bit of a paler colour. So I just want to bring in, I'm actually going to use this bit of paper, the chalk cloud again, because I can colour over the texture paste as well. So, but if I'd done it white, it would have been a lot harder to make it green afterwards. But because I'd mixed it green, I can just intensify that green colour. So now we've got a lovely grassy base for that panel. And now we can start doing our stamping. So I've got the Wonderful in Every Way, and I'm going to stamp this with a VersaFine Clair, which is an oil-based ink. So on top of the chalk cloud, it's not going to bleed or smudge or interfere with the chalk cloud that's already down. So lots and lots of tapping to get the ink on there. And once you can see that you've got great coverage, we can then stamp this. And I'm going to go up towards the top of my panel. And I'm going to have to get up on my toes. Obviously, if you've got a stamping press, you can use that as well. Just give that ink time to transfer.
Do you want my little tiny mat thing?
No, you're all right.
It gives you another half an inch.
It's fine.
You sure?
It's fine.
All right.
There we are. So that's our Wonderful in Every Way. And then I've also got a couple of little stamps from, well, one of the flower is from the same set, and then I've got the sunflower from a different set. So I'm just going to dot these little flowers here and there to build out that background. And this is a great way to use those little stamps just to increase.
Oh, that looks cute.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Mm. And then the little sunflower, I'll just pop that on there, I don't want to lose it. I'm just going to dot a couple of those around as well.
So that's the thing, don't you think, Gwen, that sometimes you look at the bigger stamps and you think that's going to be the thing that you use the most, and actually it's the little tiny ones that you use the most.
And now I want to bring in one of the stencils. What have I done with it here? So this, I believe, was called Flourish.
Yeah, I think so.
So I want to use this sort of all over, but just in a kind of random way. So I'm going to start with it up here, and I'm going to come in with my Skinny Mini brushes.
Oh, we've got those as well.
And I'm just going to add a little bit of pink down here because the terracotta is quite a strong colour. I love to do tone on tone, so I am going to do terracotta on top of terracotta, but I'm just putting a little bit of pink down first, just to help it stand out a bit more. Pink being the closest to the terracotta that we've got. So these Skinny Minis are lovely because they'll get into all the fine detail of these little teeny stencils. They've got thousands of little tiny bristles packed onto that little brush, and they're wonderful. So I'm just picking up the ink from the surface of my chalk cloud, and now I'm going to go in over the pink with the terracotta. And then I'm going to go up into the yellow with the terracotta as well. Okay. So just be careful you don't go over the edge of your stencil. If you're worried or if you lose concentration like I do and forget, it's quite easy to go and then you end up with a line. So you can mask it out with a piece of masking tape if that's a likelihood. Okay, so it just brings in a nice little bit of texture. Just extend it into the sides. You don't need to be too particular about what you do. It's just there for a bit of texture and a bit of extra pattern. Okay, and then I'm going to come down into the grassy area and do the same thing, but this time with the sweet apple. Or sometimes, if it's not happening quickly enough, I might get my smoothie on to get the ink onto the stencil and then use the brush to get it off the stencil and through the apertures. So that's quite a good way as well of speeding up your stenciling process. Depends how strong you want your ink colour to be, really. Okay, just a little bit more on this side. So, there we go. All right. So that's added some lovely texture now to our background and brought everything together. And I've now got on here, just let me wipe that. I've got a card where I've used one of the beautiful papers. This again, it's got little daisies and some text, so it fits in perfectly. I'm going to pop my panel on top of that, and I've got some twine. Doesn't it just?
Yeah.
It's just a different texture, and textures can be just as important as images. I'm going to wind some twine. I would obviously stick it on the back to hold it down. It's not behaving. And then pop that on there once I've done that.
Okay.
So once you've done that, I've added a couple of gem decorations, and there we have it.
That looks great. That's a beautiful card.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely beautiful.
Thanks.
Fabulous. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Right, now gosh, I mean, we've got the 2 sets of the cloud chalk inks. Just trying to remember all the things, it's like the generation game. You use the texture paste and we've got the scrapers. We've got the mats, we've got the skinny brushes. That's most of the things you use at that point, wasn't it?
I think so.
I think. So
Stencil.
Yep, done
paper,
the stencils, yep.
Skinny minis.
So should we get all those things on for you? Yeah? Up to you, my love, Alex. Cloud inks or the what? You want to do these? No problem. There you go. These are the white clean mats that Gwen was just using. Perfect as a spray station. If you're using the inks or the cloud chalk inks or your texture paste or you're spraying and you don't want to get things onto your table, then these are great because they're white clean. You've got 2 different sizes. They're solvent resistant, so they're easy to remove. Protects any surface. And that's it, really. So it just means you haven't got to worry, doesn't it? And there's the 2 different sizes. There's the larger size, and that was the size that I think Gwen was using. And you get both of them for $6.99. So I think for any crafting, they're handy to have. And I like the fact that they're a neutral colour.
Well, I like the fact that they're white because when you are using it to ink onto and pick ink up onto your cardstock, you can actually see. I mean, I use my craft mat and I'm used to doing it, so it's not such a problem. But if you're perhaps not, you can actually see where your ink is and what colour it's going to be and that sort of thing. So having a white mat is really quite useful.
Okay, brilliant. And I think the price point's a bit of a no-brainer, isn't it? It's a pop it in your basket. Combine your orders because, I mean, straight away you're looking at that thinking, right, that's going to help me stay nice and tidy. There's only 40 available and already there's nearly 10 of you got it in your basket. So it's $6.99. Your code is MI2882. I'll get there in a minute. Sorry, 2882. MI2882. I seem to have a little stutter in the middle there, didn't I? They're lovely. They're brilliant. Really, really, really handy. Okay, so $6.99. Great. Got the chalk inks, haven't we? Now we've got it in 2 colour sets. So, which one have I? Yeah, I'm just double. What colours are in there? Just want to make sure I've got. I think that's the. Yeah.
You okay?
No, I'm not sure.
Let me have a look.
Well, I've got them in. You need to help me here, Alex.
Watercolour inks there. Those are watercolour
inks.
I've
got the wrong.
That's
why I'm struggling. It's a good job I got you, Gwen. Right, so that's we're good. We're good. Green in the, there we go. So that's that set. We got there in the end. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Gwen. So I told you were wonderful in every way. You got your vanilla twist. You've got your sweet apple, which is the lovely green that Gwen was just using, and your gorgeous terracotta. So that is, you can see that, I mean, they all say that. Look, I've just twisted them all round. Poor Dan on cameras, he's like, turn around, woman. That means that they are £6.33 each. They're $18.99 for that is your set 2. The other colours that we've got there, my lovelies, which is these colours. So if I put that there, look, that's your set one. That is your passionate pink. That is your ray of sunshine. Same price again, don't worry, $18.99. And the turquoise cascade. So, oh no, that says watercolour inks again. Hang on, hang on.
It's that.
Hang on.
It's that one.
Right, now we got it. Oh dear, woman. Right, so we're getting there. We will get there. Okay, we'll try again. It's the Blue Lagoon is the colour name, the Princess Pink is the colour name, and the Misty Grey is the other one. I had one job, Gwen. One job, Gwen.
Can't get the stuff.
Are you shaking things at me? She was shaking things at me then. £18.99 PX2824. There you go. Okay, there's only 20 left of this set, my lovely. So well done, everybody. Congratulations. Oh, Deborah and Helen are trying to get 2 each. Ooh.
I'm not surprised.
Good for you.
They're gorgeous inks.
Now, you had, is it these ones that you keep upside down? You had a little tip yesterday, didn't you?
Yes, because they're thick, viscous inks and they can settle when they're in the pot. And I have to say, they are superb value, these. Look how much you get in a pot. It's much more than you get in an ink pad.
Yeah.
And I think these are a beautiful ink. They're a combination of dye and pigment. They blend beautifully, they're water reactive. You get a chalky, beautiful, cloudy finish. But because of that, they are thick and viscous. And so I like to stand them upside down before, just about an hour before I want to use them. I don't store them upside down.
Yeah.
And then I just find that helps with the ink getting up to the felt pad at the top a little bit faster.
Brilliant.
But they're not going to run so much that they leak. That they just don't.
No, thank you, lovely.
So, yeah.
Now, you were just using the skinny mini brushes. So should we get those on Alex? Yeah. So these are the Jane Davenport, phenomenal, because each one of those heads on those skinny mini brushes, which is perfect. The reason Gwen put these in is because they're absolutely ideal for those little stencils, aren't they?
Yep.
And each one of those skinny mini brushes has got thousands of super soft nylon bristles, and that gives you the smoothest blend, doesn't it? Yep.
Yep.
So £9.99, really lovely to use, and again, you've got that, because you've got that lovely handle shape, it means that you get that really good level of control, don't you, Gwen?
You do, absolutely, yes. And it's flexible, that handle. It's so at the neck, it flexes, which gives you less chance of hitting your card too heavily and getting a big blob of ink. Okay. It's a lot softer application, so you don't have those problems.
And that's when you can tell it's been developed by a crafter, isn't it?
Absolutely.
You know. So they're, oh, sorry, pack of 3 for £9.99. Sorry about that, my lovelies. Alex, what next, my darling? We've got texture paste, we've got the what, sorry? The glue. You want to do the glue? No problem, my lovely. There you go. Your wish is my command. So then, now Gwen, you've brought us here this. We had this on the last. Yeah, no, we talked about this on the show yesterday, didn't we? But we didn't have it yesterday. No. Now, why have you given us 3 different sizes of the same glue and the glue applicators?
Because we make it in 3 sizes.
Okay.
But also because everybody loves our Cosmic Shimmer Dry Skin glue. Other demonstrators across the industry use it, swear by it, won't use anything else. I don't use anything else. So we thought we'll give you a bumper deal, and we'll give you the 3 options of bottles that we do. The large one has a very fine super nozzle, so you can snip the tip off that. There's a little ledge to show you where to cut. Don't be tempted to cut further than that because it will come out too quickly. Then there's a cap, an integral cap on the lid that you then pop on once you've opened it. But I tend to use my big one to decant into the small glue applicator bottles that we have for you in this bundle. So that's what I use the bigger bottle for. The tall, slim bottle is the one I use every day.
Oh, right.
Every single day. And I like it because it's got a really nice nozzle and it's easy to hold, easy to squeeze.
It is actually, isn't it? It's comfy.
Yes, it's a soft plastic, so it's really easy to squeeze. And I just find it the easiest glue bottle to work with.
Oh, so that's 60ml and the big one's 125.
Yes, and then your little one is obviously if you want to be portable, you can take it with you. Again, snip the nozzle, pop the cap on to keep it fresh, and you're good to go with that one.
Brilliant.
But if you want to do any fine detail work, we have the woodware glue applicators with pins, and they must be stainless steel pins, which is what we're giving you here, so that it doesn't rust.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which you know, a lot of pins do rust, and then it will actually close up that little neck in the metal.
Yeah.
So you don't want that to happen.
So you're getting there 185, over 200 ml of the Cosmic Shimmer Dries Clear glue as well in that bumper pack for £21.99. Okay, so you've got that as well, which is a brilliant bumper deal. Okay, so that's £21.99. Just the texture. Yeah, the texture paste, which I think Alex has loaded to the web, and then can we have another demo then?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I'm going to have a look at the watercolour inks. So I'll talk as I go.
Okay.
These are a superb watercolour ink, highly, highly packed with pigment and mica. And they are just the most beautiful, vibrant colours. They have got a special ingredient in them, which makes them much slower drying than a lot of normal inks. So they are truly like a watercolour with an extender, if you like. They've also got a fantastic dispensing system. So you just push this button on the lid and the pipette will draw the ink up. And to release it, you just press that button and each time it will release one dot. So that's what you need to know about the bottle. Fabulous. Now I'm just going to do a quick background here. Obviously I'm going to need a lot more ink than that. This is a stormy, rainy sky, sorry. And it really does give that look of a moody, rainy, cloudy sky. I just love it. It's a very evocative colour. It has slight hints of green in it as well. It's really beautiful, I love it. And then this is our turquoise cascade, which is just like the brightest blue sky after the thunderstorm. And this is what we've got with this one. So you can see the fabulous shimmer coming through. So what I've done, I've just inked the top part. I'm now inking the bottom part, but I've left a slight gap between the two. Just let me get hold of that. And I will go back and blend across the centre once I've got these two colours down.
That's beautiful.
Okay, so I'll go up into the rainy sky with the blue. And then I'm going to come down into the blue with the rainy sky.
Nice.
So that's how I'm going to get a nice blend across that centre. But what I want to do now is create the effect of some thunderclouds, if you like.
Okay.
So again, using the rainy sky and a big brush, and I'm just going to kind of dot and dab here and there. So you'll end up seeing the sky breaking through the clouds, the storm.
They're a good price, $12.99 for 3, aren't they?
They really are, and they last ever such a long time.
Do they?
Yeah. And just a little bit of water now to help that just to blend a little bit better. You see where I'm going with that?
Yeah. That looks great.
All right, so that was the idea. So I've got one I did earlier,
Beautiful.
thankfully.
Oh, that looks lovely. Oh, I like that.
And then, we obviously, if we've had a storm,
Yeah.
we're going to have a rainbow.
Oh, gosh. Oh, yeah. I see where you're going, Gwen.
See where I'm going?
See where you're going, Gwen.
So I'm going to stamp Thankful and Grateful first.
Okay.
So I'm going to bring in another Versafine Clair. This is a very, very dark blue. And get it the right way up. Stamp that up at the top. Again, just give the ink time to transfer into the card, or onto the card. Okay. And then we need our rainbow. So let's have our little rainbow. Now what I'm going to do with this, I am going to put this in the stamp press because I want to do a slightly different technique with this.
Okay.
Well, we're done with it.
Can I just quickly mention the Wipe Clean inserts have nearly sold out. You're getting 2 for $6.99. There were only about 20 left and they're nearly gone.
All
So
right.
if you do want to get hold of those, your code is MI2882, and that's going to keep your surfaces nice and clean. You've seen how easy it is to wipe clean. Gwen's just been doing it there, and they're two really handy, comfortable sizes as well. And that's two sizes for just $6.99. They're nearly sold out. Okay.
Right, so I'm going to try, or I attempted to do a rainbow.
You've got this, Gwen.
I did little pink for the heart there. Then terracotta to represent orange. I mean, it's not going to be perfectly accurate, but, you know, it'll give the effect. Then the vanilla twist.
We can't quite see that, Gwen, because it's under the
Oh, I'm
graphics.
sorry.
I'm so sorry. Look. Oh,
on.
that's great. Thank you,
I'm
Gwen.
running out of space, you see. This is what happens,
Thank you,
isn't it?
lovely.
So there we've got the yellow. And then I'll bring in a little bit of the sweet apple. And then finish off with our fabulous Blue Lagoon. So I've used all of them then. Oh, apart from the misty grey. Okay. Now, the reason I wanted it in my stamp press is this probably isn't going to stamp perfectly first time, but you never know.
Never know.
Never say never. Or I might decide I want it a wee bit stronger.
Okay.
That's not too bad.
Lovely.
But we can just add a bit more pink.
Yep.
And you get the idea. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
It's cute, isn't it?
I like that. That's lovely.
So that's my little rainbow. And then I want to bring in this stencil. Don't know what it's called, sorry.
I can remind myself if I just have a little check. Which one is it? Let's have a look. Which one are you using? Oh, perfect. That is Calm.
Calm. Right, good. So Misty Grey. Again, thinking about the stormy sky. And I'm just going to, again, here and there, quick dab through the stencil. So if you pounce relatively strongly, it will go through the stencil.
Very satisfying noise, isn't it?
Well, of course, if you've got the make-out station, you can just whack it onto that.
What's a make-out station? It
Have you
sounds
not seen me do
interesting.
the
I don't know, but I'd like to be in it.
It's a magnetic platform. You pop your stencil down, your paper, pop magnets down, and it holds your stencil.
Oh, is that the one that you had on and none of us could get because it sold out really quick?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I remember. With the ones with the really powerful magnets?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. So there we are. That's basically the card. And then I've got here another of those gorgeous papers. I love this. It's like oil on water. And just pop that on there. And that's your card done. A couple of gems.
Beautiful.
And you're away. So that's your little rainbow card.
You've got so much potential with this collection.
Absolutely. Yes.
So much potential.
Yes.
It's brilliant. Brilliant. Now, the whole bundle, the 6 stamps that you see here, the 6 stencils and the paper pad, the 48-page paper pad as well, is $34.99. It means, right, if I move that over there, it means each stencil is £2.69. Each set of stamps, which are hand-drawn, is £2.69. And the whole paper pad is £2.69. It's brilliant. You can buy just 2 of the stamps if you pop them in your, they're supposed to be £8.50 each. So if you pop 2 of the stamps into your basket, the code's on the website, you'll only pay £14.96 instead of £17, yeah. Or you can get all 6 of the stencils for $9.99. The codes are on the website. We've popped them there. Alex has very kindly changed all the prices for you as well. So yeah, it's that good a deal. Okay, the only thing I don't think we've had on air so far, we've just popped your 2 inks in. We've got the, so just quickly, so that one is your set with the holly green, the red sunset and the rainy sky. And those are your colours. Okay, but I know Alex has put them on the web already and they're £12.99, so there is there. But if you're looking for the holly green, thank you, Alex, love. The red sunset, it's okay, lovely, it's okay, don't worry. Don't worry, you've got a lot of codes to find, my darling. So that is your watercolour inks in your holly green, your red sunset and your rainy sky. Okay, so that's your set 2. And then your set 3 is this side, which is your turquoise cascade, your ray of sunshine, and your passionate pink. Code is KT2885. Yeah, very summery, isn't it? Very uplifting. Now, also in the first demo that our lovely Gwen did, she had the she used the texture paste, didn't she? And the texture paste, if I put that there, comes with 2 of the scrapers, and that for that whole, gosh, how much is that? Oh, 150ml of your Cosmic Shimmer texture paste. That was in the first demo with Gwen. Including your 2 scrapers, that's £9.99. Code is LB2886. Okay. Now the other thing that Gwen said is brilliant, if I haven't forgotten, is the deal on the red liner tape.
Yes.
Yes. Now you're getting a 6mm width, a 12mm width, and a 3mm width. And on each roll of your super strong red liner tape, which is great for your construction and things, there's 5 meters on each reel. So again, you can use it for embossing as well. It's heat resistant, it's super strong, and yeah, that is $7.99.
Yeah, but it's also fantastic for adhering particles to, like gilding flake, glitters, beads, mica flakes. All that stuff can be adhered to this particular tape.
It's that strong.
It's that good.
So you know, like those glass beads you had last time, it goes on.
That's what I was using it for, but the beads unfortunately sold out.
Wow.
But yeah, this is the strongest tape. We call it red liner because the back of it is red, but the tape itself is actually super crystal clear. So don't be confused about that.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. So $7.99. Okay, brilliant. Right, we've only got about a minute left, I think.
Oh, have we?
Yeah, and the only thing we didn't get a chance to do was the die.
Shall we have a look at them?
Yeah, shall we?
I gave you a bundle
You did.
of them.
I reckon we can just squeeze that in if you fancy.
Right. I can do something quick. Yeah, so this is another from our lovely Sam Poole, from an older collection, and it's tattered tags, Shabby Basics tattered tags. So these tags have got tattered edges, which makes them different from a lot of other tags that are out there. There are 5 sizes of tags in the set. Not only do you get 5 tags, but you also get 4 eyelets, which is useful because a lot of the time a tag doesn't really look finished until it's got an eyelet, I feel. So I've just quickly cut a set here, and this is the smallest one, which is just beautiful. You could spell out a word or names, pop letters on those.
Lovely.
Or just a little tag on a gift, perhaps. Then that's the next size up. So another dinky one. I use these a lot because, you know, I make mini books.
Yep.
And I like to make pockets, and I like to pop tags in the pockets. So these for me are a staple. That's your medium size, and then we get up to the 2 mum and dad. There's the second to the biggest, and there's your biggest one. And these, I love tags. And I often hear ladies say to me, oh, I've lost my mojo, I don't know where to start. And I say to them, start with a tag. Make a tag.
Yep.
Yeah, because tags are just a fantastic carrier for other things.
Yeah.
And the thing is, once you've made a tag, then you can just pop that on a card.
Yeah, that's all you need.
So here's one I did last time with a tag, the biggest tag off that set.
Beautiful.
I did some stenciling here with one of the lovely stencils, and I mixed the texture paste with one of the clouds like I showed you before. Then we've done some stamping with the colour clouds, the foliage, some little flowers. I dyed the ribbon with the chalk clouds.
Lovely.
A bit of twine, and then I'd got a lovely tag, so a little piece of paper on a card.
Perfect.
Mojo back.
Brilliant. Wonderful. Oh, what a lovely hour yet again with the gorgeous Gwen. Thank you so much.
Ina.
You're
Thank you,
amazing.
everybody.
Thank you. Don't forget to check those baskets out because I can see they're fully loaded. The white clean mats have nearly gone. Gwen, you're gorgeous. Thank you so much. And do please join us after the break because Hayley has got some phenomenal launches with the wonderful Dreamees. So we'll see you shortly. Here at HobbyMaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with HobbyMaker.
My name's Carla Bagshaw and I am the brand ambassador for Carnation Crafts. I like the passion, the dedication to the craft. I like the fact that they produce in-house artwork, which is really important for us to be able to create something that is really special, really unique, and every time perfect. Carnation Crafts have a very solid team behind them. They have the creative director, Nick. He is in charge of everything we see, everything that we have as far as the artwork is concerned. And he has a wonderful and dedicated team of artists and designers who are incredibly talented. And then we have an awesome team. Everybody involved with Carnation has the same passion for the building, which is really lovely to work with. One of the things that's really important about Carnation, and it's unique, and it's what sets them apart. When Nick and the design team start to sketch out a drawing, as they do it, there's a cut line put in very certain points that allow us as artists and crafters to sculpt the paper. So we've got this really unique process that is all about designing a die. The artwork complements the die complements the artwork, right from the beginning of creation, from the pen going to paper to the card you make. That's incredible, because it starts when the pencil goes in hand. There's no other company that does that.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
It couldn't be easier to watch HobbyMaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go. Hello, my loves. Hello, Hayley.
Hello.
Oh,
I don't know if we go for two or not.
Oh, I like it. In Switzerland, it's 3.
Is it? I'm taller than you on this box.
Does it feel nice?
Not really, it feels weird.
Does it?
She's used to being the smallest in the room.
Well, right then, my lovelies, we've got the wonderful Hayley from Dreamees. Now, just in case somebody doesn't know about Dreamees, what's Dreamees? How did the name come about? What does it represent?
Well, funnily enough, it came out of thin air.
Oh, did it? They're all the best ideas, aren't they?
Well, when I was trying to name the company, I was just, I don't know what to call it. Like, I didn't really want to name it after me because I just felt a bit weird naming it Hayley something.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was just mucking around one day and go, oh, Dreamees, that sounds a nice word.
I mean, it literally was that.
Then afterwards, it's kind of like, it's a dream.
Yeah.
It's my dream job, but also like it's dream easy products.
Ah,
They're easy like a dream.
It was subliminal.
Eventually.
It was subliminal, wasn't it? It just,
Yeah.
And how long, when did it, this is what amazes me, and I'm so amazed by people. How old were you when you set this business up?
I was 18.
18. I mean, come on. I'm sorry, but come on. Thank you. I just think, you know, what was I doing at 18? I wasn't setting up my own business. I wasn't doing that at 50.
Well, like I said, I didn't want a proper job.
Well, yeah, I like that. Because the thing is, if you do find something that you love, it is never a job.
Very fortunate, yeah.
Oh,
very lucky. Yeah, both of us, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everyone here, like everyone I speak to, they love what they do.
Yeah.
And we're very lucky.
And you run it now with your lovely man, don't you?
I do,
The lovely
yes.
Jimmy.
Yes.
Now, is Jimmy responsible for this brand new cutting of the MDF?
He is.
Oh.
We've not had MDF for 6 months.
Has it been that long?
It's been that long, yeah. Our lasers have been just tucked away because.
Well, you moved premises, didn't you? So that
Yeah.
didn't. It was all in storage, wasn't
Yeah.
it? Right. Oh,
Had
so
to take a wall down and lots of other things, fun things, and then they're finally running again.
Well, the lovely thing is, you know, when they say don't have anything for a while and then 3 come along at once like buses, it's better than that today because it's 5 lots of brand new MDF. Yeah. Now, Hayley's going to talk you through it because, of course, her and Jimmy are very involved in it, and it is precision MDF. So what have we got today, lovely?
Right, so you saw some of these earlier. So we had the 4x4s, but now we've got them in 8x8. So this is brand new. So again, you've got the same concept. Oh, do you want them flat? Is that? Oh, sorry.
We'll find you.
So in your centre then, you've got your L pieces. So these fit onto the engraved part here. So it's all marked out for you. You can see you've got your little slot, so you've got a stand for it. It can go on the wall as well.
So what is this, like a photo frame
It
then?
is a photo frame.
Oh.
So then when you put that on the front, because you've got the little L pieces, if I bring this one in, you can then, if you see on the edge, you've got a bit of a gap. So then you can interchange this. I've stuck this one in, but if I wanted to change what's inside, I could do that. So that's why we've bought you them in all the photo frame sizes.
Oh, brilliant.
So that if you want to then do it all, this is a demo for later. If you want to make something like this, you can obviously glue it in, leave it as it is.
Oh, great.
But if you want to swap your different papers, maybe you've designed something different, maybe tags like Gwen was just saying,
yeah.
you want to swap those out each time, you can do that.
What a great idea.
But also you don't have to. If you want to just leave it in there, you can do. But then, obviously, we've got, if I push out this stand.
So that is the stand?
Yes.
Oh, clever.
So you stand and all your pieces come in the middle, so you just pop that into the back, and then that is freestanding.
Oh, brilliant. So it can go on the wall or it can be freestanding.
Yes. And then as we get through the other sizes, they can be either way. Obviously, this one's square, but it can be upright or...
so make your own photo wall art.
And you think of all those walls that you see, and they look amazing. They'll slot all nicely together, So,
and you've gone for standard sizes of photos coming up later, like your 5x7s and things, haven't you?
Yeah.
Now, how many do we get in each pack?
So you're getting 3 of these 8x8
Oh, okay.
ones. Yeah, so the reason that obviously we've kept it in 3s because everything's in 3s at the moment, so it's just really easy for you. But obviously, being 8x8, you can just pop your 8x8 paper straight in there, design something on it. Yeah, so it'll work perfectly. And obviously, we saw the 4x4s earlier. It works really well with our card kits.
Didn't that sell out earlier?
It did.
And I've got some good news for you. Hayley very kindly said, now we had 4x4 size earlier, sold out in a heartbeat. She said, Jimmy said, would you like me to cut 50 more for you?
That was not me. That was all Jimmy.
Jimmy went, would you like 50 more? And I said, well, if there were people queuing up and missed out, yes, please. So if you did miss out on the 4x4, we are going to reload that for you in a little while. But these are all the brand new ones that you didn't get to see earlier. So 3 of those, what price are we thinking? So freestanding, all wall mountable, is that right?
Yes, all wall mountable. Yeah,
you've got the holes, haven't you?
Yeah, and they're not even just normal holes. Like they've got the little hanging things. So you put them in and it'll slot
it's got I noticed that.
It's not going to come off. Obviously, you can see this is just scorching from the machine bed, but that's your reverse.
You're not going to see it
that
anyway.
if you want, but it's going to be
Or you can gesso it, can't you, or whatever?
You can gesso it, yeah. I don't tend to because, like you say, it's on the reverse. I'm not even worried about that.
No.
But then these bits, they're all just pop out, dead easy. Just literally push through.
Brilliant.
And then, so simple.
Fabulous.
All your pieces for each frame is just in the inside of the frame.
They're a great idea, and I love that you can do that with them. And we're always saying when we pick up an 8x8 inch, and if the artwork's that brilliant, we'll go, oh, you could literally put that in a frame. And now you can, because Hayley's bought you the 8x8 inch frame from her lovely Jimmy.
Well, if you think maybe you just put inspiring words across it, you just put inspire, you put create, literally our 8x8 papers, pop them in.
Put your Sanntangle designs in that our lovely Sandra does, you know, anything like that.
Wall art.
Yeah,
and you could do a whole wall of it.
Yeah, that positive affirmation we've just had there, get those words in there, it's just brilliant. The pictures of the puppies from the Puppies collection. Now then, that is all 3 for $13.99. That's brilliant for 8x8 inch,
That's it. They are big as well.
Big.
Even though we're saying 8x8, obviously 8x8 is your aperture, so it's probably more like 9x9.
Yeah.
But that's just so that you can definitely fit your 8x8s in there. Same with all the ones coming up. It will fit your sizing.
Brilliant.
That's the sizing we're giving you. The internal
Fabulous.
measurements.
Great idea. Now we've got all sorts of sizes coming up for you, and we're going to bring back the 4x4 that sold out. So if you missed in the earlier show the 4x4 inch, Jimmy's very kindly said we're going to have another 50. So we'll make sure that comes up for you in a moment. So that is code NK2796, and that's the biggest one of the day.
It is, yes.
Isn't it? Okay, shall I give you the next one, my lovely?
You can
is that one?
It is, yes.
Okay, so 6x8.
So again, same sort of thing. You're going to be able to make 3 with this, but obviously, yeah, you are still getting 3. So again, same thing, popped out all from the middle, and then you've got the same mechanism that it'll slide in and out. But obviously with this one, you've got more holes on the back.
Oh,
so
brilliant.
you can hang it landscape, you can hang it portrait, and you can do the same with your stand as well.
Oh, that's great.
Because obviously, like, we don't know what photos
No,
you've got.
course, no.
So you might have loads that are this way up, but then you might have the odd one that's that way, and you go, oh, it's going to ruin my wall.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. You can do them all in the same frame.
I love that.
And just imagine how you can colour coordinate them.
Yeah.
You cover over this, because obviously it's... it'll be big enough roughly for you to get your papers on there, or at least paper piece them on. And you can do your fancy frames.
So much you can do with these.
And then your photo will slide in.
I mean, on MDF, you could be putting your stencils, you could put your gesso, even your alcohol markers, can't you?
Yeah, alcohol markers,
Your
obviously, like,
glitters,
gesso, chalk paints,
Yeah.
you can put mica, not mica powder, gilding waxes,
Oh, my
things like that.
days.
To be fair, you can probably put mica powder on as well, you just need something sticky to put it onto.
So
Yeah.
they're really, I get even Sanntangle on. It's straight onto the MDF.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll have to give Sandra some.
I think
and
that
just be
might be a nice idea.
Give me a sample. While you sat there.
Yeah, well, just doing nothing. Dobby's watching, keeping a watchful eye.
And
Dobby's,
she's not doing nothing.
No, she's not. She never
busy.
stops. She never stops, that woman. So code is ND2757. She's stealing your Sanntangle, is she, Dan? Oh, I don't think so. £10.99 for the 6x8 freestanding all-wall mountable. And you're getting 3, just to confirm. In each one of these offers, 3 chances. Okay.
And you can make and sell as well.
Yeah.
Obviously, same as all our other products. We've got full angel policy.
Can we show that?
Yeah.
Because that's this size,
Yeah.
isn't it?
So this is my first demo. So this one I've not put a stand on, but we can do. Oh, in fact, mine's a sample where the hole's in the wrong place.
Oh, okay.
Yours won't be.
Yours is the prototype.
Yes, mine is definitely the prototype. But
Isn't that
obviously,
lovely?
yeah, so you can put whatever you fancy in there. We've just cut out one of the dogs in there, few dies. But obviously, if you're just putting a photo from your holiday or something in there, you could do a sunset gradient all over your frame.
And is that from one of the puppy pads?
It is.
Is it?
Yeah.
That looks beautiful, yeah. Sounds odd, but it's from the Puppies collection. There were 2 paper pads with it, in case you're thinking, a puppy pad? So this is the size that we're doing now, lovely.
Yes.
Okay, so 3 again.
Again, your 6x8, did you say? Or 5x7?
5x7, yeah.
5x7, yeah. Oh, there's so many sizes, I've got no idea. But like you can see, again, you've got the same sort of markings on there for your hanging, but also your L's, they can be either way. So obviously, if you're going to pop it in from the top, you can do, or if you're going to pop it in from the side, it won't affect you, obviously, but that's just your lip so that it'll slide in.
Okay.
But yeah, again, really handy, and obviously, if you're making a photo wall with them, just imagine how many you can do. You can put just your alphabets, like your typography, things like that, all sorts in there.
So I can ask a question. So we know what to do with the stand. What do you do with the L's then, lovely?
So your L's, in fact,
I'm sure it's obvious.
Oh, in fact, I haven't got. Yes, I have. So all you're going to do is just push them out.
Yeah.
So they're just going to be tabbed in, same as before, and then all you're going to do is just lay them over and glue those in place.
Okay, just like a wood glue.
Yep, just a wood glue. You can use Collal, whatever you've got really, or you can even use hot glue. It'll hold it.
Yeah.
And then this piece is, I'm going to stick this completely together, but if that was the right size, that would slide in and out. Yeah. So then you just layer that on the top, and you've got that nice aperture there.
Thank you.
Just to slide that in and out. Obviously interchangeable. Just don't glue it in place.
Brilliant. So that's the key to these, isn't it? Interchangeable. Once you've built them, you could change it every day.
Yeah.
And I just think from a positive mental, we were talking about this earlier, weren't we? You know, to just, even if you need that positive affirmation every day, and you need that, you know, that sort of give yourself a kick up the what's it. This could be it, couldn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. And as much as you're saying this is a great idea, I can't take credit for it. This was all Jimmy.
Thank you, Jimmy.
It was all Jimmy.
Thank you, Jimmy. He's a good lad. Thank you, Jimmy. So YI2785 is your code, and you're going to get 3 again. Now, can we do $10.99 or better?
Ooh.
Ooh, yeah.
So again, £3.33 each.
£3.33.
And if you are making and selling, just think what you could sell that for.
Exactly.
Once it's decorated, or even if you're just doing a basic one and you're just saying, here you go, with a picture in, maybe you're gifting them.
Yeah,
maybe
lovely,
you
aren't
split
it?
them with your
Yeah,
friends.
nice Christmas gifts as well. Yeah, brilliant.
Definitely, yeah.
And again, look, if you're a pet lover or, you know, or you've got beautiful pictures of your holiday or your kids or whatever, and you can't decide which one you want, you can just change it every single day.
Yeah.
Every single day. And I think that's really important. So 3 for $9.99. Okay, so that's your 5x7. So now we've got the, is this the?
6x4, yeah.
The 6x4. Sorry, that's that one, isn't it?
yeah.
Sorry, lovely girl.
You all right?
So 6x4.
Yep. So same again. These ones.
And this is a classic photo size.
It
isn't
is, yeah.
6x4.
So these ones, your panel, we could only fit one on the inside of it. So you then get a loose one with this one. But it's fine. It'll all come in the bag. You know what to do with it. You've just not got to push these ones out. Obviously,
less effort.
Less effort, yeah, absolutely. Push them out, same as before. Just overlay them where they're marked. Again, Jimmy's made it so easy that you haven't even got to think about it. And then that is your space then for your 6x4.
He put a lot of thought into that.
He has,
That's great, yeah.
I'm very lucky. I'm very lucky that he cares as much as I do about
and do
it.
you know what? Well, yeah, it's your own business, isn't it? It's important. So now then, QE2765. So if you think about your standard photo sizes, what do you reckon? 6x4, 5x7? They're two of the most popular sizes, aren't they?
Maybe a 6x8 if you blow them up a little bit. Yeah.
So you've got the really key photograph sizes here, so that's ideal as well.
I know that you can go in local supermarkets and actually get them printed. Yeah, in those three sizes. Yeah. We checked.
Yes, you absolutely can, because I've done it myself. This is getting sillier. Still getting 3 for that price tag. £8.99. Brilliant. So the fact that you can have them freestanding on a windowsill or on a, I don't know, you have an island in your kitchen or on a bedside cabinet, you know, or if you've got you might want to have a nice picture either side on the wall of your bed. If it's you and, I'd have one of Ivy on the other side.
Yeah, that's who sleeps in your bed.
Yeah.
That's who sleeps in my bed too, my dog.
I was going to say, you're not having my Ivy in your bed, thank you very much. £8.99.
I would, I'd let her.
Yeah, and I'd let your dog sleep in my bed as well. Right then, anyway, so now this is the one that sold out earlier, which is this one, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm not surprised, and if you want the puppies to go with it, don't you worry, because we've got the puppy collection on the show again today. This sold out earlier. It's a cracking size, the 4x4 inch.
Yeah, this one, obviously, I did this demo a little bit earlier. And yeah, it's one of my favourite sizes.
Are you struggling with that at the minute, are you? We can't do that one. Yeah, Liam's done it for us, lovely. Oh, he said he's done it. Okay, it's fine. A panic for you then. Okay, now earlier on you had 50, all sold out.
They did. They sold out very quick.
Very quickly indeed. So if you were watching earlier and you were gutted that you didn't get them, very kindly Jimmy said, I'll tell you what, I will nip home when we're straight home and I'll get cutting. Okay, so Jimmy, thank you very much. If you missed out earlier, you can now get, there's another 50 being added in, and apologies for earlier, but hopefully you'll get them now. £6.99, that means they are £2.33 each.
Yeah.
£2.33. I'm surprised you can even buy the MDF and let alone cutting it for that. I think that's a gift from Jimmy to us, isn't it?
It is definitely, yeah.
Thought it was.
And it's also, we've not had MDF for ages, so I'm like, what can we do on the price?
Yeah.
No, we don't need to make money.
No. There's no money being made on that one. So, well, very little, I would imagine. £6.99. Okay, now just to mention to everybody, there are only another 50.
Oh, wow.
Well, there were another 50. Okay, we're approaching 30 already. Okay, good luck on that one, my lovelies. So, now then, if you, we do still have the puppy collection.
We do, yes.
So the puppy collection, which is going to be incorporated into this demo, if you want to go back and watch the earlier hour, were you on at
2 p.m.
2 p.m. today?
Yeah.
So all you do is if you go back to the hobbymaker.co.uk website, at the top of the website, there's a search screen, and immediately to the right, there's a button that says TV Guide. And if you click on there you go, that's the one, thank you, Dan. And you click on today, well, it's already on today, and there she is, look, there she is. If you click on watch this show, and then you can go back and watch the demo and the actual codes and everything. There's our lovely handsome David, or young David. So you can go back and get the code. We'll put the code back on the screen for the collection, but basically for $29.99 you get 16 different designs of puppies.
You do.
And you get 2 puppy pads.
Yep. 2
paper pads.
And 48 sheets in each of those
40,
papers.
and that's for $29.99. Okay, and the code is TB2781. If we get time to show it again at the end of the show, but it is 16 breeds of dog, including that gorgeous corgi. Okay, and again, the angel policy is still allowed, even though that was worked with an artist, isn't it?
Yes, yes. So we did work with an artist for all of our puppies, and there'll be more in the future. But yes, we work with artists that are happy for you to make and sell as well. Obviously, that's really important to us that you can then make your money back if you want to. You don't have to, obviously, if you just want to do it for yourself, absolutely fine too.
Absolutely. And so $29.99, and then after we finish this, we're going to bring you a brand new, is it the puffball flowers? Is it the... We haven't had those for a while, have we? Or
Not for a while.
Not for a while. So
and
they're not
really popular. Okay. They're my favourites.
Okay, so we'll bring that on in a moment.
I say that about everything.
I don't. Why not? Okay, can we have a demo, look?
Yes. So we are going to make this one then that we just saw. So we're going to use the the circle doily that we bought the other day. So if you did miss out, we've got that on the show as well. And then using these gorgeous puffballs to do that frame in there. But I'm not actually using it, so I can't take this out of the side, even though that I could have done it that way. I have stuck mine in place. Right, so I'll just show you then first off how nicely this doily die cuts out. So in this set, you get 8 dies. So all I've got is my outside edge and my detail of the doily there. So I'm just flipping that over onto my mat there. And then you do also get just a couple of plain circles. So I'm just framing that image there, just using that circle, just so we can cut him out as well. So we'll pass that through the machine. So then we can obviously start building up our frame. So if I wanted to be honest, I probably could trim that down and make it so that it'd move. But I've just trimmed something slightly smaller, so I'm just going to ignore my little elbow things that I don't really need for this. So then this is that gorgeous doily. So I've cut that out of one of the pattern papers there. So if you were just leaving that, maybe just popping a sentiment on it, that looks really nice, just framed on there.
I love that doily.
Base of a candle or something like that, that'd be really cute. And then just trimmed around our little dog as well. So obviously they are nicely centered in the middle, so you can do lots of die cutting around and stamping if you want. Right, so we'll pop that then to one side. We've got our little pieces ready. I'm just going to add my piece of paper just in the centre there. So I've just got a little bit of glue. I've learned to keep it upside down now, so my glue works. Right.
Good idea.
So we'll pop that into the centre there. So smooth that down, and then I did, if you missed it, I did cover over my frame earlier. So if you do want some tips on covering MDF, that was in the earlier show as well.
Brilliant.
So just add in a bit of glue.
I can't believe how quickly you can make it look all colour coordinated and beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
You know,
it's so easy to do, like for everybody at home as well. Like.
Because that's amazing.
Yeah, because the kits as well, all the papers do match. I've only had to think about it once. It does just make it really easy for us.
I do think that those paper pads you put with the puppy collection are outstanding.
Oh, they really are very pretty. Right, so then I've got my doily here. So I think all I'm going to do is just push him down so that then we can stick those little bits just over the edge there. And then it'll just look like it's a full doily.
Okay.
So we'll just add a little bit of glue onto it there. So this can just pop into the centre.
We're just going to change the graphics for you, my lovelies, and pop on that beautiful doily die for you, your circular doily die. And you get 8 dies in total in there. So it's a really, really useful, beautiful, and again, just to give you another example, look at that, it's absolutely gorgeous. And we've gone straight in at your buy price. Now, just to mention, that beautiful die set there should be $16.99. So already, if you buy that today, Hayley and Jimmy have paid for your post and packaging for the whole day of £3.95 because you've just saved you £4 on that lovely die. And the code is QP2714. Okay, credit card, debit card, or PayPal account, or you can give our call centre a ring on that number on the screen, and it's free phone. Okay.
Right, so I did just change my mind, and I've took my frame off, and then I've done it a strip across the middle, and then it's underneath now.
Like it.
So obviously, when you've got glue like that, it's not quite stuck yet, but now it'll be fine. You can cheat a little bit.
I like that.
Right, so then I'm just going to pop my little puppy into the centre. So I think we'll add a little bit of foam.
He's been fed well, hasn't he?
He has, hasn't he? This is the Alaskan Malamute. This is what Andy's got. Andy
Yeah, our channel manager Andy has got a dog like this called Dallas.
Yeah. Oh, I met him once.
Did you?
We went round to Andy and Lowen's house once, yeah.
Oh, is he lovely?
He's huge.
Is he?
But yes, very lovely.
Yeah.
Right, so then I've just got another couple of... Did you just think I said Andy was huge?
I'm not getting involved.
He's not.
Oh, he's my boss, so I'm keeping very quiet.
Right, so I've got a couple of little strips then that are just going to pop in the top there. I thought that's what you heard me say. Right, so I'm just curling down the little edges there. So obviously being double-sided as well, it does just mean you've got a little bit of the teal on the reverse. So as you're rolling it down, you are still going to see some nice little patterns. Right, so I'm just adding then a little bit of hot glue just in there so we can poke that behind.
Why would you go hot glue?
This one, to be fair, if I was at home, I would probably just use wet glue for this. But this
so
is
just
purely for
because you're in the
speed.
studio. Right.
Yeah.
I just always like to check because I always like to follow what you're doing so I understand why.
But also with hot glue, I think we may have chatted about this, might have not been on air, just about obviously things that I don't want to move. So like this roll particularly, I would use hot glue for because then I haven't got to hold it for long. I can just press that down.
It's just done and you know it's right.
And like the same with flowers, once I press in the middle, if I've got wet glue on it, it's going to... It's not going to fall apart, but it's going to need to be held a bit longer than I can be bothered for.
Okay, that's a good... No, I like that though, because that explains why we do it.
Yeah.
Okay, brilliant, thank you.
But I also think sometimes I am a lazy crafter, so I don't know if I do it the right way. But it works for me, so that's what we go with. Right, so I've got just some of the puffball flowers then, and I'm just going to grab, if I've got it somewhere, my foam mat. I can't see my foam mat. Obviously,
what are you looking for, Flower? Are you okay?
It's all right.
Listen, darling.
Just my foam mat. I don't know what I did with it. It's all right. I'll give this a shape just with my fingers.
They've just given me the blame for it. I've had nothing.
Right. So then I'm just going to take apart then. So I've got 6 layers of these puffballs.
Is it foam pads I'm looking for you?
It's the little black... Oh, it's under there, look.
Oh, there you go.
Put it under something. I did that to Jimmy the other day. I'd piled something on top of something he was looking for, and we're both looking around the house.
Oh, no, it's not. Isn't it horrible when you can't
get mad
find
with me, though.
something?
It is. It's so annoying.
It's frustrating, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you can't find your keys, or you can't find your phone, or you can't find your glasses.
And then I lifted it up. Oh, it's me.
Yeah, it's the most obvious.
Me.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, it was me.
All random, like you put the keys in the fridge.
Oh, yeah.
You know.
Yeah, sometimes we find the remote in the fridge. Midnight snack.
Yeah.
Right, so I'm just layering up then these 6 puffball flowers. So I just cut them out of the vintage teal from the puppies again.
Okay.
And just popping loads of layers on there just to build those up. Because there's so many petals as well, it does really fill out nicely. So then just giving a press in the middle there as well.
And when was the last time we had this puffball set on the...
Oh.
How long's it been?
Must have been about a couple of months.
It's been a while, hasn't it, since you've had them?
Right, so then I'm going to add my sisal on them first. So I'm going for the teal sisal. So I'm just going to pop that just around the edge there. And then I'm going to pop some up here as well. And then we've got all of our flowers. So I pre-made plenty of these.
Brilliant.
Just because I know we get short on time and like it's the same sort of technique. So I don't want to bore you either.
I don't think you could ever do that, but it means we can get through more treats and demos, doesn't it?
Right, so then we can just place our flowers then onto here. So I've got a couple of stripy ones just for either side. Now you can see even though I've put all that sisal underneath where my main flower is, it's still poking out from the sides. And obviously it is a bit more of a filler. Like if you really wanted to, you could put it around the edges afterwards and not cover a lot of it over. But I just really like that it is quite subtle. You don't really see all of it.
Can I just ask as well, you know the Puppies collection that's going absolutely berserk again? Last time we had it, it sold out on the show, And again, Hayley and Jimmy very kindly said, no, you can have some more of the Puppies collection because at $29.99, I've got the collection as well. It is brilliant. It was on a week's delayed delivery because they hadn't even sort of ordered it by then.
Yeah.
Is it all up to date and we're ready to send now?
It's in stock, yes.
Great.
Yes.
So it's in stock, the Puppies collection. We will briefly show it you again, but you do get all this 16 designs of breeds of puppies, breeds of puppies, the two paper pads as well. So it's a big collection and it's $29.99 and it's ready to ship straight away.
Yes.
It's good news.
Right, so I'm just popping in some of the coffee moss here. So this is just the brown that you get in the full collection.
Pretty colour.
Yeah, again, I do really like to mix brown in with some of the designs. I think it's just a nice neutral one. Even if you're doing pinks, reds, things like that, just to add in a bit of brown. It does.
Well, brown does come with a puppy, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah, unfortunately.
It does.
Yeah. So when I'm doing the moss as well, I tend to go in between all my flowers. Anywhere that I think there needs to be a gap, or there is a gap, and I don't want to see a gap.
Okay.
I think it does just nice.
Hides the gubbins.
It does, definitely. So we can add a tad more down here. And then, I was hearing all about Dobby.
Oh, were you?
Yeah.
I wasn't. I'll tell you what, I had to have a little chat with Sandra, though, because she'd left him in the car and it's hot out there. I said, come on, Sandra.
I heard you say about Dobby, and then I was just like, who's Dobby?
Yes. Oh, Dobby's very famous.
Yeah,
in the world of
I've
Sanntangle.
heard.
Very famous
I have
young
heard.
man.
No one cares about Sandra, apparently. They just care about
It's all
Dobby.
about Dobby.
Right, so I've got some of the silhouette florals. So we launched these earlier on, and I'm just breaking up some of the petals.
Oh, they were brand new today, weren't they?
They were.
Yeah, again, if you want to go back to the 2 o'clock hour and watch the launch of the brand new silhouette floral stamp and die set, that will, and it's on the website still for you to buy as well.
Right, so I'm just popping in some of these leaves then. So again, even if you've not got any embellishment dies, doesn't really matter. You can chop up your flowers and use those as leaves just while you're getting started.
Yeah.
Whilst I use the loops and lace a lot, I think this is just as effective.
See, I like the shape.
It's just as effective if you are using your flowers to embellish as well. So pop another couple of leaves in there. So I've got 3 different sizes that I'm just popping in. Just anywhere that I feel like it needs something popping in. And
Looking
then
lovely.
we can add in a few of the loops and lace ones as well.
Why not?
Yeah. So then we can pop those into the side there. Yeah, so just a couple that I've cut out of craft card. And we're just going into the sides as well. So I do like to mix it up, just some of the colours, you know, like bringing in that more of a pastel-y brown, if I say that, the craft card of brown. It's a lot, It's a lot
lighter tone, isn't it?
than the actual coffee-coloured moss.
Oh, were you saying last time that the sisal, do you call it sisal? Sisal?
Yeah.
Sizzle.
I say sisal, but
I say sisal,
Yeah.
you say sisal.
Tomato, tomato.
Is it made of hemp?
It is, yeah. So it's hemp fibre.
Okay.
And obviously all the colours, they are dyed, but the natural is actually natural sisal, hemp.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. It is a nice fibre to work with as well.
And it looks great, doesn't it?
It does.
And that's what I love about the amount of texture you get into your designs. It's
Yeah,
beautiful.
I'm not actually sure whether anyone else really does much sisal, to be honest.
You're the only person I've ever seen, here anyway. Haven't seen any other brand have sisal or moss.
Yeah, very
it's
true.
your trademark, isn't it?
It is, I think.
Yeah.
Right, so I'm just adding some of the pearls just into the centre. So we've got our ultimate pearls back this time. So we've got all the 6 colours.
Oh, the pearls. Just the 4,750 pearls.
Oh yeah, just them ones. Right, so I'm just adding the pearls just to the side of my project there. Some into the middle of my flowers. So I'm just adding 3 into my big one there.
Did you have this colour earlier then?
Yeah.
Ah, right. So this is because that's not the ultimate collection, is it?
It is, yeah.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
And it has all those colours?
It does, yeah.
Ooh. So if you go back to the website, click on Watch Live and scroll down, you might just find those pearls. Oh, I didn't realise it was all the different coloured ones. Ooh, we're having a little nose for you, see if we can find them.
Right, so just my last couple and then we'll be finished.
Lovely.
you in there. And then there we go.
Oh, look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Hello, gorgeous. That is absolutely phenomenal.
He does need a belly tickle.
He does need a belly. He's literally going, I'm so cute. Can you just cut
Nobody
my little
rubs my
tummy
belly.
That is gorgeous. Mind you, honestly, we're all such big fans of the Puppies collection, aren't we? We absolutely love it. It's very popular. Oh, that's brilliant, Dan. Very popular. I like it. That's gorgeous.
Oh,
absolutely gorgeous. Thank you.
But obviously, using your new MDF frames, even though this one's not interchangeable, just think if you'd not put a puppy in there, you could be putting all your flowers around a picture. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love them.
Oh, you were going to... Oh, dear, it's all coming out now. Did you hear that? The producer just went, I was going to say woofly what you just said. That's quite a good one, actually. I quite like that one. Would you like the puffballs? The puffball, beautiful flower dies. And again, this is what I love, again, very much signature about Hayley and Dreamees, is the size of the flowers, is the beautiful size of the flowers. Now, this is the puffball flowers stamp and die set. This has not been on air for quite a while, okay? And your code is HD2793. Okay, let's get the clock in. Let's give everybody 30 seconds because it's back with a vengeance. The beautiful puffball flowers stamp and die set back by popular demand. And again, all these gorgeous sizes of flowers with that lovely sort of heart effect on the end. Your fabulous big flourish as well. And you get the dies as well, don't forget. So depending on how you use it, depends on whether you stamp first and die cut or vice versa, isn't it?
Yes, so actually I did demo that in the earlier show. So
Brilliant.
you can stamp and die cut, or you can die cut and then stamp. So it's really up to you. But yeah, you get so many in the set. Yeah, I think it's something like 10 or something dies in each.
2, 4, but does it say?
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11.
11.
Yeah. So
Oh, hang on, is that price right?
it is, yeah.
So £10 for the stamps, £10 for the dies and £9.99 for the stamps.
Yeah.
Wow, thanks. Look,
That's less than £1 for
I
each.
didn't like to say, but you know. There you go. Look, I just want to get them both out the pack because otherwise it can look a bit confusing.
Yes. Yeah.
Hello, Crafter Karen, Valerie, Janet, Valerie, another Valerie, one in Oxfordshire, one in Hampshire, Catherine, Crafter, Tina, Janet, well done. You're getting all of that remarkably, both the dies and the stamps for just £19.99. Hello, April. Oh, my goodness me, you are super quick on those. HD2793. Less than 40 chances available left on this one, okay? And yet again, because Hayley's so wonderful, she gives you full explanation and how to use and how to care for your dies and stamps, okay? So £19.99, there you go. Both of those, not been on for a couple of months now at least. Hello, Jacqueline on the phone to the call centre. Hello, Tina, congratulations. Irene's in as well. Crafting Cheshire's just got them, congratulations. I think they're proving rather popular, those ones.
I say this about everything, but they are some of my favourites, especially because there's so many petals that you don't have to do too much to them. And there's plenty of open space as well. So if you want to do watercolour techniques, maybe you want to do like we were saying, a gradient sunset, you want to do red in the middle to yellow on the tips. You've got a lot of open space to do that technique.
And what I like about it as well, if you look at that, that stamp there, look, and then you look at the die, to match look here, because that would be pretty fiddly to cut out yourself, wouldn't it?
It would, yeah. But then you get a really nice border around it, and it is all neat and uniform, so it does just look really pretty, especially on vellum as well, heat embossed, or acetate, and then it's see-through.
Yeah. Yeah, well done, everybody. I know Irene, Crafter, Debbie, Jacqueline, Valerie, Tina, Catherine, Janet, Karen, in there already. Congratulations. Well done. Well done. Well done. Right, we've also got, we've got to do the, we've got the brand new lavish label die we haven't done yet.
That's in my next demo.
Oh, got that coming up. Should we do that next?
Yeah.
Right, if I put that there. Now, where am I going, lovely? There it is, right in front of me, silly Billy. Now, we've never had this before, have we?
We haven't, no.
So, would you like to talk us through
I
it,
can
being as
do,
you
yeah.
are the wonderful developer.
I do actually design the dies.
I know
too,
you do. I know you do. Clever. Brand new today.
This one, again, it's similar to the oval format that we had earlier. So you're getting 4 dies in here. So your outside edge, so if you just want to do that for a shaped card, you can do. And then you've got kind of like a little scallop detail edge for the next one. Then you've got your label that is just the inner die, just an outline. And then you've got your pattern there as well.
That's really lovely.
It is. I'm going to show you how that cuts in a minute. But again, similar sort of format, so you can do quite a lot with this. So if you imagine this card that I did a little bit early with the oval, you could do the exact same thing. So you could do just a freestanding shaped card, and it's just all the same layers pretty much, except it's got a different pattern on it. So if you wanted to get, again, batch make, dead easy.
Could I just mention as well, just as a little heads up as well, this sold out earlier.
Yeah.
Now, a little bit like the 4x4 inch MDF that sold out earlier, not to be outdone by Jimmy. As soon as he said, do you want another 50? She said, well, would you like some more of the oval dies? I went, yes, please. So if you missed out on the oval die earlier, we are going to pop that back on your screen, and we've got another 50 chances. Okay. Anyway, sorry.
Do you know what? Yeah, it does feel nice.
Does it feel nice when something sells out that you designed?
It does, but there's also part of me that's just like, what?
Yeah.
How do people spend their hard-earned money on something that
Because what you bring to us is wonderful quality craft supplies. That's why. And we love really creative, aren't they?
It's also like, I would like to get more people crafting. So like, that's all I come here to share for, to get as many people crafting and getting the same enjoyment out of it that I do. And I know a lot of others do.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And again, one thing that everybody talks about is the prices that Dreamees brings. Hayley's really works super hard, Hayley and Jimmy, to make sure that whatever they bring you is really, really as affordable as they can manage. And I think that's what we all appreciate. Why are we popping a clock on the screen? Are we going to get on that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, can we?
Yeah.
Can we really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought $16.99 was our price tag. Okay. Quite frankly, if you can do it, then we'll happily take it. Thank you. So we will get the oval die that sold out earlier. So if you were watching the 2 o'clock show and you were absolutely gutted, don't worry. You come back in and we'll re-pop that on the screen for you. Okay. So first time ever. This one.
Yeah.
It's a first time.
It is.
Can you get this on your website at the moment?
You can,
so you can?
But I've not got much stock left because I've given it all to you.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Wow, that's a £6.
It's the same as the oval price. So for me, I'd go for both if you can
definitely,
do.
yeah. Oh, was the oval $11.90?
It was,
That's why it sold out.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Karen in Nottinghamshire, I think you've just bought it, and this is lovely. Hayley, you are extremely talented, and don't ever doubt yourself, my lovely.
Bless you, thank you. Don't make me
cry.
Oh, thank you. It means a lot, it really does. I do doubt myself a lot, so I do appreciate it, thank you.
I think we all do, but we really shouldn't, should we?
No, that's it, we're all doing our best, aren't we?
You have to think about what you would say to a friend.
Yeah.
You know, what we say to ourselves.
I wish I spoke to myself like I speak to friends. I wish I did.
And that's what that should be what we should all need to be doing. But Karen, that's a really kind message. Thank you. And I'll tell you what we'll do is we'll pop on the screen. Alex said he'll pop on the oval one that sold out a little bit later on in the show as well, or whenever it suits him. Yeah. So $11.99. So we're going to see this in action.
We are,
aren't we?
yes. I'm not using it as my focal point. It's kind of in the background, but it's still really pretty. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Fabulous. Thank you.
Are we ready for a demo now?
Yes, please.
Well, we're making this one then. So this is where you can see in the background that gorgeous.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah. So I've distressed that a little bit, just using a bit of white gesso. But obviously, if you wanted to just use it, I've got a couple actually.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, neither of them actually use the full detail of it. But you can see, obviously, just the little edge. You do recognise that, yes, Alex? It was, yeah. We had the daisies last time.
We did.
But obviously, you can see that once you layer that up, you can use it as a focal point if you want to. The inner part, I just tend to use, like, just for the sake of it, really, because it's so pretty. But yeah, again, same there, just using that outside edge. So it is really versatile. So if you don't fancy the floral bit and the decorative bit in the middle, you don't have to.
Don't have to use it?
No.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
Right, so then, we're going to use the Say It With Flowers. So we've not seen that for a little while, and it's a really good price, isn't it?
We've got that on the lowest ever price today. So we've got to get that on, and we've got to get the oval.
I don't mind if you want to do it now, Alex, you can do.
Well, I'll tell you what, can I ask a favour? Can we pop on the oval as well? Because we've had a lot of messages, haven't we, about getting the oval one again. Do you mind, Alex? He's like, oh, I've got you two women. Honestly, I can't get anything on the show I want to.
A request, isn't it? Don't work with Hayley and Zena.
No, but joking aside, he said that he had a lot of messages earlier about the lavish oval die set that sold out earlier. 4 dies in one. This is the beauty. And again, you can watch it being demoed at 2 o'clock with Hayley and Dave. If you just go back to the hobbymaker.co.uk website, click on Watch Live, click on TV Guide, sorry. Click on TV Guide. And just click on 2 o'clock today and you'll be able to see this in action. But it's sold out, all 50 sets of these 4 oval dies. They're absolutely gorgeous. And Hayley very kindly has added another 50 into stock for us. So MB2708. Oh, can I just show Hayley? That's how happy everybody is.
Oh, I'm glad. Thank you.
23 have just checked out. Half the stock.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, half the stock, pretty much.
Thank you.
Well, once Julie or Elizabeth or Anne or Lorraine or Teresa or Karen check out, then we're nearly 30 have gone. So,
oh, wow.
Well done. This is how much people do love your designs, lovely girl. Thank you.
It is. It's not baffling to me, but I'm just like, I feel so fortunate.
You're humble.
I feel so fortunate that.
Sorry, before we go, did you want to
yes.
chuck? Do you want to chuck on the Saint with Flowers card making collection? Okay. Well, now where's that, darling?
Oh, it's on the front.
Oh, come here. Do you want to do it from there, Dan, or shall I? No. Shall I grab it? I'll grab it. Dan says, you grab it, lady. Now, this is about to be a never before. We are going to go to a demo then, in case anybody thinks, what are you doing? These is the Say It With Flowers card collection, which is so popular. You get the 8x8 inch paper pad, which is all these designs here. Okay, so you can see all the lovely, lovely designs. But if I just give you an idea of what they look like, that is one side, and then those are the flowers. And you've got that on one side and that on the other side. Yeah, I'm going to go relatively quick on this because we want to go back to a demo. Okay, we want to go back to a demo. Those are the different colours, and this is this beautiful 8x8 inch paper pad. How many did you get, Hayley?
You've got 48 sheets again, so
Wonderful.
8 designs and 6 of each.
Lovely.
But obviously double-sided, so if you prefer one side, you could use 12 of one side. But then we also get the sentiments as well.
Get all of those, and this is going to be the lowest ever price today. There they are. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
So, and you've got all these lovely, gorgeous sentiments. Friends fill life with joy, the soul with sunshine, and the heart with love. But then on the other side, I'm going to second, there you go. You've got always believe something wonderful is about to happen. And again, you've got so many different sentiments, look, all different look. Amazing. And that collection has never, ever, ever been $12.99, and I'm not surprised. It's brilliant. Loads of lovely messages in there. Absolutely gorgeous. There you go. And that collection, for the first time ever, you might have bought it before, but you've never been able to get it at $12.99 today. So, and you're just about to see it in action.
Yeah.
Well done. Thanks, Hayley.
Right. That's all right. So I'm just using the notebook edge die. So we did see that the other day. And then under here, I've got my lavish label. So I haven't cleaned my die out, so I've put a shim in. So again, like I said earlier, please clean your dies out. It makes for no fun when all your little die cut bits don't come through. So just excuse if mine don't cut straight through first time, because I haven't cleaned my die.
You haven't had time, to be fair.
Right, so...
Can I mention one thing? I'm so sorry. It's very remiss of me. Sorry, and I'll make sure I don't want to misrepresent this lady. They don't all have flowers on.
Oh, yeah, very true.
I wanted to just point that out. Some are crisp and clear. They not because this is what I love about Hayley. She tries to give you a choice of some with flowers and some without, and there's some beautiful messages. Look, some, as I said, some have flowers, some don't, and they're just lovely. Okay, I just wanted to show you a few of those before you get back to the flowers. Sorry about that.
That's all right. Right. So then, I've just cut out then, we've got that gorgeous notebook edge just on the top.
Oh, we've got that as well, haven't we?
We have, yeah, and we can do that afterwards, it's not a problem. So yeah, so I've just cut that into the top of there. So this is my little verse that just says, a pinch of laughter and a tablespoon of fun, a jug of thoughtfulness, an ounce of conversation, and a teaspoon of good times. One final helping of kindness, give it a little swish, and serve it all up perfectly in a wonderful friendship dish.
That is gorgeous.
Isn't it pretty? So obviously you can see like some of those bits, they just need a flick. But that is going to create you this gorgeous panel
Feels quite Moroccan-esque, doesn't it?
does, yeah. So then if I bring it in, I've just added a little bit of gesso just onto there, just to tie that down a little bit. And obviously it cut from your craft card, and you can see all of that little detail on there. It's so pretty.
That is beautiful. I love that notebook edge as well.
It is cute,
it's
isn't
like it's
it?
been ripped off a pad, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's lovely.
So again, thank you to the customer that asked for that. I can't quite remember. It might have been Caroline, actually.
Ah, mightn't it?
Might have been, yeah. That asked me for that a couple of months ago.
And just quickly, we've got that on the screen. That's what it looks like. It's $9.99. That's the notebook die set, and that's what it'll do for you. And it's $9.99 on the screen, AB2784. Okay.
Right, so then we will add our panels into this, just because I do want for it to stand up a little bit. So just again for speed, just going to add a little bit of hot glue around there. There's no reason you can't use hot glue if you're doing this at home. Again, I'm just doing it for speed, but it will hold and it'll stay put for you if you do want to do it that way. So again, a little bit of hot glue just down my edges and flipping that one over to then pop in that space. And then I've got my 8x8 piece of paper. So obviously you can see that that is going to fit in really easily into that. I need to trim that down actually. So we'll just take a little snip of that off just on the edge there, and then that will fit in perfectly. So I could change that up if I wanted to. And then I'm just going to, again, I've just distressed that just a little bit. I think it was actually grey paint rather than my gesso. And we'll just attach that.
He's determined to get in the demo.
It is,
that,
isn't it?
Get off.
There we go. Right, so then I've got a panel that I've just torn the edges of. So I'm just going to add a little bit of ink just onto here. And then that's just picking up a little bit of the ink on there. And then we can add that into the frame. So then just add in a little bit of glue just to pop that in. But obviously I haven't stuck that in place. So then you can move that in and out if you want to.
Yeah.
So if you want to change it, it's not a problem.
Brilliant idea. Genius.
So then I'm just going to add another strip across the centre there. We'll go for normal glue for this one.
They're all trying to get in on the action. The sizzle's having a go now.
This is how I craft at home, you know. I've got bits in all everywhere. Get my hair in it. Oh. Last time I went back in the green room, I was like, you'll never guess what I've just got my hair stuck in my hot glue gun and I had to trim it. Oh, yes. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so I lost the tip of my hair last time.
Oh, dear. Please be careful.
Yeah, I'm definitely clumsy, put it that way. Right, so I'm just going to add a little touch of hot glue. Again, just for speed with this. I would probably use my wet glue and just put it on the back of my hand just to pick up all that detail, because obviously you can see that's going to lift away from my card because there's not glue all the way underneath it. But make sure you add plenty of glue at home.
Yeah.
That'll be fine for on there. And then I've just got my sentiment, so that's going to pop onto the side here. So I think we'll go for a little bit of foam tape just on there. So we can pop that onto the side. So we'll grab our tape reverse off there.
You know what we forgot to do earlier when we were doing the MDF?
Oh, yeah.
Didn't do the wreaths, did we?
Oh, never mind. We'll get there, won't we?
We'll get there. We'll squeeze it
Need to put less on the shows.
No, never. Never.
Give too much
Never.
Right, so then I've just got another piece of pink paper, so I'm just going to add a flag just to the top of my project there. Just to pop that in. And then we can add a pearl on that a little bit later. Yeah. So also, I've just got some lace, so I just wanted to add a strip of that just along the bottom there. Just somewhere to pop some of my flowers as well. And I just wanted to add a bit of interest at the bottom. It was looking a little bit plain in my opinion. Just
Another
as I was
excuse
layering
for
it
some
on.
lovely texture.
That's it. So then I'm just going to add a dab of glue just on the reverse just to secure that in place.
Lovely.
Obviously this, if it's going on a wall, you won't even see that anyway. So then now I've just got some of my Suave Swirls flowers.
Ooh, Suave Swirls.
So again, doing MDF, I've really missed it because I can use my big flowers.
Yeah.
You know, when I'm making like a 6x6 card, I don't really need my big ones that much. Whereas when I'm doing home decor projects or stuff like that,
that's a nice technique with your tweezers.
Yeah. So I'm just,
that's lovely.
So I'm just popping the tweezers in and then just giving it a twist just around the tweezer blade sort of thing.
Oh, like.
And then I've got 3 of these. So as I separate those out, they will then offset and they'll layer up really nicely and look quite pretty.
Okay.
So then I'm doing the same thing just with some slightly smaller ones, again using the papers from the Precious Puppies. So I'll give them a twist. So I'm doing 6 at once here, so you can see how easy and how little force really I'm having to put on these flowers. And then we've finally got just 4 little stripy ones as well to do the same sort of thing with.
Alex, when we've got a minute, could we pop the Suave Swirl stamp and dice? Oh, he said, I'm ahead of you girls. He said, I'm already there. Can I just, do you know, hang on, let me just double check I've got the right one. Because I picked up the wrong one last, which is my Suave Swirls.
Yeah, that one.
That one there. Oh, wonderful.
It is,
Thanks,
yes.
Hayley. Look.
That's all right.
Thank you, gorgeous.
I don't make it easy for you, so the least I can do is help.
Well, if I just pop that, so that's just really quickly, my lovelies. That is your beautiful swirls, Suave Swirls, darlings. And there is so much on there. The fabulous, fabulous flowers. And that sort of, those rushes at the bottom almost.
Yeah.
Sort of, what is it? Well, it's not a rush. It's not a palm leaf. What is it?
It kind of reminds me of, you know, when people have big feathers in stuff in vases in their home.
Oh,
That's
you mean like bamboo type?
Yeah, stuff like that. That's
sort
what
of
it reminds me
bamboo-y,
of.
isn't it? Yeah. And that is an LW274, that is your Suave Swirls. You get the dies, you get the stamps, $19.99. Get both of them. Okay, so there you go, my lovelies.
Right.
Sorry, lovely girl.
You're all right. Right, so then I've just laid up those 3 flowers that we did in the large pink there. So I did stamp and die cut those. So again, adding that little bit of detail on there, whereas the rest of them I haven't stamped at all. So we'll just separate those out. Again, just add in a little ball tool in the centre and we can lift these 3 up together as well. So I've done this with a bit of the script on there as well.
Yeah.
So I really like the papers that they're not really uniform. So where you die cut out, you get different parts of your pattern.
Yes.
So it does just really
There's
lift
more
it.
interest as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. So again, pop in that in the middle there and my last one. So then.
I love the flowers that you do. They're so
Oh, thank you.
They're so impressive.
Again, though, like you were saying about the little tweezer technique there, it's not difficult, the techniques that I use to make these flowers. And like
It's so effective.
Yeah, they're definitely, there's no way,
Yeah.
there's no reason you can't replicate these at home,
No.
definitely. And it is all practice, you know, half the time mine don't go right first time either. So it is just, it's having fun.
Yeah, of course, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There is a lot of variation.
Yeah, of course. So many different flowers. Beautiful.
And also, like, I definitely don't want you to think that all my projects go right at all, because they definitely don't. Sometimes I look at them and I go, oh, no, absolutely not.
But it'd be no fun and there's no learning process. Who wants to
Absolutely.
get it right every time? That's
Exactly.
boring.
And sometimes you look at it and you go, actually, it's grown on me.
Yeah.
You know, like over
Bit of
time.
a happy accident can happen.
Of course it
can't
can, yeah. Right, so then I'm just adding in a little bit of my pink moss. So I've just got, it's the soft rose that we get in the collection.
Have we put the moss collection online, lovely? Wonderful. Alex said when we've watched the demo, he said if you do nip back to the website, click on Watch Live and have a little look. He's loaded the sisal, he's loaded the moss, he's loaded the everything's there for you. Okay, it's all there for you.
Right, so then we'll just add another little bit in there. I won't go too mad, obviously we're running out of time. But then I've also got some of the leaves then, so these are from the loops and lace. So I'm just going to pop a little bit of the white leaves in here. So I've not popped all my little bits out, but it'll be fine.
Yeah.
They'll pop out eventually. Right, so we can pop that one in there. Add another couple of little bits. So I'll just add my last couple in. I won't go too mad, obviously. Like you say, we've got some wreaths we want to see.
Yeah.
Again, I've put too much stuff on this show.
It's lovely. With no complaints, are we, everyone?
I'll bring them back and demo them another time anyway.
We will just show them because we've had a few people say,
Oh,
can we
yeah.
see the read them, dear, please?
Right, so we'll just add the last one in there. I'll add a couple of pearls and then we can move away from this. I'll pop one
Yeah, but we don't want to move away from that either. It's lovely.
I'm also using the pale pink that is in the Ultimate Pearl collection, so they match really nicely.
And again, they're on the web, my lovelies.
They are.
All the beautiful
add
colours. I mean, you do every colour of pearls, don't
Oh,
you?
I try. There'll be, if you're missing any, then absolutely give me a shout.
And look how
There we
lovely that
go.
is.
Obviously, I'd add a couple of pearls in the middle of the flowers, but it's fine.
Beautiful. Absolutely fab. Fab, 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 fab.
Yeah, and then obviously, like, that's how I'd fill it out if you did want to see. But we have seen that a couple of times.
Wonderful.
But yeah, obviously you can do whatever you fancy with these.
Exactly.
Scope.
Now, if you missed the beginning of the show, all of the brand new MDF that we've launched, all the big sizes from the 8x8 inch, gosh, there was 7x5, there was 6x4,
6x8.
4x4.
Yeah, 8x8, yeah.
What we didn't show you,
Yeah.
is the brand new wreath MDF. So, am I right in thinking there are 8 wreath shapes there?
There are, yes.
And they're £1 each?
Yeah.
Oh.
So obviously they're all nested together and you just pop them out and then you get the 8 different sizes of, well, it's 7 wreaths in a circle. But then for that sample, yeah, I've just used the circle, put one of my sentiments on there and then
Brilliant.
an outer wreath for the outside frame.
That is super. You could even use the centre as coasters,
Of course you can, yeah.
couldn't you?
Maybe you want to use all your massive flowers. Like I say, I never get a chance to when I'm making cards. So bring all your massive flowers into that, make a full
I mean,
wreath.
we are launching lots of Christmas things this
Yes,
month,
very
aren't we?
Yeah.
Aren't we?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's my next show.
That's your next show. What date's that?
17th.
17th of June.
Yes, and then I get another Christmas one on the 24th.
Oh, brilliant. So honestly, all our brands are doing Christmas this month, I think, or the majority of them are. So if you do want to get hold of the fabulous wreath designs, these are brand new today, perfect for Christmas, perfect for any occasion when you want to put a wreath on it, wherever. £7.99 VE2775. What I would suggest is you keep checking out those lovely, just before we go, keep checking out the Poppies collection, because there's the one that Hayley's just demoed with earlier on. All these beautiful breeds of poppies. You're getting 16 breeds of poppies in the whole collection. You're getting all those as well. Absolutely gorgeous. You're getting all of those. Oh, sorry, all of those breeds. If I put those next to each other like that. So you get all of those in the lovely little pads. And then in addition, those lovely papers that Hayley was just using in her demos. You get both paper pads, both the Nostalgia and the Vintage Teal. And just to confirm, before I go, I know, quick, that is the size of your poppy pads. See you after the break with Sandra.
If you've recently missed your favourite show on HobbyMaker, it's really easy to catch up on our website. Simply visit hobbymaker.co.uk and click TV Guide. Here you'll be able to choose any show broadcast in the last 7 days, which you can watch, pause and rewind at your convenience. And to make shopping even easier, any items featured in the show will appear underneath. With HobbyMaker's Catch Up, there's never a reason to miss out, no matter what time of day. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Here at HobbyMaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with HobbyMaker.
My name's Carla Bagshaw and I am the brand ambassador for Carnation Crafts. I like the passion, the dedication to the craft. I like the fact that they produce in-house artwork, which is really important for us to be able to create something that is really special, really unique, and every time perfect. Carnation Crafts have a very solid team behind them. They have the creative director, Nick. He is in charge of everything we see, everything that we have as far as the artwork is concerned. And he has a wonderful and dedicated team of artists and designers who are incredibly talented. And then we have an awesome team. Everybody involved with Carnation has the same passion for the building, which is really lovely to work with. One of the things that's really important about Carnation, and it's unique, and it's what sets them apart. When Nick and the design team start to sketch out a drawing, as they do it, there's a cut line put in very certain points that allow us as artists and crafters to sculpt the paper. So we've got this really unique process that is all about designing a die. The artwork complements the die complements the artwork, right from the beginning of creation, from the pen going to paper to the card you make. That's incredible, because it starts when the pencil goes in hand. There's no other company that does that.
It couldn't be easier to watch HobbyMaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube. So you can watch at home or on the go.
Hello, my lovelies. Now, speaking of Christmas in June, well, Sandra of Sanntangle is about to make things very Christmassy.
Well, I thought we'd better make a start.
I think we better have.
This particular one, this particular stencil, it's not a new one, but it might be to some people.
Absolutely.
It isn't just for Christmas, but you're going to need a bit of time to do it because it's beautiful.
It is beautiful. So we get now, just, do you want me to show the frame after you?
Yeah, I'm going to show the
Yeah,
stencils.
I think I should wait. Yeah, I agree.
So this is your stencils. And now when we look at these, you sort of look at it and you think, oh,
where do I start with that?
They're a little bit, yeah. And these little bits here, they come out. So you've got a few different things going on there. You can use them together or separately, but there's so many things. I'm just going to show you the booklet. This is the front. So from these, this is what you can create.
Oh, wow.
Now, there are the 4 different things there, and we've talked about moons in the last show. There's a moon there as well, and you're going to show something in a moment.
Oh, my.
But if I just show you a couple of quick samples, you can see here. Look, this is a really traditional.
And you've done that from those Christmas stencils?
From that, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Absolutely, yeah. And we've got, it is, yes. I've got a little bit of a stamp here. I've got my little bar, look. My little bar. But look at the wreath, look at the shape. Look at this one.
Oh,
it's done with tiles that you can mix and match. Or you can go really simple. Or we talked about fabric earlier as well, didn't we? Well.
Oh, my goodness.
Or if you were to do it, that's been, drawn and stitched on fabric. It's amazing, isn't it? So you can do it in all different ways.
How do you do that, lovely?
Well, it's been drawn on.
Yeah.
Just like you would with a pen, normal, it's you did earlier. And then these have been stitched around. Little bits of stitches going on there. It's really pretty, isn't it? Leslie did that, to be fair. That's not one of mine.
Thank you,
Leslie.
Leslie.
Lovely little placemat. But it shows it's very versatile. You can do whatever. But I want you to show what...
Yes.
If you want to go the distance, if you want to gift this, or if you want to have something in your home that's a little bit Christmassy, but then you can leave it up if you want. There's actually a stamp in the middle. It's a hunky-dory stamp. So it shows you can mix with other things. But Zena's going to show you this.
Zena is, look. Oh,
that instructions for that are in this book.
Are in the book? Really?
They're in this book, yeah. The little droplet, the little poinsettia droplet, I'm going to demonstrate that. So you'll see how that's drawn. And I'm going to show you one of the other wreaths in there, but that actually is in this set. And then, of course, I've used my rectangle frames to sort of tangle around the outside, and it's gone on the mount and on the picture.
Yeah.
But look what you can do with it. It's
that's how
a little bit of glitter maybe as well, and something like that. See, it doesn't really smack of Christmas, that does it?
No.
So you means you can take the Christmassy element out, and you can just bring in whatever you want to do. But I do love that one.
That is amazing. How long did that take to do?
A couple of, I'd say off and on, a couple of weeks actually.
Gosh,
because
if
you're working all day, a couple of nights sitting at home and doing that. But yeah, it's all done with pen, pencil, tortillon, and a little hint, just a hint of coloured pencil.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nothing else. And
gorgeous. Oh, sorry, everybody. One more look.
That.
Absolutely.
From this stencil, that's one of 4 things you can do with this stencil.
Wow. So we are going to have a demo.
Yes, I'll demo that one.
This is your Let's Do Christmas wreaths from Sandra. 3 beautiful wreath designs for your cards, or as we've just seen there, your home decor. Your price for your book, the Sandra beautiful book, she likes to call it a book, doesn't she? $16.99 is all you're paying. Now this says here, this includes 6 stencils in total, isn't it?
I've got 5. I might have lost. Oh no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 5.
I think it's, well, you've said 6 stencils included, so I think you may have slightly
3, 4, 5.
misplaced.
Yeah, I've misplaced one of mine.
yeah.
I'm just counting
6
these on
stencils.
here. So yeah, you get the ring in the middle as well. So
6 stencils. She never shortchanges this, Sandra.
yeah, no, I haven't got that one. I don't know where it's gone.
So, and the lovely thing is obviously those stencils will fit beautifully into a 6x6 inch card blank. So again, we'll get to see these in action in a moment for you, but you'll see as you open inside, we go straight into all the instructions, and they're really detailed instructions. They're super easy to follow, and
Let's do it, shall we?
Shall we? Yes, please.
Let's do it. Can I just apologise, please, for Dobby?
well, he is. I think he's taking
He's been sunbathing all day. Then he's been stood up for the last couple of hours, hasn't he, over on there?
Well, for an hour.
Yeah,
Had an hour
and
of
now he's like,
standing
I've had enough. When are we going home?
Unbelievable.
When are we going home?
Look at him. Look at him. I think you need to have a chat with your
He's a
boy.
little monster, isn't he?
He is,
Little
cheeky.
monster. Right, well, he can hold my instructions up. There you go, look.
Oh, there you go. At least you're serving a purpose there,
There you
Dobby.
go, serve a purpose. Okay. He's real. All right then, so I'm going to start. This is probably the most traditional wreath, and this is the one that when you look at it, you think, oh, how do I get this? So I'm going to show you how to do it from, there's nothing on the page.
Nope.
Okay, I've got one a little bit further on, but I want to show you how you would start with this. So first of all is I would go around the outside there. Again, notice I'm using pencil, and then on the inside, just to give me a bit of a hand. And then you've got lines and dots. So if I mark those dots, and then the lines as well, mark the dots. See this as well, don't think, oh, this is a bit, oh gosh, this is part of the process. As you're doing this, you're slightly relaxing a little bit, and you're focusing on what's coming and where it's going to go, and you're getting a sense of the size of the piece and how it's going to work. So little dots, little lines. I'm not going to go all the way around, I'll just do a little bit so you can see where it's going. You see here, look, I've got dots, lines, dots, lines, dots, lines. So where do we go with this? We start with the dot at the top there, okay?
Oh, yeah.
And actually, if I do this in pen,
Might see it better,
then you're
mightn't
going to
we?
see it.
Thank
because-
you, lovely.
Yeah. So there's my dot, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go from dot to my line.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I'm going to follow the line, and I'm going to go to this dot.
Okay.
And then I've got another set of lines, but they don't match my line anymore.
No.
So I'm going to go to the end of it, like that.
Okay.
And then I'm going to go from the end of this one back to that next dot.
But none of it is too far to travel, is it?
No, not at all.
Not too
So
scary.
now it fits in, doesn't it? So
Yeah.
I'm going to go from this dot to this line, down to that dot, back up to the edge of that one, from the edge of that one around, and then around and back to that line. And you see I'd do that all the way around?
Uh-huh.
So then if I go from this dot now, the bottom one, and I work around and follow the same line, again, going up to this one, stopping there, back round, and back round. Yeah?
Yeah.
So then I could do the one in the middle.
Uh-huh.
Oh, it's always easy to do the middle one after, I was going to say, but I haven't turned my paper, so there we go. See? There you are. So you've got those working its
Lovely.
round.
Yep.
So now I've still got dots and lines.
Yeah.
So I'm going to repeat the process. Now you've got to remember, I've got my lines there. I can just see them with the pencil. So I'm going to go from this dot, and I'm going to go to this, follow that line to that dot, and then around to that line and down, along and up to that edge of that one, round to the dot, back to the line, back to the dot. And if I do that inner one now, follow the same lines, follow the same lines all the way around. You see you're creating this wrap around.
How do you come up with this? It's all very well as following your design, but how do you come up with that?
Do you know this one, actually, when I did sort of say to my husband, I want this, and these angles have got to be exactly how I've drawn them. He's like, all right, don't get it. And then before you know it, we've got it, and I was like, yeah, that's right, it works.
Amazing.
So this one, I'm going to bring in a different colour pen now, because the next step on this is we want to put ribbon, like a sashing around it.
Okay.
So, again, I would do all this in pencil, but because I'm going to do it at my brush pen rather than... So what I'd do now is I'd come off from here and I'd create a line.
Okay.
And then off from here, create a line.
Oh, I see.
And then if I draw another one, let's go back a bit, there. One there. Let's just
beautiful.
fill that in. So before you know it, you've got your sash
we've got a bit
going
of
all the way
luxury in
around,
there now,
yeah?
haven't
So we
we?
can bring that in there. So if I bring in another coloured pen, yeah, it looks a bit rough, but I'm just doing it in different colours so you can see it. So if I come in with another line, so I'll go over there, look, under that one, over there, under. So I'm starting to sort of play with it a little bit now.
Yeah.
And let's put some little sort of lines in, like this. That's my tinsel.
Oh, yeah. It does look like tinsel, doesn't it, when you do it like that?
Yeah, there's my tinsel. So that sort of gives us that kind of thing. And again, it's just sort of rough little lines. There you go. And let's bring in another colour. Let's go with, trying to think the colour of. And let's do another row. So let's go that way this time. And underneath there. Underneath there. And we could put little beads on it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So that gives us an extra. See how it's starting to build now? So imagine if you were doing this all the way around, how it's building up.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you could bring in your holly, little M's.
Oh, yeah. You did have a holly part of your stencil, though, didn't you? I spotted a little holly leaf. Yeah.
2 holly leaves
I
there.
spotted that.
You've got your heart to create your bow. You've got your little leaves and your little bubbles for berries.
Brilliant.
Because, of course, we can bring little berries in there and add 2.
Lovely.
And once
Very
you've actually
nice.
started, once you've done this, you've gone all the way around, you're happy with it, you would then draw it all in pen
Okay.
and rub out your pencil lines, and you'd end up with that.
Oh, excuse me. I'm so sorry, Sandra.
It's all right, look at that. And the
That's
sneeze.
amazing.
But you've seen how it's worked. You can see these overs and unders. You can see my ribbon. You can see my beads and my holly.
That's gorgeous.
So it's all there.
It's
Everything that we've just done is in with that. So we talked about that little poinsettia.
Yes.
You've got a choice. You can do it in the middle.
Yeah.
Or you can have it a little bit longer and you can have it as a little droplet.
Okay.
If you want to. So let's put it in as a little droplet. So
Okay.
first things first, I want to sort of give
And this is
myself...
all in the book?
Yep. Actually, if I show you that, I'm just going to put a line down so I know where I'm going to.
Okay.
Here you look. First page, creating the poinsettia. And it shows you how to do it.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So here it is.
Yep. Oh, my goodness. Right, okay. Hello. Okay, hello, little one.
So I'm going to put that little dot on that line, so I know I've got like a vertical, because I can put a sentiment in the middle if I want to, see.
Yeah.
And I'm going to draw around that outside there. I'm going to come in with pen and draw the little bits here, because they're like nice and little. There you go. Draw all those lines in. Now, instead of having that small dot there, I'm going to come in with this one. This is another wreath in itself.
Oh, wow.
I'm going to put that in there. So I'm going to put a bigger bubble in. Okay? So I've got my 5 lines and I've got a little bubble. So next thing I want to do is extend those lines.
Looks like a compact disc.
Does, doesn't it? Yeah. There you go. Some people would say, what's one of them?
I was just going to say, I bet half the crew don't know what it is.
What?
What's
Google
one of
that. There we are. And then again. Okay. So it gives me my directions. And then from here, I'm going to imagine about halfway in between. And go from there to halfway. Just going to move that out of the way. Because then I'm going to turn it round and go from there halfway. From there, halfway.
And do you turn it just to make it more comfortable for
Yeah,
yourself?
there's no point trying to do something that your hand doesn't want to do. And then I'm going to do it the other way. The other way. All the way. All the way. Let's do that one. Okay. Then I'm on step 5 and 6. I'm going to put a little mark in the middle, and I'm going to do a smaller one in the middle there. There we go. See it built up, same curves. And again, you turn yours round.
Oh, I love what it builds very quickly, doesn't it?
And then in between here, I'm going to bring that stencil, I'm going to bring that holly leaf in. You'll notice it's wider one end than the other.
Yeah.
Done on purpose, because you can use it both ways.
Okay.
So let's have the big piece there. See, I've got my little dot in the middle, remember?
Oh, yeah.
And I can bring my holly leaf in there. I'm going to put a little line up as I go. Holly
Oh,
leaf.
great.
And same here, look. Little holly leaf in there. Little line. Holly leaf. So again, so you don't need to use all the stencil all the time. And again.
Could I just, while Sandra's doing that, could I just mention there were only 100 to start with on the Let's Do Christmas Wreath booklet. And you know how popular we all think, well, we all find Sandra and how popular all her lovely booklets are. We only started with 100 and you're checking out. So I don't even need to encourage you to check out. You know how this works, and it just means if it's in your basket, it's not yours until you check out. So I'm just going to wish you good luck.
Yeah, and we've got America as well, if anybody's in America.
Well, what's this all about then?
Yeah, we do post out to Sanntangle, post out to America. You can go on to the HobbyMaker website and post.
I didn't know that.
Can. Just Sanntangle.
You're the only brand
at the minute
that we can post to. I didn't even. Since when's this happened?
Yeah, I think this is probably my 3rd or 4th show that we've been able to do it.
This is brilliant.
So any Sanntangle thing on the website, they can order. You can order, yeah. And it's
wow.
$12.95 postage.
Is that all it is? That's really reasonable. Oh,
Yeah.
this is great news.
Yeah. So if you're in the US and you're watching,
congratulations!
You
Brilliant.
can order. Absolutely.
Wow.
Anyway, done a little bit round here. See, I've just done this little. Sorry, I just dropped that in there.
No, that's
We've got these little
brilliant.
bobbles going around, and of course, looking at this, the next step it says you can have these little leaf shapes in. I'm showing you the steps there. Again, I'm just doing a little bit because there's a few things we want to get to. Little M shapes, little bits of holly, all the way along there. There we go. And of course, there we are. So once I've done that all the way around, you can see how that's starting to really form something quite beautiful. Once you've added a bit of colour and a little bit of shade in there, a little bit of a sentiment, that is beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
I'll show you the one on the front.
Yeah.
Here it is. There's your wreath. And there it is. I've got the poinsettia look in the middle there. But of course, I'm putting it down at the bottom here. So it would take me another 20 minutes to do that. But of course, we've got the things I want to show.
We have got other lovely things
but yeah,
to show.
all those for instructions for all of it on there. I will say in the book, it does show you here, look, creating the ribbon wreath. It says you could put bells underneath if you want to.
Yeah.
The bells aren't in this set.
Okay.
But they are in a set.
On the show this afternoon?
No, but they're in a set. But yeah, but you can add other things to it. That's what it's actually saying there.
Okay.
So yeah, that's everything you get.
When can we get the bell?
Christmas. It's coming. They're coming.
Is it coming in June, Christmas?
Yeah, they're coming.
Yay!
They're coming. So yeah.
Okay.
So that's the your sort of introduction. You're into Christmas if you want it to be. It's very gentle, isn't it?
It's lovely. Now, can I just? I'm looking at the call screen over there, Alex. Can we satisfy everybody still in baskets that have just come in?
Oh, that's okay.
Okay, we're all right. We can look after you. I've just Right. Okay. Yeah. I thought half the stock had gone. Yeah, half the stock had gone. But yeah, if you are watching in America and you've always thought I can't buy from HobbyMaker, you can buy from Sanntangle through HobbyMaker right now. And as Sandra's just said, $12.95 to post. That is awesome. So that has just opened up a whole new Sanntangle country, hasn't it?
Absolutely.
Brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely.
Brilliant. Thank you, Sandra.
Yeah,
that is
you're welcome.
great news.
You're welcome.
Brilliant. In the last few seconds, can I just well to Anne and Nicola and Glynis and Eleanor and Estelle and
you, everyone.
Doreen, Maria, Patricia, Karen. Well done. Well done.
I know it doesn't feel like Christmas, but it takes time to do these things.
Tell you what, it will by the time we finished here in June.
Absolutely.
I'm telling you that right now. If you weren't ready, brace yourselves. Which one did you want to do next?
Do you know what? I'm going to do a bit of a mix. I'm
Okay.
going to do Creative Set 2 and I'm going to do Say It With Flowers.
Oh, these are at the front, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. You've got some beautiful little samples of both of those, actually.
I have.
I'm going to mix the two
Let
together.
me grab. So should we just put each one on it? Yeah. Yeah?
Yeah, let's do it.
Creative Stencil Set 2.
Yep,
Okay, so that's
the one I'll use first. So.
brilliant. So that's this one here. This is the booklet. Okay, we're going to bring the price straight in just because of time. These are that's what I love about Sandra. You get the stencils, you see the designs, and it's like the two don't tally.
Yeah, and these are a little bit more creative. You get the other two as well.
Yeah, I'm going to show you.
Yeah, these are a little bit more creative, so it's not about creating a final picture that, like the moon and back, like the wreath.
Yeah.
This is what you can use to put backgrounds in, or you can run them through your die machine and emboss them and things like that.
Wow.
And it's a nice little structure other than working with a square tile.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And I've got some lovely samples to show you, if I may. So if I just pop that back there, so you can see that. Now, you just saw those lovely balloons, didn't you? Well, look at this.
Yeah, you don't have to use them all as they are. You can mix and match them and do different things with them.
Oh, I love it. I love it with the padlocks.
Yeah. So it's all about you being creative. But the nice thing with these is you get lots of tangles and little step outs and how to do them.
Brilliant.
So you can mix and match, and it's almost like building a little library up.
Yeah, that's a nice way to look at it, actually.
That's lovely, isn't it?
Isn't it gorgeous?
Little bits and pieces all mixed together, and it's about you having a little bit of fun
Yeah.
and trying something different.
Well, I mean, just look at some of these incredible. You just saw those gorgeous flowers that we just had on the lovely stencils there as well. I love
That's
that.
using the leaf stencil to create a focal point, so they don't have to be in the background.
They don't indeed. Look at them. Wow, high impact.
Fantastic inked background there, and then they've over the top with the black pen.
And then look at the flowers. All 4 stencils and the booklet. And all that inspiration from Sandra for a remarkable $16.99. I mean, do you want to see a few more balloons as well? And then I want to show you this final example with the keys and the padlocks. It's phenomenal. That is.
It's lovely, isn't it? Yeah, a little bit of inking in the background. You just have a bit of fun. You can do this in a sketchbook or a journal, just for your own pleasure, really.
And then look at that.
Or, a little piece of artwork for the house, if you want to.
Wow. Isn't that
Yeah, I think every time you look at it, you're going to see something different.
Absolutely, yeah, you will, won't you? Now, that's the Sanntangle Creative Stencil Set 2. We're going to do both together because Sandra's going to use them both together. So KL1238, that's that booklet.
That one, I think sometimes we don't talk about the mindfulness.
No.
And if you need a bit of a chill, don't know what to do, picking one of those, drawing round it and tangling in and around, it just sort of chills you out.
Well, do you know, when I saw you earlier doing the owl with Dave.
Yeah.
And do you remember I did that? You gave it to me to do one time next to you.
Yes.
And I completely forgot that I was supposed to be presenting and doing things. And I was just, honestly, I've never been able to draw. And the feeling that I had just from doing that little owl, from following the steps, it was so rewarding and mindful and fabulous. It was lovely. Really was. Now, the other booklet that she's using is the Say It With Flowers, which is this one here. Now, that's this one here, isn't it, lovely?
It is, yes.
If I...
That's okay.
Well, that's not helpful, is it, Zena? Let me just grab the Say It With Flowers off the... Is that all of those? Oh, yeah, got it here.
Yep.
So, let me just show you some of this. So, this is the stencil that you get, okay, which is here. Looks a bit random.
Yeah.
Trust the process.
So many things going on here.
Yeah. And you want the big news? Sandra's gone to the lowest ever price she's ever gone to on this one, $15.99. QE, thank you, Sandra.
Oh, do you know, this is, it's a powerful stencil, this one.
Well, do you want to see what it can do? QE1246, let me show you what it can do, okay? I'll tell you what, let's go big first.
Oh, look at this. When you think that's a small stencil, look what you can create with it. I mean, that's around one of my frames. So you put a frame in and then you bring your flowers in around it.
That
Mental, isn't
can
it?
create that with Sandra's guidance. That. It's amazing. Now, if you're looking at that and you're thinking, well, I like making cards, she's got you covered, look. That beautiful card, handmade by Sandra herself.
Yeah, so I did that one. It's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah,
Little
beautiful.
bits and pieces going on there.
And then we've got another incredible card here. That's by the lovely Sheila. So Sheila, thank you so much. That's absolutely beautiful. And we were talking earlier on about fabrics, weren't we? So how about showing you a fabric example as well?
It's nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
You just bring it in and add little bits to it. You could even draw it onto fabric if you wanted something a bit different. Maybe a little bit of beading in the middle or something. Make it into a card if you want to.
Exactly, yeah.
It's just a different material. If you want something a bit different,
Yeah.
then try it.
Exactly.
Because you'll be quite surprised. And you can use the same pens and they work fine.
Brilliant. So that is Say It With Flowers, 4 flower designs, never been $15.99 before, so that's a nice little bonus, isn't it? Code QE1246. And we're going to see both of these little booklets in action right now, aren't we?
Okay, yeah, so I've got the Say It With Flowers here. You can see I've actually got instructions in here to do all these 4.
Oh,
but once
lovely.
you've done those, it's completely different. But nice to sort of have a go at. When you've done it though, you think, well, I quite like this leaf, so you could put this leaf with this flower.
Yeah.
You could put that flower within this shape if you want to. So a lot of options there that
No
you can sort
rules,
of
are
play
there?
with. No, none at all. And again, number your stencil to make sure you've got everything there. And even from the word go, it's showing you how to do a flower. Here's your sunflower, and then it takes you all the way through.
That's
even how to shade in this
That's
sense.
going to be super popular, that one.
So it's a beautiful one to do. But what I've done, I've taken the flowers out of the creative set too, because sometimes it's nice to do, but when you've got no background, you're like, what do I do? So I've put flowers in the background. I've put a little bit of ink. I've used the colour clouds from Gwen's.
Okay. Oh, lovely, the ones we had earlier.
Added a little bit, just a little bit in the background of these flowers.
Beautiful.
So that's just with that stencil. Added a bit in the background.
Okay.
And the idea then is I'm going to bring my stencil in, pencil. Again, let's put ourselves a little bit of a line in to give us a vertical. And then I'm going to come in with number 27. Now, if I was to look in my my instructions, it would say, and actually if I bring that in, I'll show you. Where is it? Which one? Here we go. With a pencil, draw a straight vertical line, which is what I've just done.
Yep.
Use the edge of your stencil, which is what I've just done.
Yep.
With a pen, draw the first petal using number 27.
That's handy then, because you've just done that.
Just done that, absolutely, yeah. It does say with a pen, but I'm going in with pencil, but you can do what you like. I'm going to come in and draw another one the other way. You notice I'm using that vertical line to help me have a little bit of a starting point.
Okay.
And then from there, I can again use the point, and I can draw this one in. And then I go this side, and I can draw this one in. And then I've got a space in between the two. I can draw this one in, and this one. There's my flower. And I'm going to put a slightly larger bubble in the middle. See how that works? So then we want a couple of little extra buds. So I'm going to use this one, look, number 16. Let's draw that in. And then I'm going to use the same petal shape, but smaller. And let's bring that one in. One in here. One in here. And one in here. So you can see immediately I've got the same flower. It's like a little bud.
Oh, yeah.
So if I draw that and join it in, I'd draw a few more of those, but I'll show you the one in a minute. If I put a little line there, look, it looks like they're folding over.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. Next one, and it sort of says to you, okay, you've done these 3. I'm just missing that step for a moment because I've got one that I've got that in. And here, little line. Do you know, we do sometimes with stencils, you don't have to do exactly what's here. I think some of the Christmas ones, I think the owls stencils, I think Ree, one of my team, did a snowman.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
See, I've done a curly line. Do you know, again, the owls would draw bears. This one.
It's all right, in case
so
you
I've got this in
my director has just said to Sandra, is there any
This would
chance
draw
you
a
could do
bear.
some stencils that
You could draw a bear from this one.
This is what she's having to listen to while she's
I know. She's trying to nick my ideas, and then, He's like, how do you draw a bear? Then he just wants to nick it. So there you go. See, I've added this little swirl in here.
Yeah.
So if I bring this one in, I've done a little bit more work on it.
Yes,
here we
please.
go.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, so you can see my swirl there. I've still got my pencil lines and I've got my lovely little flower in here. And then the fun bit is here on this page. It says, look, you've done this. Add some of these flowers in and maybe add some of these leaves and maybe add some of these little bits and pieces. So let's do that. So here's my piece. I've got my pen in hand. And around this swirl I've just done, it's got these little flowers.
Yeah.
So here we go. Let's do it. It's got like a little cup shape. Like that. And then it says fill it with ink. So I've done that, look. Little lines, so let's join it to the stem there. And then it's got a little loop. So let's do that one. Little loop. And then here, I've got a loop either side. Loop there. Loop there. And then loop here. Loop here. There's my flower.
Lovely.
So spring another one in there. So there's my same shape.
I love that.
Little loop. And because these, you don't really have to sort of think about them. They start to create their own little view kind of thing. You don't need to worry. And you start to think, just enjoying this.
And the thing is, I think,
The
when you,
leaves.
I don't know, when you go back to like your school books and things, didn't you always used to, if you're going to doodle, you would tend to do a little flower and things, wouldn't you? And music notes and things.
Absolutely. I think you used to draw what you're interested in or you draw how you felt.
Yeah.
So, you know, things like swirls, a very happy disposition.
Oh,
if
really?
you're drawing lines, like bars, it does make you think that you feel like you're stuck or you're trapped.
Oh, okay.
And you want out, that kind of thing. So it's all, I did quite a talk on it once.
Oh, how interesting.
Here, look, I've got little butterflies. So let's bring this in, a little line, little loops, slightly bigger loops, a little line, a butterfly. And then here, these lovely little shapes here. So let's have a look at one of those. It's like a little line there. It's got a little bobble on the top, like that. And then it's got a little hat on. And then it's got another hat, gets a bit bigger, and then they start getting smaller and smaller and smaller till you've got nowhere else. Little bobble in there. You see, that's just that corner.
Wow.
Once you've started with those and you start to fill, if you look at this one, look at all the different flowers and extra little bits, all these leaves that are coming out.
Yeah.
From that to that.
That's fascinating.
It's amazing, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it
You've seen me
really is.
start it and you've seen me add a little bit in. Of course, again, that would take quite a while to put in because you sit here and you start to add a few bits and you just enjoy the moment and you just go with it. But then the whole show's gone and
yeah, we blink and it's gone by. It's lovely.
Little lines in there. So working with those, that's lovely. So with your sacred flowers, so many things you can do with it. That's just one design.
Yeah.
Imagine just having just the one on a tile or bringing in one of these and one of these, having a big bouquet.
It doesn't have to be a whole
No,
design.
it doesn't have to be.
Yeah.
And having those creative stencils in the background, it just gives it that feeling that there's more there. And you can, once you've had a bit of colour and you work with it, it's
so we'll just
really
pop
nice
the
to-
creative stencil set back on the screen for you. That was this one here, which includes those flowers. That's that booklet there that includes those flowers that Sandra has just used. So just going to put, in fact, if I pop that, there's the flowers one, that one there. Thank you, Dan. There's the flowers that Sandra's just used, and those are the 4 designs. You've just seen all those lovely locks and keys and those leaves and those balloons. That is all 4, remarkably, for $16.99. Oh, we've just had Marlene from Minnesota in because we can
hello,
now.
Marlene.
Is that our first ever American customer today?
It might be today, absolutely.
Yeah.
Mention it earlier.
Hello, lovely. We're so excited that we can now ship Sandra's products to America. We've only found out today. That's such good news.
I know. Excuse me. I'm just going to have to go get some paper.
You carry
for
on,
the
my
next
lovely.
demo.
You carry on.
It's here, but it's a bit low.
It's okay. So I'm just thinking, 4, 8, 12, 60. That's £4.25 a stencil and a free book. £4.25 a stencil. Or what you could do is £4 a stencil and 99p for the book. And inspiration. Brilliant. So £16.99. That is the code that's on the screen. KL1238.
Yeah, I'll come back to those in a short while if I get time. It'd be nice to just look at another one of those shapes, I think. It's, yeah, we'll see if I get a chance. Right, shall we have a look at the stag?
Do you know, did you see that you'd lost me then?
Yeah,
I clocked the
she's like,
stag
"Oh,
and I was gone, and she was looking at me and I was like, oh, hang on a minute.
Let's do the stag. Let's do it.
Oh, shall I show it?
Show it, yeah.
Can I show it?
And again,
Because
there's
this
some
could be
nice
very
little
Christmassy
samples,
as well,
yeah.
couldn't it?
It could be if you want it to be.
If you want, it doesn't have to be. Father's Day coming up.
Oh.
Yeah.
That stencil on its own, those
trees.
trees. They take ages to run. Tommy loves them, not.
Oh.
I'm like, put trees on. He's like, no.
No, trees. They're really difficult.
There's a lot of detail in there because if you look at them, they're not all the same tree. You've got different ones in there just to give you that foliage in the woods or the forest. So you could use one or two of them if you wanted to. Yeah. It's just really nice.
Can I show you some samples just before we go back to? Can we? Look! Wait till you see this. Oh. Look at that.
Nice and subtle, isn't it?
Oh, gorgeous. And then look at that. Look at the trees. You know, I mean, the good news is you don't have to decide between the stag and the trees because you get both.
I know.
Here's another example, look. There you go, look. Beautiful. And then look at this one.
Oh, yeah, you go all out, all different colours. It just would look lovely, wouldn't it?
Oh, wow. That is stunning, isn't it?
Yeah. Again, it's very much like the creatives because this is the idea behind this is that it's not step by step. It is, you've got steps, but you can do something a bit different with it. And of course, the instructions in there show you how to create this beautiful frame around it as well, which is actually, and you don't see it, it's actually in the stencil.
Well, should we see them in action?
Yeah, shall we?
Yes, please. The code just quickly and your price, my lovely. Sorry, Sandra.
That's
FR123. Sorry, lovely.
It's all right.
FR1230. How much? Oh, wow. Is that the naughtiest price of the afternoon?
What is it?
$14.99.
Yeah, but they're lovely, aren't they? And
brilliant.
You can do quite a lot with it without me telling you, showing you how to.
I'm so sorry. This hay fever, I apologise.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, right, we're good to go. Right,
We are good to go, please.
So what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you how you can do the stag and the trees, and I'm not going to worry too much about the outer frame. If I just show you the frame, see, it shows you here, look, how to mark it out.
Oh, okay.
And how to actually, it's got leaves all the way around to create this wonderful design around it. Looks very three-dimensional.
Doesn't it?
If you look at it here.
Yeah.
But let's go for it and see how we turn out because everyone ends up differently. So I've got a few different inks here.
Okay.
Got a bit of yellow, a bit of red, a bit of green, a bit of brown. Yeah, it's nice to sort of let's go for it.
But it's Father's Day a week on Sunday, and this would be perfect.
You know,
a lovely
it
big
would.
majestic stag, wouldn't
Lovely,
it, for your
wouldn't
dad?
it? Absolutely. So here we go. I'm going to come in with a bit of brown first, and yeah, you could ink the whole thing, but let's take it steady.
Okay.
And let's ink one
Take it
side.
staggy.
Yeah. Take it one side. See, I'm coming all the way down that side there. A little bit more there. So I've gone a little bit heavy there, and I'm going to very gently just work it out a little bit more in the antlers there. Nice and steady. Okay. I'm going to leave that one there so it's a bit dark. I'll bring a little bit of yellow in.
Okay.
On this side. There we go. Just sort of working it in. Nice and gentle. Let's have a little look at it.
Oh.
See, it looks like the sun's coming through there, just being gentle.
And I like it as well because you've given us different variations of the stag where there's even got, if it's got sort of like a textured section in the middle or it's just blank like that, like a silhouette.
Let me bring that in. You see, it's just a silhouette. But if you want to go a bit different, you think, no, I want a bit more detail. Let's just put that back on there. And let's bring in the detail.
Oh, and that's what I mean, yeah.
So let's slap that in there. And again, I'm
lovely.
going to bring a bit more brown in. Now, you could tape that in if you wanted to.
Yeah.
And it's very, very sort of detailed around here. So let's bring that in there. And then a little bit down here. Down here. Again, let's bring in a little bit of red there. Just a touch on the edge there. Bringing that in. So again, very mindful, isn't it? Even without sort of thinking I've got...
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, look at that. You've got that lovely sort of hint coming through. So you think, well, okay, I want to put my trees in now. But I've got my stag there. What's going on? So I've got a mask.
Oh, right.
So if I bring that in, and you see, this is about that being creative. So let's put that on there. So now, it doesn't matter what I do on top of that, it's going to be fine.
I'm just thinking outside of the box as well. What about if you want to do stag invites to a stag
gosh,
party?
absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's done then, isn't it? That's all it needs.
Exactly.
A little bit yeah. So here's my trees. So I can put my trees over the top. I'm going to start with a little bit of yellow in there, just sort of on the tops. There you go. Just a little bit coming around.
Oh, these trees are great, Sandra.
It's just, the stencil, it's just lovely. I mean, that on its own, there's so many things you can use it with.
I think this is going to be so useful for card making in general, whether you tangle or not.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, you don't have to... You
don't mind me saying that, do you? But do you know what I mean?
Yeah, a little Christmas tree, couldn't you?
Yeah.
If you wanted just one.
This is
Let's
fabulous.
bring that in.
It's my favourite.
Okay, so we've got bits of red. Let's have a little look. We've got that little hint there.
Yeah.
Oh, bring that one in. A bit more red. And a bit more there. And then let's bring a bit of green in at the bottom. So you see, I'm adding different colours within.
Yeah.
And I know this is not a new sort of concept as such. It's something that you do as you're inking, but it's just nice to have that little bit in there. So let's have a look at that. Okay, so you've got this starting point, but I want to bring some more trees. So I want to do these two. So let's work our way around that colour. Again, a little bit of green in. See, and it's nice to just mix the colours as you're going. So you've got this going off. You've got little hints there, but you're going to get that. So looks a bit sparse, doesn't it? So let's bring it in. But this time, I'm not going to put any more ink on.
Oh, okay.
I'm just going to go in with it.
Oh, is this to give it like the dimension sort of thing?
Yeah, because your trees are going to sort of hide in the background. So the more we do this, you see, I'm just picking the odd tree.
Yeah.
Let's have this real tall one here. You know, there's still a little bit of ink on the stencil there, so just enough.
Look at that.
Let's do this one's perfect Christmas tree. So, you see, just a hint, and then as it starts to wind its way down. So you've got that lovely sort of hint, isn't it? You know, I know it's lovely and warm outside, and we're doing sort of wintry trees.
Oh, it's lovely.
But let's sort of look at that bit and bring in, rather than bring in a black pen now, let's bring in a grey.
Oh.
Because, you know, it's a little bit, you know, we don't want it to be too in your face kind of thing. So we want a bit of grounding. Let's have a look at this sort of, let's go with this one here. So let's do a little bit of like a squiggle. A bit of a squiggle in there.
Oh, look at that.
So give it a little bit of, you know, just around the base of the trees.
Oh, that looks cool.
And then sort of in here. Working our way around it. Okay, once you've done a little bit of that, I've got
what
one
a
here in my
difference that makes,
sketchbook.
look.
So what have I done different here? I've added some little bubbles around the stag, and then you see here what I've done. I've only done it in pencil, but I've actually brought in a little bit of a shape around his antlers. Some little beads, yeah. I'm keeping it quite, it's still not quite Christmas yet, but you could hang bubbles.
You could indeed, couldn't you?
But you've got that lovely sort of, let's give it a little bit more detail around the eye. But again, I'm using the grey.
Yeah.
The black is a little bit too
Yeah.
too strong for it, I would say. And just bring a little bit of lines in, just a little bit of detail. We don't want to overdo it, just a little bit. And if I bring in my pencil,
Yeah.
I've got a little bit of, sort of a little bit under the eye there, a little bit on the top there, and a little bit around the edge. And then just little bits in the, I've already drawn it in grey, but I'm adding a little bit of pencil.
Yeah.
Just, let's just do that a little bit, and then let's bring our tortillon in.
Tortillon.
And soften up ever so gently. There's little bits.
Just quickly, Alex, have we got any tortillons we could pop on the screen? Did we have them earlier, or?
Yeah, I think they were added earlier, so they are there if you want your tortillons.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, lovely. Because they're an essential, aren't they?
They are an absolute essential.
They come in a pack of
12, they do.
Yeah, 12.
And they do their last ages. There we go.
We'll pop them on the screen for you because you get a pack of 12 of your tortillons for your blending, and
look what it's doing.
£4.50, code DK1231.
So again, I'm just
Thanks,
going to add
Alex.
a little bit wispy in the background there. So you're just sort of bringing in little bits.
That's beautiful.
And I've just brought the stag forward, you know, and adding this little bit. It sort of looks like there's ground and it's not just trees in the background. That are,
they're not just randomly floating.
Yeah. And you know, you could spend quite a while on this. It's you know, do a few in your sketchpad first and get the hang of it. But again, you can build up as much in the background as you want to, and see that now looks a little bit like mist.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Yeah.
Just sort of rolling off there. Let's just bring that in. There you go. A little bit under the eye, just to give it a little bit of distinction there. See, I'm what you call faffing now. I'm not, but it's...
Do you know what though, Sandra? I've never known Michael on cameras ever be that quiet watching something. He's normally quite loud, and he's just sat there watching the monitor, studiously watching you do that. It's lovely to see.
And although we've had a stencil there, and the stencil really's done the work, it hasn't. You've been the facilitator. You've put the colours in. You've put the trees where you want it.
Yeah.
And
it's absolutely stunning.
Adding that little bit of pencil, you've got that lovely sort of mist rolling in.
Yeah.
And it can be a lovely piece of artwork, or it can be a card, as you've seen.
Absolutely.
You can go really vivid, or you can go really subtle like that, and it's just a beautiful piece.
Incredible.
And that in a frame now, a little bit. Yeah,
100%.
There you are.
Oh my goodness me! I mean, we just had those lovely photo frames, the MDF on with Hayley and Dreamees.
Absolutely.
That would be lovely to have these going in, wouldn't it? Absolutely
Everything
stunning.
works. Whatever craft you're doing now, they all filter in.
That's the great thing, isn't it? Yeah.
That's it, yeah.
Isn't that beautiful? Now then, my lovelies, can we have a little bit of a sense check? Is how are we doing? Have we still got? Should we see how we? Should we go from the start again? Because we started with the Christmas wreaths, didn't we?
Oh,
so the Christmas wreaths, which is this one, over half the stock is gone. Okay, so we only started with 100. It's $16.99. It's absolutely incredible. It doesn't have to stay with the Christmas wreaths if you don't want it to, though, because it could create something like... Can I show you this again?
It's lovely, isn't it?
It's
you can do it. I know when you look at it, you think, oh, my word, I could never do that. You can.
Yeah.
You can.
You can with this
step
anyway.
by step.
Yep.
Little bits.
And that's the thing, take your time. Take your time. It doesn't have to be rushed. That's the beauty of Sanntangle. You don't want to be rushing it. You know, it's just stunning. Now, I think you had the samples for that one, didn't you, Flower? But we'll just talk.
Yeah, everything. Yeah, everything's everywhere. Yeah. What do you want me to? Yeah, here we go.
Just if we could see a couple of them.
Yeah, absolutely. This one, really nice. It's got a stamp. It's a crafter's stamp in the middle, actually.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. So the Merry
lovely.
Christmas stamped in the middle, and then it's all gone in. And again, this is on a macro tile, so it's not, you know, it's not crazy.
Beautiful.
And then lovely. I've actually used grey and red all the way through.
I like that
just
combination.
To give it a hint.
Yeah.
And this one is a little bit more quirky, a little bit more in the colours.
Yep.
And then of course we've got one here that's been done by Josh here. He's actually done it with different paints.
That's clever with the four tiles put together,
four tiles,
isn't it?
If you don't know what colour, use the different ones. Yeah. And then of course you've got this one where I have got my other ball on the bottom of that there.
That's Dobby's feet, by the way,
yeah.
if you're wondering what that is.
Yeah, sorry.
Dobby. No, it's fine. It's just Dobby trying to get in on the action all the time.
So absolutely, and just beautiful little cards that you can do. They fit on an 8x8 brilliantly, so absolutely.
He's a monkey today, you know. He's a monkey. Right, and then the other two were, oh my goodness me, now this one is proving extremely popular. That's this one here, which is your creative stencils, which is such good value for money because you're going to get both of these stencils, all four, both sets, all four, what did we say, £4.25 a stencil Sandra's done for you today. Well, £4 a stencil. Let's have the balloons up the right way, eh, Zena? Sorry about that noise. £4 a stencil and 99p for the book. Or for the book. $16.99. KL 1238. Okay, and you get the booklet as well. And then as well as, oh, sorry, let me just show you. Let me show you a couple of designs there because I think we've got time. Because you just saw those gorgeous keys and padlocks, didn't you? So that's that lovely example there. You just saw the beautiful balloons. Amazing. Then you've got the gorgeous flowers. Incredible. And then you've got these beautiful leaf designs as well, all Sanntangle to perfection. So that gives you some idea of that booklet then. Then we've got the Say It With Flowers. That was $16.99, okay, my lovelies. Then we've got the Say It With Flowers, which I have got here. So that's this, pop that back there. That's this booklet. Okay, now this is the stencil that you get. That's the stencil that you get with the Say It With Flowers, $15.99. That's the first time it's ever been that price today. Just really quickly, a couple of examples here, look. There you go. It's going to be super quick because we've only got about 3 minutes left.
Yeah, it's really, there are so many things you can do with that. So many flowers.
And look at that.
And then, yeah.
I've got that the right way. Sorry, they're going the right way up, Zena.
It is getting late.
I mean, there's been wild and,
I know. But you just have such fun with that one. And it's one of those, it doesn't matter, there's no flower that's wrong.
No, of course not.
You could mix and match anything with any shape and it will actually come out looking like a flower.
And that's $15.99. And then the final one that we've just been showing you, which is absolutely stunning, is the, if I pop that back there, is the beautiful Highland Stag. If I pop that back, which is here, the Highland Stag silhouette, which Sandra's just been working with. There, and that is your stencils that you get there, look. And that's all the stencils for just $14.99.
What do you know? Imagine doing a stag mirror image from each other and doing it like a winter wedding and things
Oh,
like that.
that's a nice idea.
Wouldn't that be lovely? Or even if it's just a silhouette.
Or back to back like ABBA.
Yeah.
Knowing me, knowing moo. Aha. Sorry, Sandra.
No, it's all right, I don't judge.
Oh, it's like that lovely lady that does the Caroline Shot and she does the cow canvases and paintings and she's got 2 cows back to back going, or 4 cows in the album cover like ABBA going, knowing me, knowing moo.
Yeah.
It's great, it's really good. Gosh, you, as always, just amaze all of us.
Yeah, it's just nice to bring some things back and spend a little bit of time again.
It really has been lovely.
Because if you've got these at home already and you've not done it yet, you think, oh, I'm a bit scared.
Yeah.
Get them out and have a look at them.
Exactly, have a play, have a go.
There's nothing wrong.
Yeah, exactly. What a lovely, lovely afternoon. Whenever we finish a show with Sandra, doesn't everybody just feel like...
just all chill out. Yeah, we're all chilled.
It's just lovely.
Yeah.
You know...
Could bottle it.
You need to bottle... Well, you have effectively bottled it with these beautiful booklets. He's bottled it in a booklet.
Yeah.
Bottled it in a booklet. So when are you next on our screens, lovely?
Next week.
Next week?
13th.
Oh, okay, fantastic. Don't know what... Is that Tuesday?
Tuesday.
Is it Tuesday the 13th?
Yeah, it's not long.
We get to be on with you again then.
I know,
Wonderful.
Yeah. Only Dan with me, so that, yeah, I'm going to look forward to see what Dan's bringing.
Yes, because Sanntangle, very, very important. Right, my lovelies, we shall look forward to that. You know what to do, don't you? If it's in that basket, that's where it stays. You don't get your hands on it. So get yourselves checked out, my lovelies. Do join us again tomorrow. I'm just trying to think. I'll be back with you at 1 o'clock. Take care. See you tomorrow.